Book 2, The Way of Transformation, Lesson 13, You Are Unlimited Spirit. Now we begin. Indeed, as always, greeted unto you, beloved and holy friends. We come forth to join with you, and yet we are not part from where you are. We are not inaccessible to any of God's children. In truth, separation does not exist in all of creation. This can only mean that I am not apart from where you are. And where you are has nothing at all to do with the location of the body that you have learned to call your own. In truth, you are pure spirit. In truth, you are as I am. In truth, that which you are abides throughout all dimensions of consciousness. In truth, that which you are has never tasted separation from God. There is an aspect of you that has chosen to perceive yourself as identified with the physical body in your third-dimensional world called space and time. This is the part of the experience you have created, and thus called to yourself. But when I speak of self, I speak not of the self which is a dream of the body, the self which you have identified yourself with. Rather, I speak of the self that transcends all limitation and exists in all dimension. Beloved friends, by way of introduction, that which we will be speaking unto in the next 12 lessons, called the Way of Transformation, rest with this simple truth. At no time are you imprisoned within the body. At no time. At no time are you limited to the appearance that you have come to believe is you. No matter how deep the pain, no matter how certain you have been of what you call your common sense telling you, I am here, I am this body, this moment is happening, this is all there is. Regardless of all of that, the truth is not shaken. You are not the mere appearance of the body-mind that you have called the self. Now with a simple point as a foundation we can begin. Beloved friends, the way of transformation rests on exactly the same thing that all of your dreams rest upon, the decision concerning what you would be committed to. For you cannot dream a dream, that is, you cannot create an experience in the field of consciousness without being 100% committed to it. It may appear that this is not the case, but I assure you that it is. This means that in each moment of your lived experience, what you are aware of is wholly uncaused by anything outside of yourself. As you read these words, for example, if you limit yourself to being only the body, receiving certain frequencies of vibration, touching your eyes, and creating a certain neurological stimulus within the brain and translating that vibration into certain words of your English language, that experience is not caused by anything outside of yourself. You are equally and infinitely free, in this very moment, as you contemplate these words, to experience this transmission of vibration in a wholly different way, beyond your language. You are free to perceive yourself from the realms of pure spirit. You are free to see me and those who join with me, as we transmit this frequency that creates a vibration through your physical form. An exercise to expand your awareness. Here is a simple exercise. Take just a moment and with your consciousness drop this simple pebble. I am not what I have perceived myself to be. I am unlimited, pure spirit, and nothing is unavailable to me. Therefore, in this moment, I choose to open access to other dimensions of experience, so that I might call this moment to me in a different way. As the words are spoken, notice what images begin to come into your field of awareness, as you perhaps imagine yourself to be far more than just a body, abiding in far greater dimension than the physical dimension. Do you see fleeting images of other beings, colors of light, subtle feelings that perhaps you had not been aware of while you were focusing on the English translation of the vibration? What do you notice drifting through the field of your awareness? Pay attention to it, for you cannot imagine what you have not or are not experiencing. You are the field of consciousness having that experience now. You create the capacity. You decide what will enter into that field of your awareness and how you will experience it. Beloved friends, learn to look beneath the scene. Look to feel beyond the body. Learn to allow yourself awareness of what steals across the metaphorical corner of your eye. That is, the outer edges of your field of awareness. Come to realize that the experience you are most familiar with, that is, of being a body-mind, who reads or listens to words, which are vibrations of sound, translates them into English, and therefore perceives that you are having a conversation with one being who happens to be another body, is a very limited perception. Recognize that around the edges of that there is something far more vast, something which can be cultivated, that allows you to be aware of much more refined levels. Eventually you will be able to perceive these dimensions of energies with your eyes open, as you look upon another body-mind who is currently having the experience of vibrating thoughts through it directed toward you. You call it a conversation. You will see that other being not just as a body, but as a field of light. You will see colors, you will feel vibrations, and these colors and those vibrations will tell you much more than the words could ever say to you. The result, of course, is that you will not be fooled by words nearly as often as you have been in the past. Practice this little exercise as often as you choose in any and all circumstance. It is not difficult. You simply use the field of your consciousness to decide to be aware of what is around the edges of the third-dimensional experience you are having. For instance, when you are in your automobile and you pull up to a red light, as you sit next to another automobile with a driver, look over through the physical eyes. If you limit yourself, you will see an automobile with another body sitting behind a wheel, similar to what your body or what you call your body is doing. What if you allowed yourself to play by looking at that being insane within the mind? This is but one small expression of that being. I wonder what's occurring around the edges. You might surprise yourself when suddenly a thought comes into your consciousness. You know that thought is not yours. It could be the thought of the person in the car saying, "My God, why didn't I iron my husband's shirt this morning? Oh, he's going to be so angry." How many times have thoughts like that entered your mind and you have dismissed them as imagination? What are we suggesting here is to use the most ordinary moments of your day to become aware of your own being, your own naturally expanded, unlimited self. There is nothing hidden at any time. At any moment you have full access to the totality of another soul. Does that sound like an invasion of privacy? Beloved friends, there is no such thing. Privacy is important only for those who believe they are cut off and separate, and perhaps have something to hide. In reality, nothing is hidden. As you come to trust that the deep nature of your own being is perfect wisdom, perfect compassion, and perfect love, you will begin to release that fear that you have built up around the extraordinary skills that you already possess. You will discover that you can trust your unlimited spirit. As you sit in your car looking at the one behind the wheel of the automobile next to you, and you allow yourself to relax and notice what is around the edges, as it touches your consciousness, and you will realize this means that minds are not separate one from another. If their mind is touching yours, yours is touching theirs, and you are free to send them love. You are free to send what you pick up from another, and without opening the physical mouth, you can send the answer of wisdom that they are seeking. Imagine being able to go to your grocery store and push your little metal carts down the aisle so that you can fill it with boxes of what appears to be fresh food and notice the thought waves of those around you. Imagine beginning to pick up what is going on in their drama, their story, their life, and actually being able to telepathically communicate to them the answers to their dilemma. Would that not feel like a greater degree of freedom than what you are accustomed to? The way of transformation absolutely requires that you be committed to living differently. For is not transformation a change from the status quo? How can you experience transformation if you do not use time to think and be differently? Crying out to me will not do it. Reading 1,000 holy books will not do it. One thing and one thing alone will bring you into the transformation that you have sought: the willingness to abide where you are differently. Begin again with a simple exercise of reminding yourself that in truth you are unlimited spirit abiding in all dimensions. All extraordinary abilities are already inherent in your consciousness, for if they were not, it would mean that God creates with inequality. Your egoic mind might respond, "Well, you are born with that gift, but I don't have it." No, God creates His beloved Son, and the sonship is made up of equals in spirit. The only difference in the field of time is that it appears that some have accessed and cultivated their inherent abilities more so than others. You then use this to perceive another as more special than you as a way of proving to yourself your lack of worth, your smallness, your weakness. You think that perhaps someday, if only you live the next 100 lifetimes being a good person, then maybe these abilities will begin to spontaneously show up in you. But there are no accidents, and nothing you see being made manifest in the life of anyone has occurred by accident. Everything you see is deliberate, everything. Therefore, if you would look upon another and say, "Oh, they can talk with Jeshua, but I could never do that," stop lying to yourself. Rather, come to see that if this ability is being made manifest in your field of awareness, it is because you have called it to yourself, as a reminder of what is already inherent within you. If another lays the hand on the body of the forehead of one who is sick, and the one who is sick arises and the disease is no longer present, remember that you have called that experience through the beloved brother or sister into the field of your consciousness to remind you of the truth of your being. If you feel attracted to being a healer, then drop everything else you are committed to and begin healing. Cultivating unlimited consciousness. As we enter into these lessons on transformation, you will discover that we begin to speak more directly to you. We will not be beating about the bush, not placating your resistance, your fears, not stroking you for the dramas you have created that have seemed to separate you from the truth of your beingness. For as we move into the way of transformation, the call is being sent from us to you to arise and assume complete responsibility for all that you see, all that you think, and all that you choose. Rest assured, if you hear this call, it is because a deeper part of you has called it to you as a way by which you remember that these things are already contained within you. The way of transformation is the way of assuming responsibility for time, for each and every moment of it. For time is not a prison for you. It is that which flows out of your very consciousness, and there is never a place or a time, which is more conducive to the way of transformation than the place in which you are and the time that is now. There is no one without privilege. There is no one by the station in life, as the world would see it, who is limited from watering and cultivating and bringing forth the fruit that rests within their unlimited consciousness. There is no one who is a victim of the world they see, for the world they see truly occurs nowhere save within the field of their awareness, which we call consciousness or mind. The buildings, the automobiles you drive, the dollars in the bank, none of what is real. These are merely symbols of the quality of experience you have chosen to call yourself as a temporary learning experience. Beloved friends, use time well. Ask yourself, am I fully committed to transforming my awareness from one who has been sleeping and perceiving myself as limited to the space and time dimension? Or am I committed to truly hearing my brother's call to take up my cross and follow him? That is, the cross of crucifixion, the heavy wooden cross that you have been carrying around that says, well, I'm really struggling and trying to get to Christ consciousness, for maybe if I just got rid of my husband, that would do it. Or perhaps if I moved to another location, that would do it. Maybe there is a spiritual technique out there that I haven't found yet in the smorgasbord available. Once I find it and start practicing it, then I can get on with it. You are in the holiest of temples, yourself. You abide in the perfect moment for your transformation. Nothing limits you at all, or at any time. The power of the freedom of choice is the essence of Christ, and the very power that you have been using to try to convince yourself of your limitations is exactly the same power that I use to overcome death. There is no difference except a wink of an eye, an intention, a commitment, a recognition, that is all. In reality, nothing is impossible to you and nothing unavailable to you. So what occurs in the consciousness that seems to create the blockage, the obstacle to love's presence? As you create a temporary perceived limitation as a way to call to you a certain quality of experience, there is a tendency to fall into the trap of identifying yourself with the constraint that you have set up from your unlimited freedom in order to have a temporary learning experience. When in your consciousness you come to be identified with the boundaries or the constraints, the lines upon the canvas that you have freely chosen to draw, you create an imprisonment. That imprisonment is actually a complete illusion, and in reality your unlimited self goes on experiencing anything it wants throughout all dimensions of creation. Your belief that you define by the lines you have drawn in the field of consciousness, the pebbles you have dropped, the ripples you have created, that is only you, creates a constriction, a density, and a conflict. This is occurring nowhere in your being except in the part of you that has extended itself like a sunbeam from the sun into what you call your space-time dimension. Now think about this. If you feel constrained in this dimension, it does not mean that you are constrained. It simply means that one tiny ray of your light is temporarily having a certain kind of experience. If you trace that ray of light back to its source, you find something brighter than 10,000s of your sun, something far more vast than the sun that lights your physical universe, something no vast that out of it has come forth a multitude of universe. The light of your soul, pure spirit, remains undefiled and unlimited. The teeny ray can become aware of the whole, and that is the process of awakening. It doesn't really change anything at all, since you begin to become identified not with the teeny little ray that is having a temporary experience, but that field out of which the very power of experience, the space-time dimension, is coming forth. Imagine shifting your identity so that you are the ocean from which a multitude of waves are coming forth and continually coming forth, each one slightly different, each one a little larger or smaller, a little faster, each one a little more foam on it than the others. These are the very temporary, dancing waves being emitted from a field or an ocean of water that knows neither beginning nor end, and whose far shores cannot be discovered. That is yourself. Not the teeny wave that has a name and a history of being born at a certain time, living in a certain house or city. It is certainly never what you call yourself as a banker, or a teacher, a mother, or a father. None of these things is what you are. The way of transformation is much simpler than you think. But again, it rests on your decision to use time to be wholly committed to awakening from the narrow constraints you have placed upon your vast field of consciousness. For no other reason than it might be rather entertaining to allow this teeny little ray to continue in space and time for a while being aware of the totality of yourself and actually operating from that totality. Can you imagine living like that? Can you imagine your body-mind driving its little automobile down the road, but every time you pull up to your red light and you notice someone next to you, you do not perceive another body? You will still see the automobile, you will still see the body, but what you are feeling, what you are knowing, and what you are seeing is that this is an infinite field of consciousness, just like you are, and that their mind field touches yours throughout all dimensions, and that you are Christ, and you can transmit wisdom and love to them. You can learn to direct energies. You might see it as a certain color. You can touch their field, their auric field. You can send healing to the organs of the body that you can see or perhaps a little out of whack. You can be the embodiment in space and time of that self that is so vast, so grand, so filled with extraordinary power, that all you can do is smile, perhaps unseen and unrecognized by those who themselves have become unwittingly identified with a little teeny drop of foam, which is a part of the wave, which is part of the ocean of their self. But what they choose does not influence your choice. Listen very carefully. What another chooses does not influence your choice at all, even when it seems like it. It is not even accurate to say, "Oh, well, I fell under the influence of so-and-so and so-and-so. I went a little unconscious. That's why it happened. I gave up myself." No, no, no. In every moment of your experience, what you experience is coming from within you. It is not placed in you from a source outside of yourself. In every moment you remain free to observe and to notice whether you are having a good time being where you are. That is, being in your perception of life and recognizing you have the power to think differently. For example, "Oh, that's right, I'm not in a traffic jam." There is no such thing as a traffic jam. Everything is perfect. There is just a giant weaving together of experience of infinite souls. So while I sit here in this little car with this funny little body, I'm going to be Christ. I'm going to tap into what's going on around the edge of my awareness. I feel the thoughts of anyone I choose to direct attention to. And from that depth of my being, I will direct love to them. I can choose to be the truth of who I am. The red light, the automobile, all jangle together. These things do not create my experience. My experience is flowing from within. It is being extended outward. Only you have the power to create your experience. Listen carefully. No one has the power to create your experience. No one has the power to limit your experience. And nowhere in the laws of God has it ever been written that you must conform your experience to the choice of another. You remain free to freely choose to be the embodiment of Christ. You are the one who can bless creation. It begins when you are willing to assume responsibility for what you want to use time for. In truth, you are doing it anyway. You are always using time for exactly what you are choosing. You are not surviving. You are not trying to get things done that the world is requiring. Never is anything occurring except that you are having awareness of the effects of how you are choosing to use consciousness, and that is all. Here is where the way of transformation begins. Ultimately, it is also where it ends. But the difference will be that you will no longer even want to choose anything that speaks of limitation. Even though the body-mind that you once identified as yourself still seems to be moving about in space and time, you will not even look at that body-mind and say, "mine." You will simply say, "The body-mind is a temporary communication device brought forth from the ocean of my unlimited self, as I have done a multitude of times in a multitude of universes. What's the big deal?" Your consciousness will literally shift. It will take a new perspective, and you will know that you are pure spirit, that you do not abide in time at all, that you can simply delight in utilizing the body-mind as a communication device. When you get on your airplane and you travel to some distant shore, to a place you are enjoying being in, you are still using the body-mind as a communication device between you and the earth, between you and other creations that have come forth from other minds. Whether it is a beautiful building or a beautiful painting, all that you have experienced is something that you have drawn to yourself through the medium of the body. It is an experience, and that is all. You are the unlimited one who is in the driver's seat, bringing awareness to the limiting definition of yourself. The second stage in the way of transformation requires that you begin to bring awareness to the little squiggly lines that you have drawn on the white and unlimited and perfectly unblemished canvas of consciousness. Your psychologist would call these personalities or masks. Come to be aware of the little selves you have created. Begin to ask yourself, what am I defending? What am I continuing on a daily basis that no longer fulfills me? After all, I have been there. I have done that. How might I look upon these little selves, these little drops of foam on this temporary wave I have brought forth? How might I use them differently? I wonder if I could create a brand new one. Why is this important? It is because of the squiggles you have drawn. For instance, perhaps you would say to yourself, well, I am Mary Jane. I am a vice president at a bank. I was born in such and such a city. My parents are so-and-so and so-and-so, and I'd really be different except my sister used to beat me when I was young. The second you define yourself, you constrain yourself within the parameters that you have chosen to value. Instantly, you create exactly the experience of the vibrations that are the effect of the squiggles. Think of those squiggles, the parameters of a little self, as an effect of the certain pebbles that have been dropped into the pond of your consciousness. Once you draw the lines, certain effects flow from it. What if you were to decide to create a self that sees itself as perfectly unlimited, instead of saying, well, I have to go see my sister. I know she used to beat me, but that's the way it is. It's just who I am. You simply sit back and say, I am a perfectly unlimited being, and I think I will create a self who is an expression of the unlimited love of Christ. I am going to go see this human being. You might use their name, but do not call them your sister. And I am going to utilize time for beaming as much love to them as I can, for no other reason than it will feel rather grand to do so. I am the embodiment of Christ, and this one may not know it, but that does not matter. I can enjoy it anyway. Do you see how that could begin to move you beyond an identification of a certain definition of yourself that has actually locked you into a narrow set of parameters, which can only have certain kind of effects? What if you were to sit down with those you call your parents and deliberately choose to look at them as beings that you had called to your field of awareness? What if you choose to see that they are infinite and free beings in perfect equality with you? They simply choose to receive your cosmic telegram and took on a certain role in space and time to help you play out what you wanted to learn. Would that begin to shift your identification with them as merely parents? For if you look upon them and say, those are my parents, you have defined yourself as only their child. Do you begin to see the significance? It is very, very important to bring awareness to the definition you have given yourself, and keep insisting upon, each and every day. That is like dropping the same pebble into the same stream and creating the same effects, and nothing is transformed. It also brings up some fear. Your egoic mind will ask, what would happen if I let go of the definitions that I am familiar with? Here is the answer. Nothing will happen. Because in reality, these definitions have never truly limited your unlimited self from going on, creating and experiencing throughout all dimension. The only change that could be said to occur is that the little teeny ray of your beingness that is currently dancing through the experience of being a mind, body, in space and time will begin to throw open the doors and actually access cosmic awareness. If you want the experience of walking on this planet as an enlightened master, first come to understand the foundation upon which the way of transformation is based. Second, bring awareness to the definition of yourself that had been unconscious for you. And then deliberately redefine yourself as you enter into the field of your experience. Here is the nub. No one can make the decision for you. I have never enlightened anyone. I have never even so much as lifted them an inch. I have merely chosen to demonstrate unlimitedness for myself, and part of that experience was taking on the crucifixion, just so that I could learn how to overcome death. That was my choice, my pathway, my calling forth of experience. I can tell you that it's so much grander to be the body while being completely aware of your cosmic self. In the same moment, I must say to you, it is perfectly okay for you to perceive yourself as a limited ray of consciousness. Yes, there are certain results that follow, but still, you are completely free to continue in that field of experience for as long as you wish. Imagine one who goes to swim in the waters of a pool who has certain parameters. Each end may be 40 of your feet in length, and the sides may be 200 feet in length. It does not matter. There is still a certain volume of water, and that is the field of which you swim. The field of water is like the field of your consciousness. It is shaped by the boundaries that you choose to draw. The very same being could say, I am much too grand to swim in a pool. I believe I'll put the little body on an airplane and fly to the grand ocean to swim in the midst unbounded by a box. The experience of that swimming is much different. Your consciousness is exactly like that. All that you experience from the moment you awaken in the morning until the moment you awaken in the morning again, because there is no downtime. Everything you see, everything you experience, is the direct result of where and how you have drawn the lines on the blank canvas of consciousness, and you are free at any time to erase them and draw differently. Never say, then, that you have discovered something. Rather learn to say, I am experiencing the effects of certain lines I have drawn in the infinite field of my being, and they are perfectly okay. That is like taking a walk in the rain. Learn to enjoy it, from the place of unlimitedness within you, as a Christ would walk upon this earth and say, I choose to feel the rain upon the skin of this body. I feel the shiver of the flesh against the cold. What a delight it is. I am unlimited forever. This moment does not define me. It does not imprison me. I am free. I am free. Tomorrow I might move to some warmer climate where the sun shines and there are no clouds of rain. If so, I will enjoy the rays of the sunlight upon my skin and the sweat upon my brow. And I will notice what it feels like as it trickles down the skin. Not my skin, but the skin. And when I meet a friend, I will remind myself that our fields of mind are meeting in many dimensions. What will I choose to bring to that moment? Will I see myself as limited to the boundaries of the skin of the body? Will I only tell them of all my laments? Oh, my car had a flat tire, and then my mother called. She's unhappy because I forgot her birthday. And oh my goodness, I don't know how I am going to get through. Or am I going to meet them as the unlimited cosmic being that I am? Will I create the space in which I get to enjoy beaming love to them? Will I enjoy seeing what is occurring just around the edge of the third-dimensional experience that, of course, does go on? Hello, Fred, nice to see you. But around the corner, oh, Fred, you had an argument with your wife. Let me talk to you about that, without ever opening the physical mouth. Here is some love for you. You know the wisdom, you know the answer. Oh, a little cancer is beginning to form in the colon. I think I will send light to it. So how is the wife? How are the children? Oh, very good. And I continue beaming light into the cancer. Which experience do you prefer? The contracted awareness within two small squiggles on an infinite canvas of radiant light, or the radiant light itself, operating through very temporary and freely chosen squiggles called the body-mind? The way of transformation begins with you deciding what you are most committed to. It requires bringing awareness to every set of definitions you have adopted about the self and placed as an overlay upon it. It culminates in the transparency of the body-mind self, a little ray of light you think you are, so that even while you continue for a little while, it is permeated by the awareness of your cosmic being, and that becomes your identity. You, then, are Christ, playing in the world, unlimited, unfettered, unvictimized by anything. What arises, arises, and what passes away, passes away. And arising and passing away are exactly the same to you. Love comes, it is received. Love seems to be taken. So what? You bless the being that withdraws awareness from you, and you simply open to whomever comes into your consciousness. For you decide how you will be in a relationship with each moment. And you never discover something out there that is right. You simply create the structure of your experience. Whenever another says to you, well, I like to eat meat. I love it raw and bloody upon my plate. And you have been eating nothing but fruits and vegetables. There is no reason to say anything at all. Just smile, decide that you can beam them love. Not because they are doing something wrong, and if you love them they might change, but because their decision does not mean anything. It is just a description of how they are structuring their experience. If you identify with yourself as a pure vegetarian, you will never be able to prevent yourself from judging your brother or sister. And where judgment abides, you have created separation, and for a moment you lose the presence of love. Can you become selfish enough to learn to truly recognize that you are not influenced by anyone else's choice, and their choices do not say anything about your own? You are free to embrace your experience as being wholly self-created, out of perfect innocence and perfect playfulness. You have the free use of time to generate experience. Creating a transformation journal. Much has been given to you in this lesson. We would highly suggest for those committed to transformation that they go back and be very clear about what is being shared. Begin to create your own personal transformation journal. Let it be used for no other purpose. Take the journal and find a picture that represents for you the highest, the deepest, the most passionate, the most beautiful expression of love that you can imagine. Do not compare it to anyone else's. Just put it on the front of the journal. Buy a pen that will be used for no other reason than this. Find a place to place this journal so that nothing else occupies that space, whether it is on your altar or in your drawer by your bed. Find a place deliberately, out of the field of your Christedness, and say, this is the place. Then each time you begin a lesson, go through it carefully and write down the key points that are being shared. Decide what they will mean for you, and decide what steps you will take to incorporate them into your lived daily experience, even if that means they are not going to be incorporated at all. Take 100% responsibility for that decision and write it down in your journal. For example, I don't think I'm going to do that. I own it. I decide freely. That is the way it is. As you do this, by the time these lessons end, you will be surprised at what you have written in your journal. As you go through it lesson by lesson, also keep track of some of the things that you experience as you play with the practice that we give you. How are things changing? What experiences are you beginning to have as you explore the space just beyond the corners of your normal awareness? When you do the exercise we suggest at the beginning of these lessons, what images came? What thoughts did you notice? What colors did you see? Write them down, jot them down, have fun with it. For indeed in each lesson we will give you some very specific, though what may seem as very simple exercise, but they are designed to give you access to what is already occurring at all times, in a way that can foster and deepen your deliberate awareness of what is occurring at the time in your cosmic and unlimited self. The only transformation you can experience in space and time is the reaching down from the depth of the ocean into one teeny, temporary wave and readjusting the little foam drops on the tip of the wave you call the body-mind of yourself, so that it begins to be a transparent conduit for the awareness of the ocean itself. That is the game of awakening. It is actually the most delightful use of time you'll ever find. As you choose to do that, trust me, it will carry you beyond the world, not from denial, but simply because you have outgrown it. There are dimensions of experience awaiting you that are so much grander than the dimension of the body-mind. But the way that you get to them is by bringing full awareness to what you are choosing to experience in each and every moment. For example, experiencing the soap of the skin in the morning shower, wow, how amazing, or a raindrop upon the cheek, the shiver against the cold, the sound of a cat meowing, or the thought of a dog across the street, these things you call to yourself in this dimension. Do you not want to taste it all? Do you not want to wrap yourself around it all? Do you not want to remember that magic is around you? Out of that magic, the moment you are experiencing is being created from within your holy self. It has never been and will never be again. Mystery of all mysteries, dance of creation, reality of love. There is no higher state in the mind-body than to live as one who has been blown away and lives in that state perpetually. Then you are free and the world has no hold upon you. This lesson's message is a beginning for anyone who chooses to wrap his or her unlimited hands around it, but alas, we cannot shape the use of it for you. And if you do not like where you are, look no further than yourself. We await you. We will reach out for you in a million different ways across space and time into the space between your thoughts. Not just through the mechanisms of this course, but every time there is a little space open in your consciousness, we will indeed come and whisper. Beloved friend, come and play at a vaster level. It is all within you. Come and play. Come and play with God's children. You are free in this moment. You are as free as you will ever be right now. How then will you use time? What will you construct out of the infinite field of awareness? What world will you look upon? What thoughts will you think? What feelings will you invoke within the cells? Where will you direct the body to be placed on a daily basis? How will you deserve or how will you enter into relationship with each moment, whether touching a dial or touching a body? It really makes no difference. What will you bring to that experience? Is it Christ touching the shoulder of another, or is it just some limited, needy self? Who will you say that you are to this world? For what you decree is instantly. There is no way out of this responsibility. Stop fighting it, and birth Christ where once you thought something less than that was dwelt. Beloved friends, peace be unto you always, and always I am with you. I come to you not alone, but with many who have delighted in creating a resonance with me, and I with them, for no other reason than the power expands exponentially when minds join in love from a foundation of wholeness and not neediness. I do not need the one that you call my mother. She does not need me. But oh, how we delight in creating together that which extends the holy, the good and the beautiful without end. Will you come and play with us? Peace then be with you always, and as always, Amen. Lesson 14. The wise use of time. We trust that this moment finds you willing to be wholly where you are. We would trust, then, that in this moment you are willing to assume responsibility for the choices you have made. The choices that you have literally created the environments that you are experiencing in this moment. The chair in which you sit, the walls around you, the things that hang upon the wall, the individual with whom you find yourself in close proximity, the individual with whom you find yourself in a relationship, the individuals with whom you work, those with whom you play, and those with whom you share. And we would trust that this moment finds you, the holy child of God, at play in the kingdom of Christ. If not, if you are aware within yourself, well, that's not quite the perspective from which I was beginning my reading of this lesson. I thought I was going to sit down and listen to Christ. If there be some element, some touch of some trace within you of that perspective, then pause right now. As you do so, abide by yourself. Take several deep breaths if you wish. Go back to the 5-minute exercise of simply being the presence of Christ. For well do we perceive that many of you have already forgotten that that exercise exists. At the end of the 5 minutes, simply remind yourself that what is true always is always true. Only love is real. And what is real cannot be threatened by what does not truly exist. In each moment in which your perceptions are less than flowing from the remembrance of who you are, you have been in on reality. When you notice this, take the time and use it constructively by returning to the truth. Pause in your reading if you must. We will be going nowhere and return in 5 minutes. The way of transformation is simple, for the way of efforting one's way into the kingdom cannot flow from the guidance of the Holy Spirit. For where there is effort, there is a separate will called the ego that believes itself to be and would love to convince you of the small, powerless, and knows that it is pervaded by fear. Love requires no effort, only the little willingness necessary to allow it to flow from the depth of your being through you, that it might be extended throughout creation. Beloved friends, the way of transformation requires only that you extend to yourself the willingness necessary to put into practice using time differently. No, it does not mean that you have to quit your job and go live in a little hut on top of a mountain somewhere. You would not necessarily use time differently by doing so. It does require that you begin with a simple recognition that there can be no set of perceived circumstances that truly have the power to separate you from your God. No set of circumstances, no set of relationships, not the weather, not the amount of money that you are allowing yourself to receive for the expenditure of your time. There is nothing in the world that has the power to separate you from your God. You are the one who holds dominion over all things. What does this idea of dominion mean? It means that you are the one who is the source of the power that can choose how you will see what is around you, how you will perceive it, and what you will believe most about it. You are the one with the power to penetrate the illusory veil of the world and see the heart, the essence, the truth, the Christ child in everything, a blade of grass, the cry of a child, the barking of a dog, or the coming of the mail with the bills. Therefore, the way of transformation does not require you to change your circumstance. It merely requires that you change your attitude toward them by recognizing that they are harmless, by recognizing that you have called all things to yourself. There are many that would teach that you must sit around and ponder why you did this and why you did that. I say unto you, all that is required to begin is the willingness to accept that in the great mystery of consciousness, you are the power and the source for all that you think, all that you see, all that you feel, and all that you would be and do. You abide in that freedom constantly. The way of transformation, then, rests simply on that. How will I decide to use my time? Finding myself here in this moment, can I remember that I am free to see things differently? I am free to look lovingly upon the world. I do not need to wait for something outside of myself to create a stimulus that elicits a loving response. You do not need to wait for your mate to come and give you the hug that you want so much. You do not need to wait until your mother calls you on the phone and begs for your forgiveness for how cruel she treated you when you were growing up. You do not need to wait until the current president is no longer in the White House. You do not need to wait for the contest that comes in the mail to make you the winner that brings you millions of dollars. You do not need to wait for that to happen. Right now, you are the one that is free. But perhaps you have imprisoned yourself by waiting for love to show up outside of you to trigger a response within you, when you feel it or recognize it, so that finally you feel loving. Those that know aloneness are not limited in extending love, and those that know loneliness yet retain the power to make the decision to love. It can never be taken from you. Here's a simple exercise that we wish to give you. When next you find yourself alone and perhaps feeling just a little bit lonely, and you notice that the mind is spinning with thoughts and you're feeling perhaps just a little weak and out of sorts, pick up your telephone book, take 3 deep breaths, and with each breath say to yourself, "In reality, I remain as I am created to be. I am the holy child of God." Then merely open the phone book, place your hand on one of the pages with the many names and numbers, and just feel your way to a specific name and number. You will know the feeling, then for the fun of it, call that person. And when they answer the phone, merely say, "I'm not here to sell you anything. I just need about 15 seconds of your time. I know you've never met me, but I was just sitting in my chair remembering that the truth is true always. And I am calling to remind you that you are loved by God. You've never failed. You've never done anything wrong. You remain pure and innocent, even now. And I just wanted to give my blessing to you. Have a nice day. Goodbye." For you see, the world in which you live has but one purpose. It is the same purpose that all dimensions of creation have, to be the extension of the Father's love. For that is what creation is. And then to extend that love from the world, from the dimension. Each and every one of you has but one treasure, only one treasure. It is not your child. It is not your spouse. It is not the new car in the garage. Your treasure is your reality, as the unlimited, holy, and only begotten child of God. You are a field of consciousness through which the Father would extend himself. Your joy is found in extending your treasure. This means that if this is your only treasure, your greatest joy will be discovered as you cultivate within yourself the habits of mind, the habits of body, the habits of choice that begin to align what you think, what you see, and what you do with the truth that is true always. For your joy will be found as you recognize that you exist to extend your treasure. As you do so, you immediately add to your Father's treasure, whose only will is to extend that which he is forever, unbounded, unlimited, and God is but love. The grand thing about love is this: it does not require any set of conditions to exist before it does. How is this different than some of the things you experience in life? As a body, there are certain conditions that must exist before the body can be satiated with food or water. There must be certain conditions that are met before the body stops shivering against the cold. Your world is based on the topsy-turvy perception that conditions must be met before there can be a choice for peace instead of war, for forgiveness instead of judgment, for love instead of fear. Therefore you think, when the conditions outside of me change, then I'll make the choice for love. I have often said that the world is merely the reflection of the insane choice to deny love and to be devoted to fear. The world is diametrically opposed to the truth of the kingdom. The world is the opposite of reality. The way of transformation rests on the complete reversal of the thought system you have learned in the world. But that thought system is not merely the practice of new ideas, repeated ad nauseum in the mind. The reversal of thought must permeate the entire field of the body-mind, which is nothing more than the field of your consciousness, so that you know that change has occurred. So when you are any set of circumstances that once seemed to elicit judgment or fear, anger, hurt, sadness, you recognize, my goodness, my whole body feels different. I just feel like being loving. I feel totally safe. What's the big deal here? Oh, I remember when these kinds of circumstances would have elicited sadness or hurt or anger or fear. And now I just think it's a beautiful place to be, because here I can extend the love of Christ. Wow, what a joy, what a treasure. Thank God I have this moment in which I can be the blessing that blesses this world. What is the world, if not each moment of relationship in which you find yourself? Beloved friends, the use of time is pivotal. The use of time determines, at all levels, what you will experience in your tomorrow. Long after the body ceases to be the teaching and learning device that you are most attached to, long after the body dies, you will indeed be continually stepping into your tomorrow. For you are that sunbeam sent forth from the sun, from the mind of God, and that light never stops traveling. To use a spatial term, you will never cease to create. You will never cease to experience. The only choice you ever have is this: will I assume responsibility for doing whatever I must do to eradicate every misperception, every obstacle to the presence of love, every limited belief I have ever learned about anyone or anything, especially about myself? When will I choose to assume responsibility for cultivating that perfect remembrance that I and my Father are one, so that I can perceive the real world, the reality that shines through everything? That is the reality that is present in the very material that makes up the chair in which you are sitting. The reality literally pervades the body that you think is so dense and hard, or perhaps, if you haven't been exercising, it is also a little soft. The point is, there is nothing that you see that is not pervaded by the perfect radiance of God's holy presence. Nothing. A stone, a leaf, a piece of paper blown by the wind, even the shouting of fear and anger from anyone, yet contains within it, if you would receive it, the perfect love of God. For your Father does not ever recoil or withdraw from the unlimited and perfect extension of himself, and God is but love. If you did not abide wholly in that love in this moment, you would immediately cease to exist. I do not just mean die, I mean literally cease to exist. There would be no trace of thought or memory in any mind of you. It is only because love is that you are. This is why I once said, "Of myself I can do nothing, but my Father through me does these things." I did not say, "I learned these of my Father, and now I will be the maker and doer." I acknowledged my complete helplessness, my complete dependency. I eradicated any perception that I was a self, separate from God. I stopped giving authority to the tiny little gnat shouting out the vastness of space. My will be done. As you sit in your chair in this moment, hopefully with your transformation journal in your lap and the pen that you have purchased for only this purpose, remember this. You are wholly dependent at all times on the pervasive reality of love, which has given you existence out of its desire to extend its treasure, joy. This is the reality of who you are in this moment. You are as the wave that has arisen from the ocean of God's perfect and holy love. You could not for a moment be cut off from it. Yes, tomorrow things will change. Yes, there will be a point when the body breaks down and dies. Yes, there will be a moment in which all you see before you will no longer be there. For all things that arise in time end in time. That is the way it is. Yet you are free to cultivate the ability to perceive the real world, to see, to know, to feel, to taste, to be, to extend that which is real. Only love meets that definition. An exercise to develop your awareness. Therefore, again, by way of another exercise, take just a moment and look around you. What is the first thing that your eye sees? Be with it. Do not be so fast to judge it as a candle or a flower or a picture. Simply be with it. Let the body relax. Stop thinking so much. What is this thing? Do you truly know what it is or what it is for? You describe it. You name it as an atom once did the animals in the story of the Garden of Eden. The human mind believes that once it is named or defined a thing, it therefore knows it. It is called the smugness of egoic knowledge. But do you truly know what that thing is? Do you recognize what has come about to even bring it into existence? How many minds had to have been involved in bringing forth that creation? What are the materials it is made of? Where did the materials come from? What plant, what rock, what metal has been discovered and extracted from the body of the earth to become that shape? How on earth did that happen? Where did the very molecules of atoms come from? What is that thing that I am looking at? Can you find a place in which you merely rest in awe and recognize your complete ignorance? You did not make that thing. You cannot find the moment in which that thing first began to arise as a thought in someone's mind. You are completely unaware of the moment of the birthing of that substance from which that object has been created. Look at it then with awe, and recognize that it has come forth from the same place as you. Mystery, utter sheer mystery. Do you not then feel an affinity with it? Are you not then in a relationship with it? Can you not then begin to sense the sacredness in which that relationship abides? For mystery is sacred, and it transcends even the greatest of minds. The greatest of philosophers cannot comprehend the field of mystery in which all relationships arise. Now, looking upon that object, whatever it is, recognize that you have called it into relationship with yourself. Ponder for a moment and ask yourself, out of what vibration of consciousness did I first call this object to me? You might remember purchasing it in a store. See if you can discover the very first moment in your memory, in your consciousness, in which this object came into the field of your awareness. What was going on? What were you thinking, or were you thinking at all? What motivated you to bring it into the field of your home? If you are at a friend's house, the question remains the same. What motivated you to be where you are right now? What choices are you making with consciousness? Now again, we would suggest that you pause in your reading and spend about 5 minutes repeating this exercise with several objects or things that you see in the room around you. Do not forget that you might even include your kneecap or your hand, a ring on your finger, the socks on your feet. Enjoy this exercise. But remember, do not press the brain. That is, do not think so hard. Relax the body. Sit in a chair as though you were Christ and just look, and go through the kinds of questions we have given unto you, and then we will continue. How did that go? Beloved friends, this exercise is very, very similar to one I was always given by the Essene teachers when I was fairly young. I would spend hours, not just 5 minutes, but literally hours doing this exercise. I would do it in my father's house. I would do it in the synagogues. I would do it in the streets of the villages. My favorite time and place to do this was just at dusk, as the sun would begin to set. As it did so, I observed the colors and felt the changes in the temperature of the air upon my skin. As I looked at the breeze dancing across the grass, as I heard the song of the bird, I would do these things, just as I asked you to be with the objects in your room. Hours would go by as I would sit and try and look at each and every star in the sky, asking myself the same question. Can I discover the source of this, what I am seeing? Where did it come from? How could it be? What has brought this forth? As I began to sense that I was calling these things into my experience, I began to discern what brought me true joy. Not just a moment of pleasure or satisfaction or a sense of security, but that which elicited true joy. I discovered that what always brought joy was when I was willing to surrender into the awe of mystery, to penetrate the thoughts, perceptions, attitudes, and definitions that the world had taught me. To look at a plate and not just see a plate, but to see mystery unfolding before me. To sit and look at a star. To sit and look at a sacred text. To sit and look at one diseased who sits at the side of the road covered with dust, and to see no difference. To see them all pervaded by the same mystery, the presence of my Father's love. I began to sense that the love pervaded me, that the very body-mind that I thought had been me, Jeshua ben Joseph, was arising out of the mystery, out of the mystery that I did not create myself. I finally came to realize that even I was a mystery with which I was in a relationship. I decided to be in a relationship with my own self, what we refer to as the body-mind, that peculiar sense of awareness in which you say, I am. I decided to be in relationship with the totality of myself, mind, spirit, soul, body, with the same sense of awe and mystery that I felt when I looked upon the farthest of stars deep into the night on a quiet hillside. And that changed everything. I gave up my new self-definition. I did not see myself as a carpenter's son. I did not see myself as a Jew. I no longer saw myself as a student of the Essenes. I came to see myself as the mysterious extension of something beyond my comprehension. I saw myself as a sunbeam to the sun. I saw myself as the very mystery of God's presence being unfolded in the realm of manifestation. I saw that all that I thought, even down to the body, was temporary. I saw that whatever it was that was birthing me was eternal, an ongoing foreverness. And that if I could just rest in that, if I could abide with that, if I could return to that, even prior to every breath, that I could tap into the very power of creation itself, and get out of the way, and get out of the way, and get out of the way, and keep diving deeper into mystery upon mystery upon mystery. I never let my mind rest from that day. I never once decided I was done. I never defended a single perception that I held about anyone or anything. And by using time wisely, I cultivated over time the willingness and the ability to seek first the kingdom, even to the point where I was doing it prior to every word spoken, every gesture made with the body. Father, I rest in you. What would you live through me in this moment? Let me witness it. Let me feel it. Let me taste it. Let me ever deeper into your mystery. I want all of you. And if I might make a confession, that has never ended. I am still saying, Father, I want all of you. The way of transformation is the willingness to use time differently. There must come a point in the journey of each individual in which the head bows and the thought emerges. I want only God, and I no longer care what it takes, what is required. I submit to the mystery's force that is life, asking only that I be transformed into the perfect field of awareness, through which love flows without obstruction. What you will discover in the end is that the only obstruction is fear, and some expression of it. Each time you begin to set aside fear and choose to bless the world from the perfect holiness of your union with God, each time you dare to be so arrogant in the eyes of the world as to be the presence of Christ, each time you relax the mind and the body and recognize, of myself I do nothing. Something is living me, and it is that which I surrender. You will cultivate a way of being in the world that is not here. That is, it is not within the perceptible mode that makes up the world. You will be different. You will look the same, but you will not be the you that the world has known. You will speak as you've always spoken. You will know your social security number. However, there will be a definite sense that you live, yet not you, but that one is living you. Somehow, inextricably, unexplainably, you are being allowed to be the field of awareness that gets to witness life living as you. And you will know that it is sacred. You will know that it is beautiful. You will know that right now, wherever you are in this moment, you are the embodiment and the expression of mystery. Love forever extending itself, you are the very joy of God. And you will continue to be so throughout all of existence. There will never be a time when you will cease to be. But by choosing to surrender defense of the perceptions you have come to identify as you, by choosing to release the grip on the fear you believe are justified, and the judgments that you believe are true, as you surrender your grip on the world you have made, creation will flow through you. Of myself I do nothing. I merely witness the flow of love through me. I use time wisely to cultivate perfect remembrance of the real world. Time and space do not imprison me. This body is not me. I use it as a tool to fashion and shape that which in this world can extend love into any moment. As we come to the end of our second adventure into the way of transformation, notice what thoughts, what pictures, what items you have chosen to write into your journal. Notice the feeling that are occurring in the body even now. Notice the thoughts, the pictures, and the images that you may hear echoing throughout the field of the mind. You abide nowhere but in the infinitude of God's presence. Mastery comes when finally you choose to release all attachment of fear, and in perfect surrender, you release the dream of the dreamer itself, and allow the mystery of life to live you without obstruction, without fear, in perfect knowledge that I and my Father are one. There is nothing I have to do to get God. There are only some things to be released, so that God can get me. Beloved friends, heed well what was shared, at times in a very subtle way in this lesson. We would highly suggest that you read this lesson several times in different environments, at different times, perhaps at 3 a.m, perhaps at midnight. And when your spring comes to warm the earth again, take the time to find a small hill where you can gaze at the stars, and perhaps abide with them differently. Review this lesson when you are feeling harried or stressed. Look at all the different sets of circumstances that you have believed have the power to limit your choice or distract your energy. Read this lesson in those circumstances when you are sad, when you are lonely, when you are bothered. When the room is filled with too many friends, take it and read it sitting on a park bench, or on the benches in the great malls where the many beings come to worship their god of stuff and exchange their golden coins for shopping. Shop instead for a new quality of awareness, a new way of being, that which penetrates what you believe are seen, and reveals to you the perfect harmony of the kingdom, the presence of the love of God. No one will ever make this journey for you. No one you see or no one with whom you live will ever make the journey to God for you. So get clear about your priorities and seek first the kingdom. Above all, know that you are not alone. We are indeed with you always. I love you. Peace, then, be unto you always. Amen. Lesson 15. Love or fear, the choice is yours. We come forth with great joy to abide with you, to share our love for you, in celebration that we are but one mind and one heart. For those who choose to release all illusion and journey to the heart of God, there can only be oneness, brotherhood, sisterhood eternally. And there can only be one purpose and one goal. There can only be Christ expressing the mind of God. Therefore, indeed, it is with great joy that we come forth to abide with you in this lesson. We would ask you to set aside the roar and din of the world and to simply hold a thought in mind for just the briefest of moments, that right now you need not be concerned for anything. The world you have dreamt into being, simply to experience it, can be placed upon a shelf, that in this now there is simply this experience. Focus on your willingness to prepare a place for us and to hear subtle vibrations, translated as thoughts, into the words on the page that can direct the heart toward the soul, that can direct the soul toward the spirit, and that can direct the spirit into awakening fully as the presence of the thought of love and form. For this is what you are made to be, and this is what you are eternally, regardless of the vibrations of thoughts that you allow to make a home in your mind temporarily. You have a term in your legal system called temporary insanity. The lawyer said, "My client is not guilty. It was just temporary insanity." Rest assured that is exactly how it is in the cosmic dimension of your being. Your Father knows that given perfectly free will, you have elected at times to be temporarily insane. Knowing this, no judgment has been passed, and you have never been made wrong by your Creator. You have never failed to create and attract precisely those most beautiful lessons that have triggered for you what you need most to learn, what you most need to feel. In each moment you exist in exquisite perfection of your own making and your own collaboration with one another. You, therefore, my beloved friends, are already as I am. We merely work together to restore to your mind what God has placed there since before the beginning of time. We work together in joy and in innocence and in perfect simplicity, to recall, to remember what is true always. And then we work together to explore the expansion of that truth beyond the boundaries of every fearful thought, beyond the limitations of every egoic perception, beyond even the body itself, which can be only a temporary communication device usable only within the very thin slice of creation that you call the physical world. Beloved friends, the way of transformation does indeed require your commitment. Where you feel that your commitment has wavered, when you become aware of it, simply choose anew. And the end of the journey must be perfectly certain. For as you have created your journey away from God in your imagination, so too do you imagine, or bring into the form of images, the very pathway that returns you to your true reality. We now embark on the next lesson and study period, in which you have the choice to become fully committed to heeding every word, to letting the vibration brought forth by the word settle ever more deeply into the nervous system of the body, as it settles likewise into the depth of your mind and your heart. Therefore fear not, for you are the creator of your journey home. You are the creator of all that you perceive. You are the one given the infinite power of the mind of God to see through the eyes of love, to rest in perfect safety, and to embrace all that comes to you in the simple reality that you have called it to you, as a challenge perhaps, but always as an opportunity to expand your commitment to love. And where love is chosen so that you want nothing else, you will see nothing else but a lovely world, infinite in dimension, sparkling in clarity, radiant in beauty. You will look upon it and say, "Behold, it is very good." A meditation to attune to the will and love of God. In this lesson, we wish to introduce a methodology for what you might call meditation. It is a form of communion or meditation that was initially and essentially taught by me to several of my friends, what you know as disciples, one of which carried this specific form of teaching and preserved it. Now, it did not originate with me. I merely refined it. For I, like you, was once a student of the ways of seeking God, and I dove deep into the nature of consciousness and mind itself, and discovered how to attune the mind, the emotions, and even the nervous system of the body to resonate with the perfect will and love of God. To begin to prepare a place for that teaching, for the next 30 days, return to the practice of abiding as Christ for at least 5 minutes. Then, as that 5-minute practice period is completed, allow the eyes to close. Become aware of the simple movement of your own breathing, and simply hold the thought, "I allow this breath to move more deeply and slowly." Then, as you are beginning to feel that sense of relaxation ever more deeply, hold the thought, "As Christ, in perfect safety, I release all tension. As Christ, in perfect safety, I dissolve my mind in the perfect peace of God." Then merely continue in this manner. As the breath comes to fill the body, gently merely say, "I accept." And as the breath leaves the body, gently say within the mind, "The love of God." And again, as the breath enters the body, "I accept." And as it leaves the body, "The love of God." Continue in this manner for about 5 minutes, regardless of what the egoic mind says to you, and it will kick up a bit of a storm. Simply return to this simple practice. At the end of about 5 minutes, let the prayer that you have been offering change from words to energy. You might perceive it as a golden white light. You might feel it as a gentle flow of relaxation. Whatever works for you is fine. Continue gently to breathe that quality or that color in yourself with each breath. And with each letting go of the breath, imagine and feel that energy moving throughout the course of the body, as though it were extending like a gentle breeze beyond the boundaries of the body. Again, if the egoic consciousness kicks up its heels and you start thinking of all the multitude of things you ought to be doing, simply return to the prayer. For all prayer is nothing more than a choice to abide, to contemplate, and to rest in communion beyond egoic thought. After about another 5 minutes, then say within the mind, "As Christ, I have celebrated in this manner the truth of who I am, and I bring peace to the world this day." Allow this practice period to occur in the morning of your day, and then again in the evening of your day. The only change would be in the final phrasing for the evening. Say simply, "This day I have brought peace to the world and offered it to my companions." That should be clear enough and simple enough for you to begin. You may choose to refer back to the words of this meditation and use it as a guide for a period of time, until it seems more comfortable for you to do on your own. Those that embark on this simple process will be well prepared for what is to come in the lessons that follow. The only energy that can separate you from the kingdom. Beloved friends, the world that you look upon is not real. It has never been real. It will never be real. But it is a creation that can be impregnated with the perfect love of God. Remember always that there is only love or fear. What is not love can only be fear and is never justified. The world that you have made is thoroughly harmless. The world that you experience, which is the world that you have made in conjunction with others in any given moment, offers to you the opportunity to choose to impregnate it with love, or to allow it to reflect to you your fearful thoughts. You are not limited at any time, and in you all power under heaven and earth is given. You have a phrase in your world, "There is nothing to fear but fear itself." That is 98% accurate. Fear is the only energy that can separate you from the kingdom, and fear is never justified in any moment. The final 2% would be to say, "There is nothing to fear," since fear is only a temporary insanity, and your right-mindedness is but a choice away. Therefore, begin to look upon each situation, each moment or minute of your life as a very separate scene in a movie. It has its certain set, its certain characters, it has a beginning and an end. Although you are eternal, the things of time are not, and all things birthed in time will end in time. Therefore, will you use the moment birthed in time to bring what is eternal to it? Or will you continue to believe that yet within you there is no possible power to choose love over fear? Look around you. What do your eyes show you? Would you bless it or curse it? What would you teach yourself and therefore make true for you? The message of this lesson is being given slowly, deliberately, and carefully, for we want you to make no mistake in what is being shared, both in terms of practice and in theory. Theory is important in your world, for it is only through theory that the mind, the little part of you that is arrogant, will decide whether to value what the theory offers. And when you have placed value upon what the theory offers to you, you are then willing to embark on the practice it requires. I hope this makes sense to you. Therefore, in this lesson, we are choosing to speak with you more rationally than emotionally. We would ask you to consider this. Have you suffered enough? Have you kept yourself small long enough? Have you tasted limitation deeply enough to know what you want these things no longer? Would you be willing to patiently choose a dissolving of your illusions? For on just the other side of each illusion is the freedom and peace that you seek. In any moment, you can tell quite clearly what you are most committed to. If the body is tight and uncomfortable, if you must speak with a louder voice, if your words come more quickly, if the brow is furrowed and the jaw tense, rest assured, you have chosen to be devoted to fear. You are like one who carries a magic wand filled with such power that you could merely wave it upon the face of the earth and extend the kingdom of heaven to every heart and every mind. What then can prevent the expression of such power? The fear you have made to replace the reality of love. As you look upon each segment, each scene, and each minute in your movie, begin to cultivate the deliberate practice of recognizing that you are in a field of energy that is your perfect servant. Within that moment, you are the one with the power to make that moment be whatever you wish it to be. It can be filled with Christ consciousness, or it can be filled with temporary insanity. The choice is always yours. And never ever has there been such a thing as a victim. Therefore, as you enter into any one of your minutes, ask yourself, what is this moment for? What do I decree this moment to be? What do I most want to learn by teaching it? To teach is to demonstrate. To demonstrate is to express what you have decided will hold the greatest value for you. Whenever you judge another, you are decreeing that the thing of greatest value is separation, since judgment always causes contraction, and therefore separation from another. When you practice forgiveness, you are decreeing that what you value is joining in holy and peace-filled relationships. Remember that forgiveness has nothing at all to do with saying to another, "I can see that you have sinned, but I forgive you your faults." No. Forgiveness is the recognition that nothing has been done to you that you would prefer to see the face of Christ in the one in front of you. Let me give you an example related to Easter. Easter celebrates resurrection. It has been made to celebrate my resurrection, but this has only served to turn your attention from the specialness into the sense of your uniqueness, the specialness of your existence, your reality, and placed your attention on mine and on me, as though Christ is something merely historical, as if I am special in the eyes of our God. Accepting the resurrection for yourself. Upon this Easter, or whenever you read this, recognize that you have the power to celebrate and accept your resurrection as a living Christ by seeing beyond the boundaries of death, loss, fear, hurt, anger, projection, and the perception upon which projection rests. You are the one who has been reborn when you choose to remember only loving thoughts. What then is the veil that seems to make it so difficult? It can be only this, that you have accepted into your mind at some level that the world you see is real, and that it holds the power to dictate you whether you feel peace or disturbance, love or judgment. This is always an illusion. My question for you is, would you be willing to surrender your illusion in order to remember the peace of God? The question is whether or not you will accept the atonement for yourself, the resurrection for yourself, and be determined to walk this earth as one who has arisen. What does that mean? It means that you have chosen to awaken from the uselessness of separation, the uselessness of victimhood, and the uselessness of weakness, and you have chosen to accept the empowerment of being responsible for this dimension of creation, the empowerment of deciding to walk the earth as the arisen Christ. You have chosen to take the message of an historical event that did occur in time, for if it did not, someone has managed to fool me, and to assimilate it as a symbol of your own life. For you have well been crucified by your own thoughts, and by your own thoughts you have brought your persecutors to you, who have nailed you to a cross 1,000,000 times, so that you could be confronted with the opportunity to look upon a lovely world by seeing only through the eyes of love. Think then for a moment and imagine that you are nailed upon a cross. You are stuck between the vertical axis of eternity and the horizontal axis of time in the body. Imagine that you lift your head, upon which you have placed a crown of thorns. What does that represent? It represents the field of the mind as it operates and expresses through the body, through the brain. Those thorns represent your fearful thoughts, your judgmental thoughts, your limited thoughts that press and poke upon your own energy field and give you quite a cosmic headache and draw blood. That is, it releases the life force from you, the power from you, as it drains down your auric field. You dissipate yourself, much like a balloon with a slow leak dissipates the power that makes it a balloon. A crown of thorns symbolizes the effect of the thoughts you insist upon when you rest in judgment or anger, hurt or fear. That is, when you choose to deny love. The nails merely represent that which would hold you stuck in a dimension, the horizontal dimension of the body and of time, which would nail your feet to the world. Down to earth, they call it. Yet above you, the crown of your head is open heavenward, and you are free to receive the love of God, to choose only loving thoughts, to look gently upon everyone and every event, seeing only perfect innocence. So imagine now that you lift your head and you realize, the blood is dripping from my brow by my own hand. The crown of thorns was placed upon me by those who came to serve me, to shock me into the remembrance that I have allowed myself at time to have thoughts of negativity, limitation, and fear. No wonder I have had such a headache. You look to the left and to the right, and you see your wrist bound to the horizontal plane by a nail, a hard piece of iron, cold and thoughtless. How many times have you bound yourself to the things of time through your own thoughtlessness, your own coldness? You turn to look down at your feet. They are crossed over, resting gently upon a small wooden slab, with a nail through them, as though the world were saying, "Don't you dare try to rise above your level of consciousness. How dare you mirror to us the truth of our being by always being so sickeningly lovingly?" The world will seek to nail you down to earth by insisting that you think with it. For remember always that the world, not the earth, but the world of human experience, is the attempt to create that which is opposite of reality, like many who would gather together to make a drug and think that their insanity is the same as the bliss and ecstasy of union with God. Yet they would not dare drive an automobile, cannot think in a coherent thought, and do not even remember where they are. Now you turn your eyes from the roar and the din of the world. You see the soldiers, your persecutors, totally unconscious, totally conformed to the authority of the world, so that they have donned the armor, the headpiece, the footwear, and carry the spears of a God made as a substitute for love. You look out upon the fearful crowd. You see some friends who still see your soul, your Christ-mindedness, and continue to love you. Yet even they are veiled by their belief that death and loss are possible, so you are completely alone. No one is going to save you. No one is going to rescue you. It is between you and your God. It is a decision that you must make, to be determined to choose only what is real, regardless of what the eye seems to show you, and what every mind around you seems to believe, even those who profess belief in their message of love. For they look upon the body and an old belief takes hold. The body is what is real. After all, look at this. It is nailed to a cross. This is limitation. This proves that the world's thinking is true. And so you must lift your eyes from the world that you think you see and choose to accept reality. Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. There is nothing more than the choice for sanity in the midst of all conditions, the choice for what is eternal in the field of what is temporal, the choice for what is unlimited in the field of what seems to be limitation, the choice for sanity in the field of what seems to be pervaded by insanity, the choice to remember only thoughts born in love. Then your eyes look down again, and something has changed. You are at peace. You recognize that you are above the world. You are above the crowd, and a gentle sweetness begins to pervade your entire beingness. All pain and suffering is forgotten. The nails can hold you no longer. The world cannot keep you down in its insanity. The eyes of the body close, and as they close, the world they have shown you recedes, and the real world appears. And you rest in the perfect remembrance that you are one with God. Your attention drifts away from insanity. Yet you are truly aware that you can still see your friends. You see the soldiers, you see the tears, the tumult. You see some who are merely standing quietly. And you bless them and release them to have the perception that they would choose. For you have come to love yourself so much that they will accept only what is real. It is finished. The resurrection now begins. Easter is your birthday. Easter is a time to celebrate that the crown of thorns has been removed because you have chosen to think only loving thoughts, and that you have remembered the power given unto you through which you transcend the awful, dreaded, and suffering-filled experience born of fear. For in love there is only peace. In love there is only the infinitude of pure spirit. In love is Christ restored to your consciousness. In love are you returned. Easter is for you and not for me. Therefore set aside your images and your practices of me. Make no pilgrimage to me. Make a pilgrimage to the heart of yourself by looking upon all that you see this day and seeing its beauty, its harmlessness, and by knowing that you are looking out through the eyes of the arisen Christ. You are the one who, with me, has overcome the world. What there can be left to do but to celebrate with your brothers and sisters? What can there be left to do but to laugh, to sing, to play, and to remember in quiet devotion the love your Creator has always had for you? You can choose only between love and fear. In love you are resurrected. In fear you are crucified. What then will be your choice in this lesson in which death offers you eternal life? We would ask that you read this lesson many times, for here alone do you find the magic doorway set before you always. The only choice that matters is before you now, as it is always. Love or fear, resurrection or crucifixion, joy or suffering, unlimitedness or smallness. The choice is always yours. And like me, upon a cross so long ago, no one can make the decision for you. No one causes your perception. They flow from your choice for crucifixion or resurrection. I know where I would choose to have you join me. Know then that I love you always, in the way that you will allow, and to the depth that you will accept. Choose then with me, and you are free. Peace, beloved friends, peace to the only begotten of God, the resurrected Christ, or the crucified body and the egoic mind. Amen. Lesson 16. The Birth of Egoic Consciousness. Beloved and holy friends, it is a joy to communicate with you the way of transformation. Within the word transformation, there is great wisdom. Transformation requires that there be that which abides in form, and you are that. You are spirit. You are that which has come forth as a ray of light from the mind of God, as a sunbeam to the sun. In that formless beginning, you are consciousness itself. You are intelligence itself. You are bliss. You are radiance. You are compassion. You are the potential for endless creativity. You are God itself. Now that is the first time that we have been quite so bold. It is the first time that we have decided you as that which is God. This can only mean that what you are in your essence, in your essential being, is God himself. The first level of creation, pure spirit. The first level of creation is when that which we call God or Abba first began the indescribable, the unexplainable mystery of birthing himself forth out of the eternal matrix of his being. That first level of creation was pure spirit, a subtle, subtle movement in which a gentle sunbeam begins to emerge from the sun or ray of light soundlessly begins to emanate from light itself. In pure spirit, you are unbounded, you are without form, but you are not without consciousness, you are not without self-awareness. In spirit there is only self, not self and other, not self apart from form, but simply self, radiant, shimmering, unbounded, alone, yet not lonely, rather filled with self, filled with God, filled with love. This first level of creation never changes. It is as God itself. For the sunbeam is as the sun, the ray of light as the light. A momentum, though, has begun, a momentum extending from the pure potentiality of all that God is. For love seeks only to extend itself. Extension is an activity. It is a movement. And for then to be extension, there must necessarily have been created what you call space. But even at this level of creation, the space of which you speak is not quite what you would perceive in your mind, as you think of that which contains the planets whirling around your sun. Rather, it was more like a mathematical concept. It was the idea of space, in which extension could occur. There were not yet planets and suns. There was not yet a single atom or molecule of matter. There was pure thought, pure love, pure being, beginning to entertain. And I emphasize that word for a certain reason. The idea of pure space, pure extension, unlimited, unbounded forever. There was pure spirit. That is what you are, now and forever. Spirit does not change. There is that which in you, right here and right now, even as you read these words, even as you perceive yourself as a body sitting in a chair, beyond all that which you see with your physical eyes, all that you are aware of as and within the body, beyond the activity of the surface level of the mind, in which there is the firing of the neurons in the brain almost without ceasing, so that the mind seems to never be without images and thoughts, is spirit. Far beyond this planet, and yet right where this planet abides, far beyond this universe, and right where this universe abides, far beyond all dimensions, the infinite dimensions of creation, yet right where these infinite dimensions exist, spirit is. Here is found what I have often referred to as the real world. Here peace abides eternally, with perfect consistency, and without interruption. Here is the living reality, which has been reflected in the sentence, I and my Father are one. In other words, when consciousness transcends its perception of itself as being only conditional existence, being only the forms of existence, such as the body-mind, the particular sense of self, as separate from all other selves, the blades of grass, the cloud in the sky, the rock upon the ground, when consciousness transcends this sense of itself, it abides not in a thinking relationship. It does not observe spirit as something else and then say, oh, that's what I am. Great. Rather, there is a living sense in which consciousness as such and as self rests in the self and simply knows. For only knowledge is immediate and not mediated by any concept, form, or experience. In such a moment, and it takes only a moment, there is immediate awakening to the reality of the real world. In some form, and notice I said in some form, consciousness then dances back into the extension of spirit, into the extension of reality, into creativity, into creation. In the human form it can say, I and my Father are one. There are many such statements within the human family that have been uttered to express that awakening, that reality. The creation of the soul. Now in this ceaseless movement from that which never moves, as the ray of light emerges from light divine, unbounded, eternal, unobstructed, in the very desire to be creative, to extend creativity ceaselessly, and this is what creation is. Spirit begins to condense or descend. These are both very spatial terms. Again, we are now using language that finds its source on your side of the fence, that is, on the side of the fence of phenomenal existence, not on the side of the fence of spirit where language is hardly required. Spirit continues its dance as the one mind, God, entertains the extension of creation, and Spirit begins to condense into something that has not yet ever occurred. The thought, and again, we are still operating in a level of pure thought, pure potentiality. There is not yet the deep darkness of the space of your universe, or of any dimensions whatsoever, begins to condense into a thought of individuation. Perhaps you have seen in your television commercials when the milk is poured into the glass in slow motion. As the milk hits the glass, it begins to move back up the sides as the cup begins to fill. At the last moment, when the carton is tilted back and the pouring is stopped, the motion that has been started creates the phenomena of a circular drop of milk, which arises and for a very temporary moment seems to become separated from the body of milk in the glass itself. It emerges, and in a split second, you, who are watching the screen, have the awareness of an individuated drop of milk that seems to exist completely independent of the body of milk itself. Then, in the next moment, it drops back into the body of milk, and you lose awareness of it as a separate thing, a separate drop of milk. But it is still milk. From your place of perception, it merely looked as though it had separate existence. Now, that is an analogy, of course, since the soul is not made of milk, but it does create a picture for you of what occurs when the body of spirit continues in its entertainment of creativity, out of which emerges what we have called soul, the first subtle inception of the thought of individuation, of that which is an individuated expression of the fullness of spirit, which is light, which is God. Why? All for the joy of extending creation, that the one might be aware of itself in an endless variety of form. This is where it begins, the delight of creation. That is what you are. In pure soul, there is still only pure potentiality. There has not yet been what you would know as experience. There is, however, the first subtle awareness of the one self being aware of itself. Separation is birthed. As soul continues the extension of light, of pure creativity, it condenses. It descends to the next level. Again, since we are using language from your side of the fence, there are not many other ways to speak of this. The soul descends or condenses and begins to create a deeper awareness of itself as an individual thing. Now its awareness of itself as spirit is taking on a new coloration, a new vibration. It is becoming very close to what many of you have experienced in your own meditation and prayer, or the time you heard a child cry, or you walked through a forest at dawn, when your egoic mind was temporarily transcended, and you had a sense of your oneness with God, and yet still felt other than God, creature and creator, son and father, united, yet somehow different. Here is where the separation can be said to have occurred, for it is here, in the first level of pure potentiality of this unique thought, that which intelligence is, that which love is, that which light is. I have referred to this in A Course of Miracles as mind, which is not merely the prattling that goes on in the human brain that you refer to as thinking. Mind is much vaster than that. It is here in the first level of subtle perception of the self as an individuated matrix of awareness, that this awareness of itself, and yet the self or God, is somehow something different than what the soul perceives itself to be. Here is where the first, unique thought of separation is birthed. At this very subtle point, long before the planets of your universe arose, long before the multidimensionality of creation came into being, here you are. Here there is but one soul, a unique expression of one pure spirit, itself the unique expression of that one who eternally is. Here creativity gives rise to the power of thought. It is from the field of thought, pure thought, that creation will now begin to spring immediately into being. Here at this subtle level, the drop of milk has seemingly separated itself, and now feels awareness of itself as separate from the body of milk. And for a moment, for just a moment, there is pure joy, because it is still the one doing it, out of entertainment, out of pure play, out of the sheer exuberance of extending itself and its infinite power, ceaselessly and without limitation. For you see, if God, who becomes you, held the thought, I certainly can't separate myself from myself, that would be a limitation. So the one creates a drop of itself, along with the perception that it perceives itself as separate from something that is now, for the first time, other. Here is the germination, the seed planted for egoic consciousness. But that is still a little further along in the story. As the first thought of separation is dreamt, a new energy is born, that which has been pure joy, That which has been pure freedom, pure safety, now changes form slightly. You could say a drop of milk within the drop of milk seems to separate and take on its own energy. And that we have called fear. Here is born not extension, but contraction, or the experience of contraction as fear emerges in awareness. Now the river begins to cascade very, very quickly out of fear, out of the first inception of the thought. I am alone. I am separate from my Creator. Yet in reality it is the Creator perceiving the Creator, and creating the perception that God is separate from God. With that thought, an explosion occurs, very like what your scientists have called the Big Bang. They do not know how close they are. They merely need to make the shift to seeing that the Big Bang occurred in consciousness itself, not out of pure matter. In the Big Bang of consciousness, suddenly imagine that drop of milk exploding in space, which comes into being with the thought of separation, and becoming an infinite array or number of points, little droplets of milk, little droplets of consciousness, little sparks of divinity, little particles of light. To use yet another analogy from your realm of science, the wave of light has now become particles of light. When and why, who can say? Only that one who is doing the birthing of itself knows, and you are that one. As these particles of light are now spread out through the infinite reaches of the pure potentiality of Spirit, which is light, which is God, each particle possesses the exact same potential. In fact, you could not find any difference between the points of light whatsoever, none. If you were to measure them, they would be the same size, although they have no size. If you measured their frequency or vibration, they would all be the same, identical point of light that seem to have now taken existence in different points of space. That is, there is a sense that while they are identical in quality and substance, there is a slight difference in the space that each one occupies, as though you took two identical pencils and put one on the left side of the table and one on the right. Still made of the same substance, but now, in the vast continuum of space, that which is identical is occupying 2 points of space, each with the perfect freedom mirroring the perfect freedom of the one God. Infinite rays of light now mirroring and reflecting the perfection of the freedom of pure potentiality, which is the light itself, the pure potentiality to create, and each one has within it the thought, the recognition, the perception of separation. Fear has been birthed, and with it the thought, I am alone. I am not that point of light over there. I am just myself. As the energy of fear continues, the contraction, the condensation, the dissension continues. Now, what has burst forth instantaneously, this is not yet requiring time, is the multitude. The infinite multidimensionality, which is creation, except the physical universe has not yet been birthed. The physical universe requires the concept of time, for only in time does the physical dimension exist. Here is where you find what has been called in your language the hierarchy of angelic beings or angelic worlds. They are points of light just like you, but not in the experience of time, nor in the condensation that you would call physical bodies, not even the lower astral bodies. Still, this multidimensionality of creativity is a radiant dance with just a tinge of a sense of separation or otherness or fear. The creation of the physical universe. In this multidimensionality, which is still pervaded and is as light itself, condensation continues, and here your scientists begin to tap into it, so you can see how many steps removed they are. But here light begins to condense into the particle of matter. Again the explosion occurs, as the one basic atom, or atom, explodes in the Big Bang, and the multitude of bodies, of planetary bodies, including your central sun of your tiny little universe, is birthed. The physical universe, of which you are but a part as a human being, is vast beyond comprehension, yet it is as a tiny speck of dust. It is as a tiny speck of light floating seemingly freely, like a teeny drop of milk that seems to have separated itself from the body of milk, and is unaware of the multidimensionality of radiant light and spirit and God in which it floats, out of which it has been given its very existence. You are, therefore, not outside of spirit. You are held lovingly, your whole physical dimension, in the center of spirit. As this condensation continues, what you have been told to call life begins. Conditions are set up, emerging from what? Pure chance? Hardly. It emerges out of the pure potentiality, the power and the perfect intelligence to create. Although now the creativity is expressing itself more and more out of fear, not out of pure joy, It is like taking a note of a flute and muffling it slightly, so that it has a different quality. Yet it is still pure energy. From what can fear be but energy? Just as love is energy, compassion is energy, sadness is energy, and anger is energy. Do you see? Fear is just an energy and nothing more. In itself, it is perfectly neutral, for all events are neutral, and fear, being merely a dance or play of energy itself, must be an entirely neutral event, until something arises to perceive and experience it differently. And what is that? The birth of egoic consciousness. Fear has taken its final form. Here, fear has condensed into its final form. There can be no further condensation of the energy that has become fear, for egoic consciousness is fearful consciousness. The ego is fear, yet it is made of pure power, pure potentiality, unlimited creativity. Rest assured, you all have the experience of knowing just how ceaselessly creative egoic mind can be. For without ceasing, it knows how to immediately look upon other brother or sister or event or anything, and that fast, in the twinkling of an eye, in the space that does not even require a thought. Egoic consciousness can change its values, can change its perception to create what it wants to create. What it wants to create is that which continues its existence. Much like in your physical body, when a cell becomes cancerous and decides to run amok and act as though it were not dependent on the laws of the body itself that keep the body healthy, it begins to do what? It begins to create cells like unto itself. Cancer is merely a misperception run amok at the level of the body that is thinking for itself, creating in its own image, rather than extending the image of the Creator, and living out of the harmony with the same mind that creates in radiant joy, for no other reason than to extend the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Yet God does not create limitation, and therefore He does not withdraw creativity from the power of the ego. Rather, because God is love, all power under heaven and earth is available and can be tapped into by egoic consciousness. So what is egoic consciousness? You all know what it feels like to be absolutely certain that you are separate and alone, that you must rely on your own thinking process, that no one beyond, not just the boundary of your body or skin, but no one beyond your unique, contracted sense of I, has any connection to you whatsoever, and no one cares. And you lament, I am alone, I am separate. How on earth am I going to make it? I got to figure my own way. I've got to figure out how this world works. I've got to make it happen for myself. Fear has taken its final form. Now there's a complete forgetting of God, of the One, of Spirit, even of soul. The body represents a level of vibration still quite intelligent, still very intelligent. It is like a matrix of energy, the very thought of condensation into human form, out of which forms keeps getting created. Keep getting created, keep getting created, keep getting created. You have done that for yourself an infinite number of times. The body is the representation of the ego. For notice that as you sit in your chair, you are quite certain you are not the wall across from you. As you sit where you are in your chair, your consciousness, your awareness tells you that you are the reader and not the author. And you think, no, not me, I couldn't do that if I wanted to. Certainly it makes Jeshua very special. For I am just this blob of dust, this separate mind-body, sitting in my chair reading words which vibrate with a certain meaning and a certain picture and understanding in my mind. But these are being placed within me, and I am not that one. That is egoic consciousness that says, I am not that one. I am not God. I am not pure spirit. I am not pure soul. I am this thing that sits in this chair now. And you know something? You are absolutely right. You are that and so much more. The egoic mind is that which creates a separated perception that it is only one tiny thin slice of the pie. It creates a delusion, a distortion in consciousness itself, like a little blip on a radar screen that tells the one watching the screen that there is something there. The egoic mind says, I am separate, I am alone. I cannot think with the mind of God. I cannot experience unity consciousness. I cannot be as Jeshua is. No, not me. I'm too small and too weak. Oh, I just don't have it together yet. Maybe someday. Yet all the while you are that one. By the power of that one, you have the potential to think the thought. I could never be like Jeshua is. I'm really too small, too fragile, too weak, and too stupid. Oh, Christ consciousness may be there for someone else, but not for me. The whole while that very thought must use the power of the one. For that power is life. That power is pure being. That power is the real world. That power is the only thing that exists, period. By the power of that one, you have dreamt the thought of the separate self. By the power of the one, when you decide to, you will awaken from the thought of egoic consciousness. Now, why is all of this important, beloved friends? The way of transformation requires that there be that which exists in form. You exist in form. You are sitting in a chair. You know the space and volume of a human body. You know the particular thoughts that you identify as your own. You have a history to that body-mind that emerged from sexual desire between two beings called parents who got together, and a little thing wiggled its way up to touch another thing, and there was a burst of light, and a pure spark of pure soul made a decision from intentionally to become fixated or identified with and as a physical form. So having a good time on a Saturday night is the source of your being as a bodily being. If you were lucky, both parents consciously desired to use the body as a communication device for teaching only love, and gave one unto another, and then accepted that little spark of light that begins yet the birthing of another body, and clearly invited another soul to come and abide with them, as teacher and friend, as brother or sister. Unfortunately, that is yet rare upon your planet. That is the matrix into which you have descended, time and time again, as you have come to teach yourself that you are just a separate, lonely, failing, weak individual. At the death of the body, you have found yourself as a soul and been frightened by the radiance of your light, because that light is not the same as your interpretation that you had learned of yourself. Fear causes condensation, contraction, falling, if you will, and what you fall into is a matrix of energy that best resonates with your own perception and belief about yourself. Belief is not just thought. It is a quality of vibration. And you fall, yet again, into a field of energy, into a dream, into a physical universe, into a time frame, into a family structure that resonates and vibrates without you have learned to perceive yourself. All the while you are yet that one, radiant, perfectly free, using the very power of God to create, and believe in a dream of smallness, weakness, separation, and loneliness. Right now, as you read these very words, now, that is what you are doing. You are choosing how you will think of yourself, and how you think of yourself is reflected in the world that you see, in the experience that you manifest within your own particular universe of consciousness. If you knew that you were the unlimited one, you would never fear the creation of the golden coins again. You would never believe that you must live in lack. But you are still, for the most part, clinging to the belief that you are that small little thought of separation called egoic mind, still struggling to find God, not recognizing that it is the very power of God's presence from which you create the perception you hold of yourself. So there you are, sitting upon your chair, and you are that one. You are in form. That is, you have created a perception of yourself that includes the experience of being a body-mind, which is separate from all other bodies. It is separate from the rock. Obviously, you can look out your window and tell that where the body is that you identify with is in a different spatial point than every other object. That is what this world is. This universe is the attempt to create a reflection that convinces you that the first fearful thought of separation is the truth of who you are. You are using, or having unwittingly been using, your physical universe to constantly reflect to you what must be the truth, that you are separate from all creation. This world is nothing but the reflection of that thought. Yet even here, that one pervades all things, and the realization of yourself as that one is closer to you than your own breath, simply a decision away. Here, there is great richness not found in any other dimension, the richness of the drama of separation, of seeking, 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 seeking. For example, one who is seeking will say, well, I have read A Course of Miracles one time and it didn't seem to work. I'll read it again. Oh, that didn't work. Well, maybe I'll go try this form of meditation. No, that didn't work. Maybe I'll try Buddhism. No, that didn't work. I'll try Christianity. No, that didn't work. I'll try drugs. That'll do it. The very energy of seeking is the egoic energy, for only the ego can seek. Pure spirit can only extend, and there is a huge difference. Egoic consciousness plays itself out through the forms of special relationships. You have a special relationship with your employer. You have a special relationship with your spouse, your lovers, your car, your boats, and your automobiles. And the world plays off of your need for specialness, such as, look at this automobile. Isn't this one sexy? Oh, you're going to feel so good. So you seek to create the means to possess that certain automobile. Or you think, if only I had that person as my spouse. Oh, let me seek that one by seducing that one. I'll act as though I'm other than my poor, paltry, lonely self, so that they think I'm grand. I will ruffle up my peacock feathers. And on it goes. The world is the reflection of the belief in the need for special relationship. The search for that is the restlessness that you feel. That restlessness that you feel is the mind that creates the waves of restlessness in the fluids and subtle energies, which are contained within and make up the illusion of the body. The restlessness of the breath, the tightness of the muscle, the loneliness as you rest your head upon the pillow at night, for you believe that you are that body-mind, separate and alone, apart from all others. The infinite, eternal stream of communication that occurs throughout creation, unobstructed, is lost to your awareness. Yet so close are you, it requires only a thought to shift the momentum in a new direction, to rest your head upon the pillow and say, I am not just this body-mind. I am that one, pure, unbounded, and undefiled. I am in communication with every rock and every tree and every time frame that has ever been. And yes, when you begin that thought, it will seem wholly insane, because you have been on the other side of the fence, looking at reality from a certain perspective. It fits like a glove upon the hand, but that does not make it right or true. Insanity seems sane to those who are insane, so it is just the way it is. The end of all seeking, choosing to live as though you are not the ego. But the end of all seeking occurs when one dares to hold within the mind a different thought. You have heard it many times through A Course of Miracles, through many of my other channels. Only love is real. You are not the body. I and my Father are one. I am awake and walk this planet as Christ. I choose love over fear. What does that mean? Love is pure spirit. Fear is contraction, density, false perception, ego consciousness. When you choose love over fear, you must decide not to respond according to the momentum of egoic consciousness. You must decide to live as though you are not the ego. In this way, what has been formed becomes transformed. That which pervades and extends beyond what has been formed is transformed. The way of transformation, then, requires that you begin with the acceptance of what is true always. In this lesson, we have brought to you a story, an analogy, a description that can help, if you will sit with it, to imprint into your consciousness a remembrance of the very process that you have, in fact, felt and experienced as God itself, in its desire to create, in her desire to create, in his desire to create. Put it any way you wish. The one becomes what you perceive as the many, yet remains always the one. That is what you are. You are the song of the bird. You are the radiance and warmth of the sun as it touches the skin. You are the skin. You are the awareness of that warmth. You are the thinker of the thought. You are the thought. You are the deed. You are the space from which all thought emerges. You are the wind and tree. You are the vastness of space. You are that one who is eternal. You are the one bold enough to dream the dream of separation without ever losing perfect unity. And you are the one, the little drop of milk, experiencing the remembrance of the divine, of the real, of the true, of the one. Your journey is not alone. Even now you are perfectly awake, for only one who is awake could dare to create the great cleverness and creativity through which you are as a spark of God, becoming increasingly aware of yourself. God diving into God. God discovering God. What a delightful, delightful play. Here, then, we begin to let the secret out of the bag. Separation was not because you sinned. Separation was not because something terrible went wrong. Separation was just another form of the dance of creation itself, perhaps taken to the extreme. For God seeks the limits of what is unlimited. You have been playing a game of hide-and-seek. You are the one with your eyes closed, leaning against the trunk of a tree, counting, while the fragments of yourself ran to hide. And you are the one who has reached out to discover those fragments, and is in the process of doing that. You are the one who has become the many, and then has waited to be discovered by that one. You are the soul waiting to be touched by grace. You are the separate one hiding in the darkness, trembling, and yet wanting light to find you. Why not begin now, in this moment, by sitting quietly as Christ for 5 minutes, and say to the one who is coming now from the trunk of the tree, I have done a very good job of hiding, but you know, I think it would be a great delight to be found. Find me, dear Father. touch me with your grace. Because I am you, I will decide to receive it. In this moment I chose now to remember that I am the one who has both sought and found. I am the one who has remained perfectly unchanged forever, and I am the one who has perceived myself as having changed, as having sinned, as having separated myself. I choose now to join the two parts of myself together. I will be a body-mind upon this planet, dancing, singing, playing, and creating the good, the holy, and the beautiful. I will now open that part of my mind that can think in unlimited ways, that will dare to dream the impossible dream. I am that one who lets God live in me now. I and my Father are one. I am the drop of milk again settling into the fullness of the glass in which the Creator dwells as milk. When I walk with this body upon the earth, and I feel the mist of the fog upon my skin, I will say within myself, "Ah, yes, it is very good." For I am that one with the power to create this body, to create the mist of the fog itself, and the mist of the fog around me is my Father's presence, in which my soul reclines. This world is no longer a burden. This world of space and time is no longer something from which I must escape. Not even sickness or disease is a limitation for me. For wherever I am the presence of love, and this moment I bring forth love and bless the world I see. And in this, God remembers God. For, beloved friends, the way of transformation must bring you in the end to the quiet recognition, there is only God. Why fear if love is here? There is only love or fear. Peace, then, be unto you, beloved and holy friends. Friends, because you are a part of me, and I a part of you, particles of light dancing in the wave of the one God, the one mind, the one truth, the real world. The joke has been on us, and we played it upon ourselves well. Now the time of rejoicing is at hand, and as we arise in our individuation, recognizing our oneness, to dance the dance of creation ceaselessly, extending only the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Peace be unto the only begotten of God, God's own. God is. Amen. Lesson 17, The Journey of the Soul. Beloved and holy friends, we come forth in this lesson to yet again remind you that all that you think, all that you see, and all that you do is not the result of that which comes to you, but rather that which comes from you. For always and forever, the world you perceive is uncaused, save by yourself. This is why it is always true that freedom is closer to you than your own breath, that freedom is the reality of your being. That freedom is that which is realized without effort. Freedom is realized when you decide to accept the truth that is true always. I and my Father are one. I am that which I am. You are consciousness. You are awareness. You are that which witnesses, that which experiences, that which pays homage to the one thing that God has created, Christ, which means the anointed. You've been anointed since before the beginning of all the worlds, that which the Father is, awareness, pure intelligence. You have been anointed with the ability to choose that you would wish to perceive, and thereby imbued with the power to create. You abide freely in each moment. This freedom is completely unobstructed and unchangeable forever. It is in your freedom that you think what you think, you see what you see, you feel what you feel, even in your third-dimensional reality. At any moment you are perfectly free to see the radiant beauty of the real world pervading all things, even your own consciousness, just as you are also free to see fear. In our last lesson we began to explore, by way of analogy, that which has transpired that brought you into the experience of being a spark of the divine, an aspect of the totality that brought you to the place of the soul. Then the soul condenses and falls into what you have called your physical world, and there you find yourself, right here and right now. Surely the product of your parents, surely the product of forces beyond your control. Yet the whole while you have remained exactly as you are, the witness, the seer, pure consciousness, the self. In this lesson we are going to speak specifically about this one life that you are living now. Beloved friends, in the moment prior to your incarnation, you were in existence, abiding with perfectly clear awareness within a state or quality or dimension of consciousness. It is true that even that was the result of choice made in the past, but we wish to speak in this lesson of this one incarnation. Before we do that, take a few moments to pause and allow the body to relax with a few deep breaths. Let go of any gripping in the mind. Let the things that need to be done sit on the shelf for a while. When you have done that, you are ready to continue. Beloved friend, imagine abiding without a physical body and yet having awareness. This should not be difficult, since you do it each night while you sleep. You do it when you daydream. It occurs occasionally while making love and while watching your television. In fact, each and every one of you experiences that quality of awareness several times during each and every day. When you forget yourself, that is, you forget your embodied existence. The difference being that in your world you come back to your senses, that is, you come back to embodied existence. Imagine, though, a state in which there simply is no physical form, and you are abiding as consciousness itself. Oh yes, you have awareness. Oh yes, you have form, but that form of energy has not condensed into the third dimension. You have friends, that is, you have other consciousness with which you are in perfect communication. Many of you that are reading this lesson are sufficiently evolved to have come into this life of yours now, from a state of consciousness that is quite peaceful, quite joyous. Communication with those which we would call friends is unbroken. It is consistent, it is respectful, it is loving, it is free. As you relax and read this simple description, what color or colors begin to come to mind? Notice them, pay attention to them. What images seem to fleetingly flow through the mind? Notice them, pay a moment's attention to them. For remember an ancient truth we once gave you. You cannot imagine that which you have not experienced, for imagination is the picturing in the conscious mind. That picturing must come forth from something. Mind as you know it can only picture what is or has been. It can find ways at times to bring it back into the third-dimensional experience, but that does not mean that it is new. As you were abiding in that state before coming into this incarnation, you were in relationships. Most of you were multidimensionally aware, that is, while you had a predominant color or level of energy, you were aware that you were surrounded at all times by other dimensions. Many of you communicated multidimensionally, both with that of a higher frequency as well as that of a lower frequency. Many of you communicated with beings who were incarnated within the third-dimensional realm. Then there was a moment for each and every one of you when the decision was made within your consciousness, within your mind, that conditions were appropriate for you to again incarnate. There are many, many factors that attract the soul to yet another condensed into physical form, but the chief among these is the perception and thought that there is yet something left undone. There is yet some lesson you cannot be realized save within the physical domain. There is indeed a purpose that you, as a soul, would yet wish to fulfill. It is very true that some of you have incarnated because you felt compassion. That is, you looked upon the third-dimensional realm and saw its suffering and yearned to bring light to this dimension in which you now find yourself. Yet even this stems forth from the reason or the perception that you must do something to correct what is occurring. That is a perception that many of you are aware still run you. As you look upon the world, as you look out upon your brothers and sisters, there is this compulsion, this need to get involved, to fix. There is a belief in many of you that if you take no action, that somehow you are belittled. Your sense of identity, your sense of being, is caught up with looking out upon the world, judging what is right and wrong, holding opinions about what ought to be done, and then often trying to persuade others to do it your way. So there you are. You are spirit, and yet you are soul. You are having a relational experience, and you are perfectly aware. Time does not quite exist where you are, for time is a unique and peculiar experience that is very much linked to matter or to the body. You abide in a timeless state. As you look upon the conditions, you are also aware of your connection with souls that you have known before that are currently incarnated upon the physical plane. You are aware of, you can sense the quality of a resonance of their consciousness with yours, that is, with the lessons you are longing to learn. A decision is made in your mind, not forced upon you whatsoever. In fact, we will share with you that the decision to incarnate need not have ever been made. That is, you are not compelled by some force outside of yourself to come into this dimension. Does that mean that you have made a mistake? No, not at all. There can be no mistakes in all of creation. Coming into body. As you begin to descend, which means to bring your attention or to slow your vibration of consciousness down as you begin to incarnate, you did not so much go anywhere as merely, shall we say, turn your thermostat down, so that the quality of your consciousness, your essence, your soul, begin to vibrate at a frequency that resonated with the third-dimensional plane. Your attention, your focus, your desire began more and more to be focused on one unique, particular set of circumstance. These circumstances are the web of relationships created by the parents and created by the cultural milieu in which they live. That quality of consciousness, that field of energy, is like a spinning vortex within a larger spinning vortex called the world. From your place of perception as you begin to descend, the world is not solid at all. It is just another dimension of vibration with its own peculiar parameters. So you, as soul, you as individuated consciousness, began to descend into incarnation. This cannot occur before the moment of conception in your mother's womb. Usually it is at that point of conception when you, as a soul, become involved in the very act by which conception occurs, and a new form of life begins to develop within the womb. In that moment there is a flash, what you might call a quantum leap, and your attention becomes almost entirely fixated on, identified with, that particular quality of energy that is the new birthing of a physical form. You have come into body. Coming into body simply means that you have fixated your attention away from all other dimensions and have taken on the unique, particular, and sometimes very peculiar parameters involved in that physical form. What is that physical form made of? Inert matter? Hardly. It is itself a web of relationships created by the particular vibrational pattern of the mother and the father. Therefore, as you come into this world, the very first relationship that you have are with the mother and father, and you know and feel them intimately. For you are now identified with a growing physical form that is itself growing out of, like a wave coming out of a particular ocean, the matrix of energies that make up the mother and the father. Here is also where your struggle begins. Your struggle to create yourself in the world. Your struggle begins to find yourself. For the majority of you, this process whereby attention is shifted from a different state of consciousness into the physical dimension, this flash, this quantum leap, this shifting of attention was so dramatic and required such a shock that you began to forget your connection to spirit. You began to forget your realization that you are soul, pure consciousness. You began to lose awareness of your freedom. You could call it becoming unconscious or falling asleep. Imprinting in the womb. The very first universe that you experience within the physical dimension is the experience, or the universe, of the womb. Here you are in constant communication with all that is passing through the energy field of the mother. This does not mean just the pot pie she had for dinner or the cup of coffee she had in the morning that made your heart race. It is also the quality of air that she breathed. But more important than all of this is the quality of emotional energy that makes up the particular matrix she is experiencing in her own universe. For these things immediately affect the hormonal balance, the flow of chemicals through the physiological system, and at this point, you are very much part of that physiological system. Therefore, you begin to feel and experience the psychic field of the mother. You are also aware of the psychic field of the father and of any other immediate family members. You are also aware of the energies, any particular dominant energies that are going on within the social structure. Remember we talked before about webs of relationship. You are a field of energy within a field of energy within a field of energy within a field of energy, even in your third-dimensional realm. Many have used the word imprint to describe this initial state in which you become identified with the physiological form emerging out of the field of energy that is the particular matrix of the mixture of energies of the mother and father. This is where you start. Again, you have done so in order to bring forth certain lessons. You have done this because of the certain patterns held within the consciousness before you turned your attention to this dimension. For the vast majority of you reading this lesson, that descension, that quantum leap from the realm of pure spirit, from a different vibrational state into the vibrational state of the third dimension was a shock, so much so that your awareness forgot yourself as pure spirit. Now, if the shock at conception is not sufficient, it could happen at any time during being in the womb. If there is any kind of trauma for the mother, if there is a physiological imbalance, if the breathing experience is difficult, if there is any problem with the flow of nutrients to the body, if the mother is under an even occasional acute emotional stress, then you will make an attempt to pull back away from the body in an attempt to rediscover the realm of spirit. When you do this, the body of the fetus goes numb. That is, life force is withdrawn from it. As it grows, the nervous system adapts to the level of the life force that is flowing through it, and that is what comes from you and not from another. So that during this period of 9 months, you are in a particular universe where you are having physical experience, not unlike one who is 60 years old in the physical dimension. You are experiencing the sensory realm of third dimensionality, and you are already being deeply influenced by psychic patterns not your own. The journey of awakening begins. Therefore, the journey of awakening requires, from the moment of birth on, the development of certain motor skills, certain verbal skills, certain social skills, so that hopefully, if you are very lucky, by the time you are about 20 or 21 years of age, you are ready to start finding out who you are. It is very, very rare for an individual, especially in our cultural time frame, to emerge at the age of 10 or 12 or 14 or 17 with a deep sense of themselves apart from the parents, the family, or culture. You think you are yourself, but you are really a bundle of reactivity seeking to find approval, seeking to find safety, survival, friendship in the world. That is, you are already caught up in the perception that what you experience is coming to you from the outside, and that you must therefore seek to adapt yourself to it. You are not yet alive. If you are very fortunate during the time frame of the 20s, you merely experience greater degrees of freedom, greater degrees of making your own decisions and experiencing the outcomes. This can be a very turbulent time. Still, you will believe that you know yourself, and yet you have not even begun to know yourself. Again, this is for the majority. As you go into your 30s, there is an opportunity now. Spirit begins to speak to you. Situations begin to emerge that require of you deeper understanding. If you are very fortunate, you will have begun to realize the great influence that the parents have had. Usually this is a state of rebellion. Internally, you will begin to individuate more clearly. The spiritual search often begins in the 30s in earnest. You may have been aware of that earlier in the 20s. Again, this is not a hard and fast rule, but generally by the 30s, it is time to truly begin to answer the yearning of the soul. Now, if the egoic consciousness has been fundamentally successful, that is, you have found a way to create your survival, you have developed the personalities that allow you to interact with the insanity of the third-dimensional human realm. If you have had no major calamities or traumas, and if you had no major failures, you might continue into your 40s with a smugness of thinking that you have got it all together. You may have found ways to avoid the fundamental 9 question. What is my purpose? Why have I really come to this planet? I am more than just this. I am pure soul. I am pure spirit. I know there is more to it than this. If you have been able to successfully keep yourself distracted, that question may not yet have fully arisen. The egoic consciousness is merely that part of the body-mind that is responsible for keeping you physically alive. It is fueled by the desire for survival, the desire for safety. It wishes to create a certain set of order around you, because through order it can anticipate what will be required to keep the physiological organism functioning. Now what occurs is that somewhere along the line, usually very early in life, you begin to identify with the egoic mind and include your psychic state, your mental perception. The ideas that you begin to learn about the world begin to be unfolded in the physiological individual, which is really the home of the ego. The body is the home of the ego, the body-mind, including the brain structure and the higher dimensions of functionality of the body, which is all the brain is. Just a higher level of organizational principle and characteristics to do what? To help the body function. So further step of forgetting who you are occurs when you begin to sense yourself as identified with the particular perceptions, the particular belief structures that are floating around in the higher mind of the body itself. You have forgotten the soul. You have forgotten spirit. You have become identified as an American, as an Afro-American, as a Caucasian, as a boy, a girl, a fan of some sports team, as a lover of ice cream. You begin to take on and create what are called principles, never realizing that the principles often are merely the product or the outcome of your social learning from the time you were in the womb and from the time you were conditioned by the schooling of your culture. Many of you have gone so far as to believe that you are an Alabaman or a Washington or a Californian because someone has told you that is where you live. And though you have never found a boundary upon the face of the earth that says, here is California and here is Nevada, you have found a sign that someone has created, and you have read it and believed it. And you have created an identification with one small aspect of life. Many of you are only now emerging to sense yourself as a global citizen, something that transcends being an American or a Canadian or a South African or a Russian. So you begin to sense this process whereby you keep making yourself smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller, taking on psychic patterns from the parents, from the peers, and from the society around you. The spiritual path begins when, for some reason, something begins to whisper to you. This is not who you are. This is not why you have come. You have come to heal your sense of separation from God. You have come to realize the truth. Ego consciousness then begins with the shock at the moment of conception that brings your attention to be completely fixated on, and as the physiological form beginning to emerge from a certain web of relationship. This begins to color your vision and color your understanding. It gives you your unique individuality in the world. As you grow, as you emerge, as you move through certain experiences, you become colored by what you have had to do to survive. You become colored by the psychic imprints of those around you. You think you are thinking your own thoughts, when what is often the case is that you are merely parroting all that has come into your computer bank, into the brain, and into the body. Now it is quite true that this all began because there was a resonance between the web of relationships of the parents and of the society, and where your own unique quality of consciousness was prior to birth. In this sense, karma can be said to exist. Karma simply means action, the effect of, so that when you drop a pebble in the pond, you create a certain ripple. As long as you continue that ripple by dropping the same pebble into the pond, you get the same results. And part of those results is a need to be identified with only this vibrational field of energy called physicality. Until you decide to change the momentum of the ripples you are creating in the depth of the mind, you cannot begin to ascend from the third dimension. The desire to do so is always within you. That is, it may be dormant, but the desire to know God must necessarily be within each soul, since God is your reality. You have fallen asleep, and at some point there comes the urge to awaken. When it comes, it is unmistakable. The fireworks may not occur, but a shift happens within your being, and you know that you can never return to the way it was. You can never again pretend that life is only what you see through the senses. Your soul begins to speak. Now the soul begins to speak. The connection that was once lost begins to be reestablished. It was really never lost. It was just forgotten. It was suppressed. It became that background instead of the foreground. It begins to whisper in the depth of your being. It comes to you in the form of your dreams. You begin to notice books that you never noticed before. You might wander into the spiritual section of the bookstore, not even understanding what compelled you to do so. There you pick up a copy of this book, or the Jeshua Letters, or A Course in Miracles, or some other such book that begins to trigger within you a thirst and a longing. A friend suddenly invites you to come to a workshop, the kind you've never been to before. Yet when you go, something triggers you, something touches you, something begins to awake. You may not notice it, but it actually triggers a physiological state within the body, within the chakra or energy system. The heart begins to stir in its slumber, and the mind thirsts for knowledge, a knowledge unlike any that is gathered in its identification with egoic consciousness. The longing to awaken has come. From this moment, though you do not understand it, you begin to attract, slowly at first, perhaps stumbling a bit now and then, exactly those situations that will keep prodding you to look deeper. A meditation teacher comes, a prayer group comes that you feel called to join. You begin the process of your study, and a new question is emerging. No longer is the question, how can I survive? How can I make money? How can I do all these things? A new question emerges in your mind. Who am I? There may be many forms to it, but the question remains the one. Who am I? What am I? From where have I come? What is life? God? What is God? How can there be anything at all? These questions begin to stir in the mind. Often they first make their appearance in some form around the age of 10 to 12 as you enter into a stage of life that is your first taste of individuation. Just like when a child was born and it began to sense that it was other than the mother's body. At around age 10 or 12, you begin to sense that you are other than the mother-father. Then there is something you want to think for yourself and be for yourself. Often these questions will begin to come. This is the first stirring. Usually those questions are not attended to. There is much else to do. You still need to learn to think. You still need to learn to drive a car. You still need to learn to balance a checkbook. Later, those questions occur again, generally in the early to mid-20s. But again, the momentum is to become established as a physiological being, and so the questions are suppressed. Into the 30s, and most definitely by the 40s, those questions begin to press up upon the consciousness. You know how to make money. You know how to balance a checkbook. You have done these things in the world. You have had sex. You have baked cakes. You have thrown birthday parties. You've gotten drunk. You've done it all, but something else is gnawing within you. This is also a point of great challenge. You ask yourself, what will I be committed unto, love or fear? Will fear run me? Will the very principles that I have identified myself with and have utilized to ensure my survival, my ordering of life, will these things become more important than realizing the self? Awakening the Christ within. Dismantling the blocks to spirit. For you see, awakening requires a dismantling of the structures of consciousness by which you have been ordering your perception of the third dimension. Ultimately, to truly awaken completely requires the dismantling of very subtle, deeply embedded patterns of perception that were already making up the soul prior to your incarnation in this life. The slate must be wiped clean, so that all that remains is the reality of spirit, with no filament or trace of egoic consciousness left. That is not an easy thing to do, yet it requires no effort save the effort to love. Love is the great healer. Love is what erases the imprint in the depth of the subtle soul. The patterns that you brought forth with you as a soul is like a magnet. That is, they attract energy states in the physical dimension experience that are resonant with those patterns. Often when you say, fall in love, it is just that you have come into contact with another field of energy that happens to fit, hand in glove, with the very pattern of consciousness that you carry in the depth of your being. Old memories of other incarnations are triggered when you visit a certain physical location, and the emotion feels so good and warm in your heart you think, surely this is where I must live on the planet. This is with whom I must spend my life. Yet all of the emerging is a result of your karma, that is, the pattern and the effects that have come from these patterns. Awakening does require vigilance. Awakening requires that rather than merely going with the reaction of the third-dimensional being, you begin to question, you begin to observe, you begin to feel, you begin to think more deeply. You begin to engage yourself in some form of spiritual practice, whether it be meditation or prayer or something else. All of these things are modalities which interrupt the momentum of being caught up in the third-dimensional experience. You interrupt the pattern of being caught up in the world long enough to sit quietly for half an hour, or to chant, or to walk. You do something in a different way. You are beginning to turn the momentum of the mind back upon itself. You are beginning to become self-observant rather than world-observant. Now, for all of you that would like to quicken and hasten the process, the answer is very simple. Spend more time becoming self-observant, less time being concerned with what is going on in the world, and no time blaming the world for your state of being. Not parents, not society, not God, but owning. Assuming complete responsibility and power. Here is an important word that we will share with you. You have heard it many times before, but when you truly reach the point of assuming 100% responsibility for what you think, what you feel, what you see, and what you experience, this creates a quantum leap in the other direction. It creates a quantum leap toward self-observation, toward the freedom that you are seeking, toward the healing of the soul, toward the realization of your purpose, toward awakening. Without it, the spiritual journey never quite gets off the ground, literally. You never quite ascend, and you cannot ascend without the assumption of complete responsibility. You must extricate yourself from the psychic enmeshment with other webs of relationship in the sense that you have come to perceive that they are causing your decisions. In other words, you must assume power. You are well aware of those in your third-dimensional reality who assume power. You sometimes love them or loathe them, but they are powerful. Can you assume the same power in your own life? Can you come to look at your beloved, if you are in a relationship, and say, you know something, this being is not causing how I feel. This being can never fulfill me. This being has nothing that I can extricate from them in order to fill up my sense of lack. I am alone in my journey to God, for I abide alone in God. That is, I am an individuated spark of divinity. It is within me. The kingdom of heaven is within me. What I am seeking is within me. What fulfills me must come forth from within. This is why once I said, if you do not bring forth what is within you will destroy you. If you bring forth what is within you will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, and what is within you is love, is Christ, you will feel burdened and unfulfilled. Usually most human beings go through their entire life with a sense of unfulfillment, lamenting what the world has done to them, lamenting a decision and choices they have made in the past. They've become burdened by what is on the outside, along with what is in the past, and eventually the body dies, the spirit withers on the vine. At death, another quantum leap occurs that is shocking, as they discover themselves to be popped back into another vibrational state that often triggers great fear. Very few beings upon your human plane have entered death consciously. It is indeed time, even for those of you that are reading this lesson, to simply make a decision. I will enter into the transition called death with deliberate consciousness. I will make sure by beginning now that I carry no resentment, that I have forgiven everyone of everything, and as the body does enter that state, I will release the world and require nothing of it. I will not long to run off into freedom, but I will experience death consciously. I will notice the subtle energy changes as I flip from this dimension into another at the speed of light. Beloved friends, come to understand at this stage of our journey together the true immensity of who you are and what you are. Understand that you are not so much dealing with things in the world as you are dealing with patterns of energy that reflect in some way what is already occurring in your consciousness. If you are experiencing things in the third dimensional plane, it can mean only that you have chosen to vibrate at a certain frequency. Or otherwise, you could not have had the experience. You could not have the experience of running into a wall with your body unless you are vibrating at the same rate at the wall. Is it possible to change the vibrational frequency of the physical body? Listen very carefully. I am going to say something rather unique. No, it is only possible to change the vibrational frequency of your consciousness, out of which the body has emerged. Turning inward, this requires a turning about into the seat of the soul, a changing of the momentum of consciousness, not outward but inward. Not as an escape from the world. It is not something you have to do all day every day, but you spend time in prayer and meditation. You spend time in forgiveness. You spend time breathing and relaxing. You begin to allow changes to occur in the choices you are making, so that they come more into alignment with your growing understanding of yourself as a creator, as a soul. You begin to change your environment. You paint the color of the walls of your bedroom a different color, that which brings a sense of pleasantness to you. You change your physical environment completely by moving into a different apartment. Many of you know perfectly well that often it means a changing of a relationship, and initially this does make sense. But there is a point in which you realize that you could keep changing relationships ad nauseum and never get anywhere. You realize that now is the time to settle down, be with one you are with, or the ones you are with, and yet realize your time with them is to discover what patterns have been running you. It is time for self-awareness, turning the momentum of the mind back toward the self. Time to ask yourself, why do I think what I think? What do I see what I saw? Why did I react the way that I reacted? Eventually the soul that is truly committed to awakening does not flee uncomfortable situations until it believes it has fully extracted all the wisdom that it can. There is a way of knowing when that occurs, and we'll get to that later. In short, when there is just a quiet sense of peace, and you can look upon the players in the experience you have just had with perfect equanimity, and see them as perfectly innocent, and you detect that there is nothing in the body that is not at peace, the heart is not racing, the shoulders are not tight, you truly understand you are not in fear. Then it is time to move on. If there is reactivity in the mind because of anything that emerges in your relationship with your brothers or sisters, rest assured, the lesson is not complete. If your principles have been violated, rest assured, there is much to be learned. Remember always that all events are neutral. In large measure, the process of awakening is a process whereby you dissolve the value you have placed upon certain ideas and perceptions of what life is and what life is for. Yes, there are times when you will be troubled as you come to realize that what you thought the world was for and everything you have been putting your energy into means nothing. Often this precipitates a period of what has been called by certain mystics the dark night of the soul. It is really not the dark night of the soul. It is the dark night of the ego and the healing of the soul. The way of transformation requires utmost personal responsibility, utmost personal dedication. No one can do it for you, and the patterns you feel weighed down by, the fears that you are yet within the mind, will remain with you for all eternity until you decide to heal them. From that desire, you will attract the situations, the teachers, the books, and the experience that provide for you the opportunity to do so. There is an acceleration of the healing process only when you completely release any valuation of victimhood. That is, the belief that somehow, in some way, somehow or something has done something to me. Now that is a simple thought to hear, and one can nod their head. It is another thing to look honestly upon the reaction in life to make sure that you are not at any time perceiving yourself as a victim. The practice of extending love can often teach you that this is so. When you take a situation that pushes your button and you decide to not flee, but stay, this teaches you the truth of your reality. This is why the practice of forgiveness is so extraordinarily valuable. In fact, you could say that. ultimately the practice of forgiveness is the whole of spirituality. Why? Because forgiveness means to let the world off the hook, to step out of any sense of victim consciousness, and then even beyond that, to forgive oneself for the perception they have made in error, perception of one's brothers and sisters, of the world and of God. Ultimately, forgiveness is forgiveness of oneself for ever allowing delusion to settle into one's own mind, whereby one perceived oneself as separate from God, separate from brothers and sisters, capable of being victimized. Forgiveness, when completed, is the establishment of love. Beloved friends, look well then to see. Where am I perceiving myself as a victim of the world I see? Am I feeling constrained in my relationship? Do I resent my spouse? The spouse is not holding you where you are. That one does not have the power to take from you your ability to look with love upon her or him. Is it your job you hate? No one forces you to drive your car upon the freeway to arrive at the place of employment. No one. And you reply, "Oh, but I must survive." Then you have made yourself a victim of the perception of the need to survive. Any one of you at any time is perfectly free to drop the valuation you have placed upon the world. I was once criticized by dropping the valuation that my particular society had sought to implant within me, the valuation that said that a son should follow in the footsteps of the father, that if the father is a carpenter, then you have got to take over the family business. I said I must be about my Father's business, and I spoke, of course, of my Heavenly Father. I had to know the truth of who I was, and my purpose was to awaken Christ. I broke the tradition, the rules of the family structure within that community, within that time frame. Like many of you, I was a bit of a rebel, and where other children were conforming to the pressure of society, I went off to study with the rabbis and the teachers, to sit in a desert at night, often not to return. Even at the age of 12, I separated myself from my parents at the time of a great festival, and went to hang out in my father's house and talk with the spiritual leaders. Are you willing to break with the conventions of the world in which you live? This can be as simple as, instead of gathering with friends to watch movies on a Saturday night, you say, "No, I'm going to go into my closet and light the candle and pray for 6 hours." And when they look at you with their eyebrows raised, you simply smile. In what ways are you conforming to the views others hold of you and their need to have you to be a certain way? Do you show up at an aunt's birthday party just because the family says that you always should, yet in your heart you have no desire to? The willingness to trust and follow your heart, not the reactive ego that is often interpreted to be the heart, but the heart that longs to know God. This is a telltale sign of whether or not one is achieving maturity. Beloved friends, look well into this way of transformation, for you must discover any corner of the mind that is yet holding out the view that life is something which happens to you, and there is something you are helpless to change. The position of being a victim is a position of loss of power, and Christ is not about loss of power. Ultimately, it is not so much about going anywhere, as much as it is about abiding within, realizing that this world is unreal, this world is harmless, and in any situation it is you with all power under heaven and earth to teach only love. But that requires that you let the world off the hook, that no one and no thing is any longer responsible for your joy, your happiness, and your peace, for you have established your unity with Spirit, with God. You have realized the self, and you look out with equanimity upon a neutral world. And as this physical universe fades from view for the first time, within you will be no compulsion to avoid or to enter it, for you will be free, free even as you walk this earth. The body moves, the soul does not. The mind thinks, but the depth of the mind is as still as the ocean. You live, yet not you, for Christ dwells in you. And wherever you go, the presence of peace enters the room before you. You are awake, you are free, all because once you made a decision to give up victimhood, and to assume responsibility for learning how, in all situation, to be only the presence of love. Turn back, then, toward your creation. If there is anything uncomfortable about your past, turn back to it, examine it, feel it. Look at all the patterns that made it come up. Look at the choices you have made that perhaps now you are embarrassed about. But look not upon them with judgment, look with curiosity. Learn to look with wonder and the innocence of a child. Well, that was an interesting decision I made when I was 12 to steal my neighbor's bicycle. I remember how I ended up in juvenile hall. What was going on just before I made the decision? What pattern was running me? Oh my goodness, I was looking to get attention from my dad. Wow. So the need for approval was running me. How fascinating. How is that pattern running me now? Is there any trace of it left, or still needing approval of another? I say this unto you, every moment of experience you've ever had is available for you. Right down to the moment of conception, right down to that quantum leap that you took from a certain vibrational frequency into this physical domain. Self-awareness is everything, for it is the self that you must long to realize. Beloved friends, we love you, but we cannot make your journey for you. We can only walk with you on the way that you choose. You can utilize your relationship with Shanti Christo to fully awaken, or you can come close and then decide it is uncomfortable and run away again. You will only run to another structure or form of energy, a web of relationship that forces you to stay with what is uncomfortable in order to learn, in order to grow, in order to heal, in order to love. Not as a cursory, oh well, yes, I love you, but something done, whole bodily, in which there is no longer any reactivity filtering through the nervous system of the body-brain. For the ultimate state of consciousness is not an aversion of this world, but the embracing of this world. There is no greater sense of freedom than to be able to abide where you are as one who is free. Be ye therefore at peace this day, beloved friends. Be ye therefore at peace always. Amen. Lesson 18. The highest work is embracing and forgiving your past. Once again we come forth to abide with you from the place which has never truly been left. We come not as those that are apart from you, but as those who walk with you on the way that you have chosen. We come to those who have sent forth the call to awaken, to heal, to arise, and to welcome love into every dark corner where once the ego had sought authority. We come forth because we love you. We come forth because we are love. Above all, remember always, we come forth because love is eternally attracted to its own. We are attracted unto you because you are the love, sent forth as a ray of light from the holy mind of God. Not to suffer the world, not to become identified with illusion, but to transform each illusion through the constant practice of your remembering. I and my Father are one. Only love is real, and love alone heals. My commitment is to the reality of love. Therefore, Father, bring each moment to me that I might learn anew to love, and allow that love to transform a temporary illusion into that which extends the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Herein lies your purpose, herein lies your function, and herein, and only here, is life. Therefore, indeed, it is only with great joy that we come forth to abide with you who are sent forth from the holy mind of God, even as we are. For we are joined eternally, and separation cannot exist. That love which has given birth to all things is within you now. All universes arise within you. All of creation waits on your welcome. Herein lies the continuation of the theme that we have begun to speak with you about. All of creation waits on your welcome. Creation does not wait to swallow you. Creation does not wait to prove to you that you live in an unloving universe. Creation does not wait for you to be as a brick wall upon which you may hit the head. Creation does not wait upon you to scuttle your dreams and your plans. Creation is innocent. Listen very carefully. Creation is utterly powerless. It becomes powerful according to that which you give unto it. The value, the meaning, the purpose, and the function. These things come not from creation itself, but rather they are extended to it, they flow to it. They penetrate creation through the minds which share the one mind of each and every one of you. This is why it is absolutely impossible to look upon anything that is outside of you. The great glory of the time given unto you, the time you experience as a body-mind upon an apparent planet, upon an apparent physical universe, is this. The great glory and gift of time is that you remain infinitely free to decide how you will choose to perceive creation, and therefore imbue it with the power that either reflects illusion and the creations of fear or extends the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Each time you think a loving thought, you have literally blessed all infinite realms of creation. Each time you have become unwittingly identified with a fearful thought, you have separated yourself from the perfect love of God, and you have denied yourself your function. Here we are using the term separation slightly differently, in that it creates the illusion within your mind that there is something you must separate from in order to find your safety, your invulnerability. Your one function is to bless creation. The function of the holy child of God remains eternally one, to bless creation and thereby restore to the perfect reflection of God's presence. And God is but love. Love embraces all things and trusts all things. Love. Love is the nature of your being. When you finally choose to awaken wholly by welcoming love back into your mind and by becoming committed to resting only in loving thoughts, you will discover that illusions are just that. They contain no existence. You have been resting in the holy mind of God eternally. Creation, then, waits on your welcome. Creation waits for you to embrace it. Creation waits upon you, the holy anointed child of God, sent as the one who is the Savior of all things. You are then the Messiah. You are then Christ incarnate, to the degree that you become crazy enough in your eyes of your world to simply assume the truth and become wholly committed to listening to no other voice. For there is given unto you one teacher, that I have called the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, the voice of God, placed within your mind, in the very moment you first dare to dream the thought of separation of guilt, and guilt is the mother of fear. Beloved friends, take a moment and just for the fun of it, practice making a simple decision. This takes no effort since you do it all the time anyway. You are already a master of this. In this simple decision, observe the place where you are now. If you are alone or seem to be alone through the physical eyes, look at the so-called objects around you. Feel the temperature of the air. Hear the sounds that come in through the ears. If you are with others, include your brothers and sisters in your observation. Decide to look upon all these things with perfect innocence, and say within the mind, which is to use the power of the mind to literally create perception. Simply say as you look at each object or person, I do not know what this is for. I do not know what my brother or sisters need. And realize that it is not necessary to know, to interpret, and to analyze. Your function is to bless creation with the reality of the love of Christ. Yet that blessing will hold no power until you return to the beginning. The beginning is just the state of unknowing, of not knowing, of realizing your complete ignorance. For Christ does not store perceptions and knowledge. Christ, eternally in love with all that God is, merely opens, receives, and gives, knowing that that which is given comes not of himself or herself, but rather through himself or herself, from infinite mystery that I have called Abba or Father. When you decide to fully accept the one purpose given to you in reality, there will be nothing that will block your way. Every step you take will literally take you through obstacles that dissolve as you approach them. For because you abide in the mind of God, you know no limitation. The realm of illusion, what appears to be solid matter, of people with different opinions, holds no power to prevent you from bringing forth the blessing that heals all illusion. Creation, then, waits on your welcome. That requires that you choose to look upon all things in the world and of the world and forgive it. Why? Until forgiveness is genuine, embracing is not possible. The attempt to embrace creation while judgment is still held in the mind merely brings a great frustration. It is like reaching for the carrot at the end of the stick and never being able to reach it. This is why we have spoken so much about the importance of forgiveness. It dissolves the barrier of fear between you and what you have come to perceive as other than or outside yourself. Forgiveness is the bridge that brings creation to you and you to it. And when you have joined with it through forgiveness, now the embrace is easy, for that creation rests in the palm of your hand. Creation waits upon you because it is powerless. Being the extension or the reflection of thought, you are the literal creator of the world. The world exists nowhere save within your own mind. Therefore, what world must you embrace? Must you travel to some ancient monastery 50,000 miles around the planet somewhere 2 or 3 times in order to find the creation that waits on your welcome? No. Must you go anywhere to discover the ability to bless and heal creation? No. The world that waits on your welcome is quite literally the thoughts and perceptions that you discover streaming through the field of your unique awareness, and that is all. Beloved friends, there is nothing outside of you. If you would know God's will for you, merely look upon what is arising within your own mind as a perception and ask only this: Am I willing now to use time constructively to embrace this creation passing through the field of my awareness and bless it with the perfect love of Christ? First, embrace it through forgiveness, which returns it to its neutrality and powerlessness, and then through that embrace bless it, and thereby dissolve the illusory power that seemed to hold. Cultivating the practice of blessing the world. As you choose to truly practice being the presence of Christ, as you cultivate the practice of blessing the world, you will discover a very interesting thing. You would swear that many of the thoughts or what seem to be experiences or emotions that are passing through your screen of awareness do not seem to have any causal link to anything you have experienced in your current lifetime. For those of you that have done the inner work necessary to create the transparency of the barrier between lifetimes, you will not even necessarily find a causal link between the world, the creation that is passing through the field of your awareness, and anything you have ever experienced as a unique ray of light. Why is this important? Simply because the human mind tends to take the whole process of awakening far too personally. In reality, there is nothing that is personal. There is only Christ, as God's true and only creation, and the field of illusion that has been birthed through the freedom of that mind when once it thought, I wonder if I can create something unlike God. Those are the only two options, love or fear, reality or illusion. Therefore, all that you see that is unlike love are merely passing phenomena, arising within the holy mind of Christ, as temporary attempts to do something different than what Christ is created for. Therefore, when anything arises within the mind, it is truly not necessary to analyze it. Certainly do not argue for it, but rather come back to the point of ignorance. I do not know what this thought, or this image, or this emotion, or this memory is for. But I do know one thing. I have made a commitment to reawaken as Christ. Therefore, I will use this one moment, this one thought, this one passing phenomena to practice what I was created for, to bless creation and thereby transform it into that which extends the good, the holy, and the beautiful, infinitely, eternally, with joy, with innocence, with graciousness, with peace, and with marvel at the great mystery that love is, that God is. As you come to truly understand how simple your task is, your burden will become lighter, for you will discover that you cannot help but be in the right place at the right time. Those committed to awakening to God recognize the great gift of each moment. Here is my Father's will, right before me. This is the moment that is crying for love. This is the moment that will be repeated ad nauseum until somebody decides to bless it. It might as well be you. Creation waits upon your welcome by merely holding the thought within your mind. All right, it's all arising within me anyway. I've tried it a million ways to avoid it and get away from it, and yet it seems to follow me wherever I go. I might as well sit down on the park bench, have a nice cold glass of water, listen to the birds sing, and simply bless creation. Now, many of you are not yet to the point of truly transcending or creating the transparency of what you have identified as your personal self, that which makes up the I within the phenomenal world. That's fine. As you simply practice blessing the world as it arises in your awareness, that very sense of I becomes increasingly transparent until it simply dissolves away in light, as though it had never been. In the meantime, come back to what we shared earlier. Time is given to you, and you might use it constructively. Therefore, do not seek to trample what you call the ego, or the sense of a personal self. It is simply there. It is what is arising. Are you willing to bless it? As you, as a soul, already dreaming the dream of separation, began to create the phenomena of what you perceive to be separate lifetimes, falling into the condensation or density of physicality, we have shared with you that patterns begin to settle into the nervous system of the body and the mind. Belief system, not yours, but rather coming from the field of the parents and of the culture and the time frame into which you incarnated, literally imprinted themselves in the mind and in the literal nervous system of the body. These are cellular imprints. Your creation waits on your welcome. Therefore, can you turn back to the body-mind? Can you turn back to your very memories that seem to be associated with an individual self with a personal history, and rather than trying to pretend that there is not there, simply recognize that it is how you are perceiving yourself, then bring love to that. Stop trying to shake the ego off as though you should shake your hand off your arm. Those that choose to turn back and look upon their experience within the singular field of one body-mind arising from the moment of conception unto the present of where you find yourself, at whatever age, are already engaged in the highest work of Christ. For they are choosing to turn back and embrace creation by looking upon ancient memories, and no longer fearing them, but allowing them to be brought into the awareness, by whatever means, so that the memory can be blessed, transformed, healed, and released. Beloved friends, looking back into time, into your seemingly personal experience, can seem horrifying. Yet I say unto you, the sense of horror that many of you feel is not linked to the memories themselves. It is only linked to what you have decided to believe about the memory and nothing else. Begin then by forgiving yourself your past. Look upon the objects just as we did with the initial meditation or exercise. Look upon the objects that are memories of your past and say within the mind, I forgive you. You are perfectly neutral. I choose now to remember you, to remember, to embrace again, that I might bless you. With that blessing, release the terror, the hurt, the judgment, the fear, and the incredible drama you seem to have dreamt. By releasing that burden of illusion, that memory becomes as a crystal, as a gem given unto you as part of an infinite journey that seems to be yours, but truly belongs to everyone, transformed and purified, because you brought Christ to illusion, that creation might be transformed. A simple exercise to forgive and bless the past. I want to offer unto you a simple exercise. It will take you 30 days if you apply yourself daily. This need not take more than perhaps 10 or 15 minutes. Merely come to your chair, your place of devotion, your place of meditation or prayer, and begin with the exercise of abiding as Christ for 5 minutes. When that is completed, then simply continue by recognizing that you do not know what a single thing is or what it is for, that you do not know what a single brother or sister now in your life or who has crossed your path has ever truly needed. Admit your ignorance, then simply and deliberately say within the mind, I choose to forgive the creation that will now be brought into my awareness. Holy Spirit, what is in need of my blessing? As you sit observing what comes into the field of the mind, the field of awareness, it may in fact be a sudden tightness in a muscle. Do not overlook it, for even that is arising within the field of mind. Be with whatever that creation seems to be, a picture, a memory, a field, a thought, a sensation in the body. Be with it. Single it out and stay with it. Look upon it, and once again practice forgiveness in this simple way. Object of creation, I forgive you the judgment I have placed upon you, and thereby it is released. Now do I embrace you. Literally feel yourself forgiving, releasing, and embracing. Those that wish to visualize might see themselves taking a hand, wrapping it around the thought, that object, that memory, or that sensation in the muscle lovingly, gently, as though you were holding the most delicate of flower, the most beautiful flower ever created, a gift directly from God. Look upon that object and simply say, I am Christ, and in this moment I use time to its greatest glory. Beloved object, I bless you. I embrace you. I heal you. Then, if it is a picture in the mind or thought, simply allow it to be dissolved. Notice that as the image dissolves, you will detect that there is a field of spacious peace that you may not have noticed was there. The object of creation has simply become transparent to the reality of who you truly are. For peace is the nature of Christ. Do this as long as it is comfortable, and the mind does not seem to waver or to get too rattled. If it seems to become uncomfortable, simply notice that discomfort, acknowledge and thank yourself for your willingness to heal creation. Let the exercise go and be about your day. Come back to this exercise as often as you wish, but at least once a day for each of the next 30 days. Many of you will begin to see a certain pattern emerging. Many of the objects that come for healing may seem to be almost chronologically linked to your experience in this life. Others of you may notice that you are tapping into a multitude of other lifetimes, and some of you will experience and realize that over this 30 days nothing seemed to show up within you which could link to a personal causation. But rather it seems to be presented to you by something else, and it is coming from some unknown dimension of the universe. Never judge what you see, what you feel, or the thought that arises. There are many dimensions of creation, many forms of life, and many ways in which experience is created. Do not judge what you see, what you think, or what you feel, but hold it as an object that has been brought to you by the Holy Spirit, who is asking you as Christ to bring the healing of blessing to it. Many of you will have profound insights and realizations over the next 30 days. Some of you will have memories come that you have never been able to access before. Why? Simply because there has been a barrier of fear, that is all. Fear is what creates and sustains the illusion of separation. So that when anyone says, I can't remember back past the age of 5, well, that is utter nonsense. Every sense you have ever known is present for you now in its fullness. You have merely used selectivity as a result of judgment and fear to press down into your mind certain events. As you approach it in the way that we have offered to you, you will discover that the fear of creation seems to become more and more absent. Therefore, the barrier between you and creation becomes more transparent. Some of you will even have very clear experiences of transcending all sense of personal consciousness and suddenly realizing that the vastness of your being is greater than your entire cosmos. Some of you will experience improved relationships with a coworker or with an old friend, or a sudden phone call or a letter from someone you have not been in touch with. Why? Because somewhere in the process, something bubbled up and was given to you for healing that literally sent the message to that one that you are with then, and that they can heal and release their own pattern. Remember that all minds are joined, so that as you are engaged in healing, you are providing a spark of light that holds the potential to uplift every mind in your dimension, and in all dimensions. We embrace your choice for healing. We abide in a dimension of consciousness in which there are no barriers. Everything is perfectly transparent. We are very aware then, simply by selecting to turn our attention to whomever we wish, exactly what you are currently involved in healing. Rest assured, each time you choose a loving thought, each time you choose to join with us, to be the arisen Christ, you spark joy within us. For we are embracing with you in delight your choice for healing. Separation cannot exist. Your healing brings us joy, so now the cat must come out of the bag. We truly come to you and help you heal for very selfish reasons. We know that as you heal, our joy is uplifted and extended. We know that as you heal, you come closer and closer and closer to remembering that you already are all that we are. While we play in a dimension that seems to not include physicality, and you seem to play in a dimension that does include physicality, as you become transparent to creation, the sense of separation dissolves. More and more and more and more, we dance together in the eternal joy of the atonement, bringing creation back to the love of God, thereby transforming it, thereby illuminating it, thereby creating within creation itself the means by which the good, the holy, and the beautiful are extended forever. Suffering need not be. The suffering with which you may be yet identified need not be. It is only by choice that suffering is held in the mind, and it is only by choice that it can be healed and released. Beloved friends, friends indeed, for we take with great sincerity the use of the word, we are indeed with you always. Please notice then that in this lesson we have chosen to transmit the thought we rather than I. For although the one that you have identified as Jeshua is very much part of this communication, please understand that no one heals alone. The extension of the good, the holy, and the beautiful is never done alone. Creation is a collaboration. This is why relationship is the means of your salvation. All healing involves the whole of creation. We come to you because we love you. You may wish to look upon us and use the term lineage, for within the resonance of being, within the drama of creation, and within the dreams of separation, and in the infinite number of worlds that have arisen and continue to arise, a resonance has been created through an infinite number of souls that seem to be separate and individual. We are merely those who seem to have gone ahead of you a little bit in time, and seem to have awakened more thoroughly than you give yourself credit for in this moment. In truth, the awakening has already occurred. It is already done. You are merely remembering the process of awakening. We come then to you, as you would wish to perceive us. Some of you see us as far above you. Some see us as right next to you. Some believe you could never be equal to us, or never so grand, never so great. Some look at us and smile and say, "Would you move over and let me get on with this?" All perception still falls within the realm of illusion. Truth comes by revelation. I and my Father are one is only the utterance of inadequate words pointing to or reflecting a certain revelation of truth. We love you because you are who we are. In the end, there is only Christ loving Christ, back into wholeness, a wholeness that was never truly lost in the first place. And in that moment when creation is returned, you have a good laugh and say, "I'll be darned, I never really went anywhere at all, and my brothers and sisters are with me here, and they are who I am." Remember then that each loving thought restores you to your rightful place. Every fearful thought merely delays the moment of your release and the restoration of your perfect peace. Remember that only love can heal. No technique has ever brought healing, though it can provide a temporary field in which the mind can choose to love. Remember how perfectly simple it is. It is not possible for you to be in a wrong place at the wrong time. Imagine an employer who has decided to pay you 1 million of your golden coins per hour. Your only task is to place a flower where the employer wants it. The way the employer works, because he likes to have fun, is to provide you an envelope each day that you show up for work. You open the envelope, and in it is a set of instructions which says, outside you will find a taxicab. Take the taxicab to the inner city, and there take the job of a street sweeper. On Tuesday morning, I'm going to send you an 84-year-old man who hates himself and feels himself to be useless. Give this man a beer and sit down upon your curb and talk about how you used to hate yourself. It's all right if you never did. Just do this for me. As you talk, I will fill your mind with exactly the right words. You will know just the time and turn and look into the man's eyes and simply say, "Brother, you are loved," and healing will occur. Meanwhile, your coworker may just happen to be sent to a penthouse in Paris to eat the grandest of meals and be blessed with millions of golden coins, surrounded by a harem of beautiful men or women, and the finest of wines. And yet it will be all a smokescreen, so that when the room service person brings the next bottle of wine, I will whisper into their ear, "Bless that room service person." Now in the realm of form, it looks as though there is a big difference between one blessed with infinite wealth hanging out in a penthouse in Paris, and one sitting on a lonely cold curb in some deep, dark inner city, with an old man who hates himself. But I say unto you, there is no difference. There is no difference because creation holds only one purpose, one goal, one value: healing. The healing that allows God's holy child, Christ, to arise from a useless dream and to be restored to her rightful place at the right hand of God. This is not a spatial term. It simply means to think rightly, to be restored to sanity, so that creation can flow forth ever more perfectly, ever more joyously, adding to the kingdom by extending the increasingly good, the increasingly holy, and the increasingly beautiful. Never, then, judge yourself by comparison to another. Comparison and contrast are what the egoic mind does, so that judgment can result. Judgment of self, judgment of another, so that the dream of separation can continue. Since it is in the dream, it needs the dream to continue to maintain survival. Simply give it up. Each of you is as wealthy as the one next to you, for you have the perfect love of God. You are as your Creator has created you to be, unchanged, unchanging, and unchangeable forever. No event has ever had an effect upon you. There is only love, and you are that. Therefore, simply be who you are. You are the light that lights this world and restores it to the loveliness of heaven. The question that will determine your tomorrows. We close this lesson with a question for you to answer for yourself. Not to discuss, not to analyze, not to ruminate over, but merely to sit in what appears to be your private realm and ponder an answer. For unless it is answered, there can be no movement. How it is answered will determine your tomorrow. And you are going to have an infinite number of them, by the way. The question is simply this: do you recognize that you have already been everywhere and every when in the illusion of separation? Would you be willing right now, in the quiet privacy of your own heart and mind, to use the power of awareness given unto you to decide to be love? Some of you will have just felt a feeling of fear come up. Some of you will feel a sudden thought rushing through your awareness. Oh, this is a bunch of nonsense. If you give the fear the power of reality, you will have effectively delayed the answering of the question. If you listen to the thought that calls it nonsense, you will have done the same thing. But the only thing you will have done is this, and please listen carefully. You will only have delayed a moment that will not be forsaken. You will have only decided the inevitable, for your journey home has already long since begun. And once that journey begins, rest assured the end is certain. Push it against it as you will, like a gnat shouting at the universe, "My will be done, not God's." Love merely waits on your welcome. Choose then, beloved friends, to embrace the only answer these questions can have, for those answers are truth, based on what is real. With your embracing of what is real, the moment of your liberation is at hand, and Christ descends gently to begin to make its home where once the illusion of a separate self once seemed to reign. The end is always a thought away. Liberation a simple choice. The way is easy and without effort. It rests in the power to decide. We love you, and we are with you always. We will never, ever, ever contract from any experience or thought you choose, for it is our delight to extend the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Can this be but love being extended to God's creation, you, the holy child of God? Beautiful are you, radiant are you, innocent are you, powerful are you, eternal are you, free are you, loved are you. We cherish you now and forever. Practice well and enjoy the next 30 days. Be you therefore at peace, beloved friends. Amen. Lesson 19. Surrender the dream of the dreamer. Beloved and holy children of light divine, it is our honor to come forth and abide with you, to communicate with you. We come forth to join with you because the sole purpose of creation is to extend the good, the holy, and the beautiful. What greater good could there be than to create communication that can call forth from the Christ mind to every aspect of the sonship in such a way that the mind is stirred to seek ways to heal its illusion, and therefore return home to the recognition of what is never changed? What could be more holy than to use each moment of relationship in the recognition that only God's children can truly relate one to another, and that the purpose of their relationship is to heal illusion, that the holy might be extended? And what could be more beautiful than to join together, you and we, in this moment, to recognize that what is truly beautiful is the recognition that I and my Father are one? Therefore, the extension of the good, the holy, and the beautiful needs to become your sole purpose, as it has become ours. For only when the mind is used for this purpose alone can there be the perfect remembrance of the kingdom. You have sought us out because you desire the kingdom. As the weight of your illusions has become too painful, the games that you have sought to play within the dream of separation no longer satisfy, no longer seduce you, no longer gratify your imagination. Beneath all dreams you have heard the call of the one who sent you forth and asks you, "Little child, return. I am with you still. Let us create together the good, the holy, and the beautiful." The only difference that can yet seem to remain between us and you is that all of us involved in this work, from what you might perceive to be the other side, are merely beings, aspect of mind like yourself, that within the illusion of time, within the plane out of time, seem to have chosen before you to heal all illusion and return home. Therefore we call to you from across the very thin veil of illusion that yet seems to keep you where you are, seemingly separate from us. That illusion, by the way, is not the physical body, nor is it the physical dimension, since in reality the physical dimension does not exist. What exists is thought, streaming forth from mind, creating or outpicturing that which has been held within the mind. So the very physical body becomes only a symbol of what the mind has decided to believe, such as, "Surely I am separate from God. That is the outpicturing I want. So I will look upon a physical body, identify myself with it, and therefore seem to peer out from the body and see great distance between myself and others. And if there is a great distance between myself and other bodies or forms, then surely there is an unfathomable gulf between myself and God." When perception has been cleansed, when perception has been purified, the body itself becomes transparent to consciousness, to the witnessing awareness of mind. It sees no longer that which it is identified. It sees only the phenomena of mental energy temporarily being played out in the field of space and time. The body itself no longer becomes a barrier or obstacle to overcome. The body itself no longer is seen or perceived as something that can bring love to it, or can reach out and attract or draw to itself what has been perceived as valuable in the world. Rather, the body becomes one thing, a temporary opportunity to extend the good, the holy, and the beautiful. In other words, even the body itself can have no purpose, save that which the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, the right-mindedness within you, would give to it. Therefore, if you want to experience the body as being at peace, if you want to experience the body as serving only the function of being a communication device for the love of God, cease in perceiving it as your own, and give up the apparent right to make decisions for yourself in regard to the body. We have suggested to you before that you cease using the term my or mine whenever you refer to the body. Merely refer to it as the body, as a carpenter would pick up a tool and say the hammer, the saw, or an artist would say the brush. For the wise carpenter does not identify himself with the hammer or saw, and the wise artist does not feel neglected when the brush is laying in the tray. Wisdom, then, looks upon form as merely temporary communication devices. The delight is to extend the good, the holy, and the beautiful. The source of all illusion. Illusions can seem to take many forms, yet they are all one source, a decision to perceive oneself as separate from God. The best way to do that is to convince yourself that because you are separate from God, there must be many things about you in your life that are out of alignment with the will of God. Therefore, you will manifest many variations that seem to express the instability that is the effect of that one belief, one perception: I am separate from God. I have accomplished the impossible. Let me keep it in place. Illusion, then, while the form of them may seem to be many, are really one. Healing occurs when, in the depth of the mind, the decision is made to surrender, and to give up the insane idea that oneself could possibly exist apart from the mind of God. Surrender means to settle into the position of the servant, the conduit through which the mind of God, the love of God, can be expressed. The mind that exists in perfect surrender sees absolutely no purpose to any moment of experience save this. The mind in perfect surrender looks out upon a world that has been healed from its own misperception that the world has had power over it. It sees that at no time has it experienced anything but its own outpicturing. That is why all events are neutral. It is mind that interprets an event, draws a conclusion, and then bases behavior upon it. The mind that is healed and rests in surrender looks out upon an innocent world that has been touched by its blessing of forgiveness. That forgiveness is simply a step in which that mind recognizes that the world it had thought was there was nothing more than its own mental creation, and smiles and laughs and sees that the world has held no power, and that all the events that have arisen, all interpretation of events, have been generated from within the kingdom of the mind, the one place that is given unto you to assume responsibility for as your domain. The mind that has been healed of illusion has been healed of all illusions, and while time and space seem to last, the last outpicturing of a teeny mad idea called the physical body can be given over to something else, can be transformed into a simple communication device that no longer communicates separation and judgment, but rather forgiveness and innocence. It becomes nothing. It is picked up and used only in those ways it can speak, gesture, move, act, and make something in the world that touches the world with the blessing of the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Because this is simply the truth, it must mean that where you perceive justification for anything less than peace, it must mean that you have already decided, in the deeper part of your mind, to maintain this root or core misperception. That is, you are still attempting to perceive yourself as having accomplished the impossible, to have separated yourself from the mind of God. The mind that is surrendered looks out upon all things and quietly says within itself, there has only been God. I am created of that. The source of my being, the source of my reality, rests in surrender into that and that alone. The mind that is surrendered, yet walks in your world as long as the body lasts, is often completely unrecognized by others around it, for others see a body, and therefore assume there is an individual, an ego, a separated being within it as that body. When the mind is surrendered, you could say the body walks as an empty shell and is merely waiting to be informed by the love of God. When the love of God does not inform you or ask you to move and take action, then simply rest and do nothing. That is why the final state of awakening is incomprehensible in the language of your world, since your languages are based on the very thought of separation itself. This is why when we speak of peace, we speak of that peace which is beyond all understanding. For the peace that you can understand in the language of your world is conditional peace, the kind you create when two warring nation leaders sit down in suits and ties and forget the death count in the destroyed villages, and they sign some document with a pen. They put on a front and smile for the pictures, and then they assume and teach everyone else to assume that now there is peace. Then each goes back and secretly continues to build weapons of defense against the attack sure to come from the one still perceived as an enemy. Peace cannot be bargained for. It is not the result of compromise. Peace comes only when any mind surrenders unconditionally the dream of the dreamer itself, so that there is only God and God's creation. We have shared with you before that creation is one, the Christ mind, and that mind is not in the body. It is not a particular form and certainly does not belong to any personal entity. I was never the Christ, as though you are not. Like you, I was a temporary modification of eternal energy, of outpicturing of a thought, a mental thought held in mind, which learned to surrender the misperception of the dreamer, and became informed only by the Christ mind. Only that mind was present, and yet it could not be touched through the body. That is why my crucifixion had no effect on me whatsoever. It merely sped up the process whereby the body was dissolved away as an idea. The world is innocent. Beloved friends, come now in your understanding to change how you use consciousness. Take pause with us to remember the truth. The world that you look upon is innocent. The cause of the world is not found in the world, but only in the thoughts held within the mind. You remain perfectly free to choose to perceive differently. You remain free at all times to see that you are not the victim of circumstance, not the victim of a relationship, a career, or being born into a certain nation. You are never the victim of anything, since nothing within an illusion holds the power to truly have any effect on you. You are the one who remains free to assume responsibility for the domain of your mind. You are the one who is free to simply say, "Father, nevertheless, not my will, but thine be done." And what will does the Father have, save that you be happy by returning to the peace that forever passes all understanding? What could your Father will for you, but that you awaken from the dream that there is something in the world that can add value to you? That there is someone, some career, some location, some what have you, that can actually add substance to your being? And better than this, to become free to the perception that the lack of someone, something, some career, some location, some form of any kind could detract from your being, from your perfect power of union with God. Peace, then, comes from a decision that is put into practice over time, in which the world is released. Released from what? From your belief that it should somehow be for you the conduit whereby you gain good feelings, love, peace, wisdom, ideas, comradeship, and even brotherhood or sisterhood. Detachment does not mean avoidance, but it does mean disidentification with a mistaken idea. All suffering stems from this, identification of the deep mind or soul with the forms it passes out picturing in this illusion. The belief that loss is possible, and also that gain is possible. There can only be the recognition of what is true through the practice of extending the good, the holy, and the beautiful. The end of illusion is very near when the mind reaches this following point. When any mind looks out upon its creation that it is attempted to make of itself and finds all of it lacking, that something is missing, and when that mind simply decides to withdraw the value it has placed on the world, and rest into the simple desire to be with God, then heaven is but a step away, and that final step is taken by your Creator for you. The dream of separation has been your responsibility. When you reach that point of collapsing or surrendering, you enter into the stage of restoration or salvation, and that is the hands of your Creator. When restoration has been completed, and the mind no longer seeks to journey out into the fields of illusion, but simply rest empty at one with God, then creation can begin anew. And co-creation is in the hands of both you and your Creator. The only difference is that you are no longer a separate being, like a gnat shouting at the universe, demanding that things be done your way, but rather you are empty. You are the paradox of all paradoxes, for you are all filled and only Christ abides. Yet not you lives, but only that one. Even the arising and passing away of the body are of no concern for you. You merely rise in the morning and simply say, "Father, how would you have me be present this day?" And something else informs your steps and your decision. You are no longer identified with the fruit of your action. You are no longer concerned with how it may look or how it may compare to someone else's action. You merely abide where you are, doing what you are doing, and offering it freely because you are no longer attached to it. Peace is the essence of the message that we would share with you in this lesson as a temporary resting period from the work that we have been doing in the way of transformation. Rest assured there is much more to be done, for when the mind is surrendered, resistance dies to the very extension of creation, and that mind no longer seeks to leave any dimensions whatsoever. For where would it go? It merely becomes one willing to enact whatever is being extended to it from the mind of God as a way of being involved with the extension of love. That requires, then, learning how to use consciousness differently, but it is all predicated on a return to peace. That is why, above all things, your responsibility is to enter into surrender, to let the teeny mad idea of a separate self be dissolved entirely from the mind, so that there is only the mind of Christ. Questions to ponder. Beloved friends, pause then in this moment. Observe the place that you are. In truth, is there anything around you in your current environment that could add anything to your substance? If you could find a way to possess it or digest it, would it puff you up? It might add a few pounds if you happen to have ice cream in front of you, but that is only to the body. Likewise, as you look upon your environment, imagine if the things around you were taken away. Would that take anything from you? If you can feel the simple truth of the questions that we are asking, then surely you can come to sense that just beneath your involvement in the world of form, peace is already available because love waits on your welcome. Will the world of form seek to pull you into identification with it? Oh yes, because that is part of the very outpicturing you once created. You held the thought in your mind. Would that I could create a world that will pull at me so much that it will distract me from the one thing I need to do. And when it does, I can say that I be awake now except of all the things and all these other people that need my attention more than God. If only they would go away, I could know God. If I could just disappear into a cave somewhere or a cell in a monastery and shut out the world, then I could know God. That approach never works. Recognition is not dependent on any specific state of body or lower mind. It is not necessary to spend endless hours in meditation seeking to quiet the mind. It is only necessary to withdraw value from what arises in the field of the lower mind, so that quite naturally what arises, what is recognized, is the perfect value that is held in your prior union with God. This is why awakening, salvation, or enlightenment is not a change at all, merely a recognition of what has always been, and what will always be eternally. You are free to choose anew. Now in this moment, are you free to choose anew? Now are you free to rescind your judgment of the world? Now in this very moment of eternity, you can choose to recognize that you are already perfectly awake, freely choosing what outpicturing you will pour forth from the mind, freely choosing whether to think for yourself or to think with God, whether to believe your outpicturing or to see them as temporary clouds passing through an infinite sky that the clouds have never affected or influenced. You are free now to simply say within yourself, I can choose peace instead of this. I am surrendered, and nothing matters save the extension of the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Therefore, Father, in this moment, what is your will for me? You are empty of self, empty of striving, empty of the need to be right, the need to judge, or the need to perceive anything in any certain way at all, and freed from attachment to the fruit of your action. Yet paradoxically, you are allowing creativity to flow through you, trusting that there is already a greater mind that knows how best to serve the atonement. The atonement is the uplifting of the whole of the sonship, every brother and every sister who are but aspects of the mind of God, not your mind. For your mind is an aspect of the mind of God, points of light, seemingly fragmented from the one mind, the one light. You are free to see, and please listen carefully, right where you are, that the separation never occurred. All attempts to keep it in place have been like battling for the rights of a chimera to exist, like insisting that the illusion of an oasis seen in a desert is truly real. Instead of going to the location and finding out what is real and what is false, standing there bickering with your arms folded across your chest, arguing for the right to be right, while reality slips through your fingers. All the while you are standing next to a beautiful spring which bubbles forth with the purest of water. You are free now to entertain one idea totally insane to the world. I am awake now. My dream has not occurred. No separation has occurred. No distance has been traveled. Grace has already restored me, and I am free to perceive the real world. We would ask of you this, to spend some time doing what we just suggested, to sit quietly and ask the questions that were asked just 2 pages ago about adding and subtracting from you or to you. Sit with the words just given over and over again, without being in a hurry, without struggling, and see if you can touch the place that knows the truth of these words, so that the truth is felt to be your own. Then and only then will you finally begin to dissolve the power that you have given to the ego. What is the ego but the bundle of sensation and perception and outpicturing that are the very attempt to do the impossible, to be separate from God? Would you be willing to surrender that value, to rescind it, to bring it back to your heart and soul, and then offer it to your Creator? Here then is the point of the conversion, the turning about in the seat of the soul that must be reached by anyone who, in truth, would seek God, to realize that they live, yet not themselves, but that one who extends power and life has brought them into being, and they have a function to fulfill. It is their function and no one else's. It cannot be compared. It can only be allowed. Therefore, spend some time, as much as you want for the next few days, sitting with the truth. Those of you who feel that you are going to be too busy, then let your time be used in busyness, and thereby continue to try to convince yourself that the world is real. Wait for a few days, perhaps until you come to your weekend. Then when your boss tells you that you have time off, then sit with the truth. For as this truth settles in the soul, all that we have been doing prior to this will become easier and make much more sense. It will clear the space for what is to come. For when the mind has truly awakened from illusion, there is nothing left but to be servant of the atonement. And the only question left is, Father, how this day might I serve? We will bring this message to a close, as there is no need at this point for a continuation of the words. There is only the need for direct experience held within the aloneness of your own mind and being. For revelation is intensely personal. It cannot be communicated to anyone at any time. Yet the revelation that comes to each mind may come in a unique way, but the revelation is one of truth. That is why when any two beings who are awake happen to meet each other, there is little to do but smile, and allow the phenomena of life to continue. Therefore, know that we love you greatly, and we honor you for the courage it takes to let go of the world and open the palms of your heart to the grace of heaven. As we continue in the way of transformation, let it be done from the perspective of delightful innocence, in the mind that recognizes there is nothing else to do with time except extend the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Peace then be unto you always. Go in peace this day. Amen. Lesson 20. Vigilance for the Kingdom. We come forth to abide with you because you have asked. We come forth to abide with you because we are a part of you. We exist where you are. We abide as the truth of what you are. Therefore, beloved friends, please well understand that when we reach back into time, into the field of what you call physicality, to create communications with you, we do not come to you from some other location. We come forth unto you from the depth, the heart, the essence of that which mind is, that which love is, that which consciousness emerges from. We come forth from reality, and we join with you in the only place that genuine communication can occur, in reality. This can only mean that in those moments when you feel not merely intellectually consider, but when you feel yourself immediately and truly comprehending that which is communicated by the words we choose, in that moment you do not abide in time, you do not abide in illusion, you abide in reality. In that moment there is quite literally no distance between us. We speak here of distance, not just in what you would think of as a physical terms, but there is also no distance between us qualitatively. That is, in that moment when you receive truth. It is not the case that we are above you, beyond you, or have ever gone ahead of you a little. You are comprehending the essence of truth from the essence of Christ mind, which is the only mind that can comprehend the truth and reality of God. That truth is necessarily within you, and has been within you since before the birthing of time. It has been with you since before a tiny, mad idea seemed to creep across the expanse of your mind, and you chose to believe it. That reality cannot be taken from you. It is from that reality that you have awareness of your own existence. It is from that reality that you gather the fuel to create the perceptions that you most desire. And the perceptions that you most desire are precisely the ones that you are experiencing in any given moment. Now those of you that were abiding in reality as you heard those words, immediately know that that means that at no time and under no circumstance are your perceptions being thrown upon you from some source or force outside of you. You know that in each moment you, and you alone, have created the perception, and therefore the experience you are having within the field of the mind, for no other reason than you have desired it. That is why the very pathway of awakening, regardless of the form that it takes, is always a retraining of the mind. It is a decision to choose to discipline the mind in each moment, to teach only love, to hold only loving thoughts, and to recognize that there is no such thing as an idle thought, since each thought or perception held in the mind immediately generates your experience. That experience is like a pebble dropped into a pond that sends out a reverberation, a vibration throughout the field of your being, and that field goes far, far beyond what you commonly perceive to be the boundaries of your body. What you desire, you experience. Beloved friends, you will only experience what you desire. That is why desire is always the first and most fundamental key to the process of awakening. It is why desire is the energy known equally by all the minds in all kingdoms, in all dimensions, in all worlds. It is by desire that you choose to relinquish the value you have placed upon limited perception. It is by desire that you decide to teach only love. It is by desire that the kingdom is restored to your mind, for it is by desire that you have been birthed from the holy mind of God. The simplest way to discover what it is that you desire at any moment is to simply stop and observe. What thoughts are currently taking place within my mind? How am I perceiving the world that seems to be around my body? And most especially observe, how am I perceiving myself in this moment? With honesty, you will see quite quickly and quite easily what it is you have most desired to experience in this moment. It can indeed be quite shocking when awareness begins to turn back on itself, to observe the mechanic of its own thinking process in the world. Then to hold the thought that the thoughts that are dancing in the mind are there for no other reason than that they have been desired by the truth of who you are. You are that power which has been birthed from the mind of God, made in God's image, that is, with infinite power to create what you choose to experience. Desire, then, is integral to the understanding of the very process of transformation, for what you desire, you do experience. When I walked upon your planet as a man, seemingly cloaked in a body, or as a body, I too had need of learning to observe the nature of my own mind, and discover what it was I was desiring in any given moment. Vigilance for the kingdom means to retrain the mind until it desires only love, only the kingdom, only enlightenment, only peace, only reality. When the mind has been so retrained, in that moment there is no longer any sense of a separate self struggling to find God. There is no longer any sense of a separate self who knows lack. There is no longer any sense of a separate self that is unworthy of being the embodiment of Christ. And in that moment, the body can seem to continue, or it could disintegrate. The body itself will be perceived in a very different light. It will no longer be seen as something dense and hard that seems to separate you from your brothers or sisters. It is seen only as a dance of shadow that provides Christ an opportunity temporarily to speak the language of those that believe the body is yet real in order to communicate, and to drop a pebble into the pond that sends a reverberation, a vibration through the body that is emanated and is recognized by everyone, perhaps not accepted but recognized. This is why you have heard many stories, some even related to me, that when a master walks upon the planet, something occurs in the energy field, the mind of those in his or her proximity. There is an energy that is transmitted. It is not that the master changes them. It is that the truth in them is suddenly quickened into at least a very temporary remembrance of what is true. And an illusion can be dropped, or perhaps all illusions can be dropped. The body becomes almost a magical means of communication. It appears to be something solid. It appears to be who you are. Yet when the mind has been retrained thoroughly and purification has been completed, the body simply becomes transparent and meaningless, except for the extension of the light of love. I have shared with you many times that to awaken as Christ requires that you begin your journey as Christ. It is not possible to transform yourself in order to become Christ, but it is possible to simply accept the idea of the truth, and then let that be the foundation from which your life expressions begin, so that you begin to think with Christ, so that you begin to breathe with Christ, so that you begin to envision with Christ. The decision to accept that truth, that is true always. The way of transformation, and please listen carefully, is not a process of changing the unworthiness in you to a point where finally you are knocking at heaven's door and you then awaken. Rather, the way of transformation rests on your decision to accept the truth that is true always. I and my Father are one. Now that that is out of the way, how would a Christ live in this dimension? How would a Christ bring himself or herself to each moment of experience? What voice would Christ listen to? What vision would he or her serve? The struggle to awaken is the very obstacle to this accomplishment. That is why the 5 minutes as Christ was given to you as a very simple exercise. And if indeed you desire Christ above all things, would you not participate in each day? For that which you desire in love is that which pulls your attention to it. If you love Christ, then let Christ pull you, attract you to spending 5 minutes a day on the realization that you can only be what you are created to be. Having accepted that as a truth, then inquire into your own Christ mind on how you will live this day. For the mind that is awakened sees no distinction any more between being here and not being here. It sees no distinction between heaven and earth. It sees no distinction between eternity and time. It sees no distinction between the non-material and material or physicality. It sees no distinction between the extraordinary and the ordinary. But rather, reality is returned to the mind, and it suffuses what the mind experiences. And the literal world that you thought you used to know, building, cars, governments, and all the rest, simply becomes a temporary harmless illusion that seems to have hoodwinked your brothers and sisters who are part of you. Because the world is now seen in its transparency, it is no longer fearful to you. You are free to walk and abide in it as long as the body lasts, quiet, joyfully going about your most extraordinary, ordinary tasks, except that they have become translated into the means whereby you demonstrate the truth of love to the world. Reactivity, suffering, doubt, depression, in other words, dis-ease, can only be the reflection of a decision to use the power of the mind to desire, and therefore to perceive and experience what is unlike the truth of the kingdom. Freedom, peace, unlimitedness, and above all, fearlessness must necessarily be the result of the decision to use the power of the mind to remember, to realize, to abide in, and to extend the truth that is true always. Then the passing phenomena called life is simply seen as a delightful dance. It has no purpose in and of itself. Once you gave it a purpose unlike God's, but as Christ, the purpose that you see in the world is shared by your Creator with you. Your will has become the same as God's, merely to abide and to be of service in the process whereby those that have been hoodwinked can remember the truth and can become free. It no longer matters how that occurs, that is, what form your teaching occurs in, it is all the same. You see no difference between your form and someone else's, for you will recognize the teachers of God. Where you are in any moment becomes a divine gift, literally dropped in your lap as an opportunity to enjoy the remembrance that you are one with God. An opportunity to remember that everything you are seeing is a passing illusion in the sense that it used to have a purpose that seemed concrete, and that purpose has dissolved and gone. Where did the world go? I used to think it was a fearful place. I used to think that it had to get ahead. I used to think that there were those who could victimize me. Now I just see harmlessness. I see nothing out there that can add anything to me. I am simply at rest and at peace, delighting at play in my Father's kingdom. And where I am, Christ abides. So the distance from where you may yet perceive yourself to be and where you may perceive us to be is only the distance of a decision. That decision waits upon your welcome. No one can take from you the power to decide to own your identity as God's child. Observing your choices. Look well then in this moment. Stop and look within the mind. Then observe the simple day that you have been living thus far. And ask yourself, what have you desired in this day? And allow memory to bring to you choices that you have made. Look upon those choices for whatever feelings, perceptions, and thoughts you may have had. Look upon them with perfect innocence. Simply observe. Oh, in that moment I was certainly not desiring peace. In that moment I certainly wasn't desiring perfect remembrance. How interesting. If you can find a moment in this day that you have lived so far, even if you began reading this lesson 5 minutes after you got up out of bed, if you look well into those 5 minutes, you just might discover that there has been at least a moment in which you are not deliberately choosing to desire remembrance of union with God. Now, does that mean that you are walking around saying, I desire union with God, I desire union with God? Those are just words. The desire is a feeling. It pervades the heart. You might say that you feel it in the body, which is really just the depth of the mind anyway. Look well and see if there was a moment in which you were using the power of the mind to decide against the kingdom. When you find that moment, just look at it, observe it with innocence, and simply say, I could have chosen otherwise. That is the simplicity and the power that the kingdom is. The world remains uncaused by anything outside of your own mind, yet within it you are given complete dominion. This means that within the one mind of Christ, individuation occurs. For a moment, perceive the one Christ mind as an ocean, where individual waves arise made of the same substance, perfect freedom, perfect knowledge of and union with God. In that freedom, the power to decide or to desire is present, and desire begets worlds without end. That is what your entire planet once came from. That is what your entire solar system came from. Your entire universe was born of desire. The key to transformation: assume complete responsibility. The key, then, to the transformation of your lived experience while the body lasts is to assume complete responsibility for how you are choosing to use the mind. Remember, only you can think a thought. Only you can have an idea. That idea cannot enter your domain, over which you have complete dominion, unless you have sent it an invitation. That is simply the way it is. It is a mirror of what God is, infinite and perfect freedom. God simply never deviates from desiring only the extension of love, the birthing of that which is like unto himself, you. Your will is joined with your Creator's when you decide to birth only that which reflects love, the good, the holy, and the beautiful. The mind, as you have come to know it, will deceive you into thinking that, well, if I live that way 95% of the time, then what the heck? 5% of the time I can do something else. Well, that is absolutely true. Yet the more you come to truly desire only that which reflects the truth of who you are, you will be able to tolerate less and less variance within yourself. That is why when any mind truly begins to awake, it becomes more and more painful to continue certain thoughts or behaviors that do not reflect the deep desire of the heart. This is why the gap becomes less and less, the gap of unconsciousness, the gap in which the mind tries to defend its choices and perceptions until finally it rests in complete vulnerability. It lives in complete innocence and no longer, and please listen carefully, it no longer fears change within its system of thought. It no longer fears being challenged by another mind because it thirsts only for the creation of a thought system that can birth forth the good, the holy, and the beautiful. It no longer explains, it no longer defends, it no longer seeks to convince. It merely abides and gives itself over to the stream of love that would flow through it. Every idea presented by another mind becomes something to live with, something to digest, to see if there is a jewel within it that can add to the beauty of its own expression of the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Everything becomes grist for the mill. There is no longer a need to be in defense. The body does not tighten, the breath does not grow short. There is only vulnerability. There is no longer a need to hide. There is no longer the need to be concerned with the perception of others, since a perception cannot harm you. There is only such love of self that nothing less than God will do. So again in this lesson we speak of the theme of desire. We seek to bring you to the point of realizing that desire is the great power of creativity. It is that which births your very experience. Desire is perfectly free. That desire, that power to desire, is within you, and you will never be without it. It is impossible to be desireless, since you can only find yourself to be where you have desired to be. Even if you are in deep and perfect silent meditation, you are there because of desire. Therefore, beloved friends, please decide this day to take responsibility for what you desire. Recognize that what you desire will be what you experience. Recognize that what you desire literally creates a pathway whereby you will experience either heaven or hell, peace or turbulence, love or fear. In each moment of desire, right where you are, you have just birthed an entire world. For out of that desire, you will create your perceptions of everything from yourself to the farthest of stars, all in a split second, a moment of timelessness. Part of the journey, then, of the way of transformation is learning to transform your lived experience so that you can enjoy it more and more, are attached to it less and less, and fear it not at all. There are many in your world who would yet perceive spirituality as a way to get out of the place in which they find themselves, not understanding that they can be nowhere save in their own mind. And as long as there is a desire to get out from where they are, they will remain stuck within it, because only love can heal. Therefore, the way of healing, which is the way of transformation, requires that you turn back to look at your creations, to look back into your own mind and to bring love to whatever is arising out of the desire to be the presence of Christ. Now, does this mean that as long as the body lasts and you find yourself in the world of space, time, and movement, and all the rest, that you will not take the body from one location to another? Of course not. Does it mean that third-dimensional relationships will not come and go? Of course not. It does mean you become completely free of the old perception that an attraction to a certain relationship is going to add something to you, or the avoidance of a certain relationship is going to keep you safe. Rather, you begin to be free to let the dance of the third-dimensional illusion simply have its day, but it no longer holds power over you. The highest state of awareness, then, in which perception has been totally cleansed and purified, is one of paradox as soon as you seek to talk about it. For you will look upon yourself and see yourself as a body-mind with a certain name, living in a certain place on a certain planet, doing a certain thing. In that very same moment, in the very same field of your mind, you will know that you are not the body, that you are not that name, that you are not that history, that you are something more. You are something grand, you are something divine, you are something mysterious, you are something beyond comprehension by any mind, at least in the realm of thought. And you will literally know and feel within the core of your being the truth of both of those, and there will no longer be any opposition between them. You will no longer look at the personality and see a great schism between it and the nature of Christ's mind, for the two will have become merged as one. You will look at the most ordinary events that you experience with your body and see no differentiation whatsoever between that and the kingdom of heaven. It simply is arising and is literally held in, pervaded by, and suffused by the reality that is true always. You will know that you are totally free when you no longer feel any obstruction to whatever is arising in the field of your experience. Why? Because you will simply see it as another opportunity to say, Holy Spirit, what would you have me say? What would you have me do? What would it be like in this moment for me to simply realize that only love is real? Then you will listen to that voice. You will feel it deep in your heart, and you will simply act on that voice and none other. You will not listen to what other minds think you ought to do. You will simply listen to that one voice. It will not speak to you from the ego, for there will be no judgment. You will simply come and go as one unknown by the world, and one who looks to be very ordinary, one who looks to be the same as everyone else. The difference is that though the body still seems to walk upon the earth, you are literally embracing the earth, and in you, you will know that fear is gone. Second observation exercise. We wish to extend you some simple exercise that you can put into practice. We mentioned one of them already. A second is this. Take 10 minutes out of each hour. Set your alarm on your little watches and for 10 minutes actually observe how you are moving the body. For example, I just got off the couch and I am proceeding to the kitchen. Why? I am having a desire for ice cream. It has arisen as a thought in my mind, and I have given it the power to motivate the movement of the body, to take the action necessary to now put my hand on the handle of the refrigerator. And by the way, I would have liked to have one of those then. And I am now opening the freezer, and I am taking out the cold little cart made of the body in some tree. It is a substance that some other mind created out of desire. Now I am picking up a utensil called a spoon, born of another mind that had a desire to make life easier. I am dipping it into the ice cream, and now I am putting it into the body, which itself is the result of a desire, and I am creating my experience. There is no other cause but this, the arising, the inception of a thought, a feeling, a desire which has birthed the entire movement of the world, called the body, to create an experience of eating ice cream. You can do that for 10 minutes just by observing what you actually are doing. Now, what does that mean? It does not mean, I'm going to work in order to pay the bill. No, you are not. You are going to work because you have held the desire to create something that seems to give you a semblance of safety, predictability, and survival. Job or career is that which is birthed out of desire because of your perception of what you think you need. So you're not going to a job in order to do something. You are simply putting the body in the car, and you are driving on your freeway. Begin to learn how to observe without embellishment, without interpretation or explanation, exactly what you are doing for 10 minutes. Then if you want to go back to being unconscious, by all means do so. In this way, you will begin to discern something that is also going on the whole time, like an underground current or river. For because you are reality, there is always a desire to extend the good, the holy, and the beautiful. By observing what you are actually doing, you will discover that you are actually succeeding at that far more often than you give yourself credit for. You will begin to see in some of your ordinary smiles, in the decision to take a card and send it to a friend, in the decision to refrain from a hurtful word. You will begin to discover that that too was birthed from desire within your holy mind. And you will begin to taste that there is a depth to you that is already beyond fear, already beyond illusion, already resting in compassion, love, wisdom, and truth. You will begin to discover that you are already having many successes upon which you can build, many successes that you can acknowledge within yourself as a way of getting the taste, the feel that, surely, Christ does dwell in his mind. I once suggested to you that you remember only your loving thoughts, but the trick to that is you must first become aware of them. So many became trapped in the depression, anxiety, and insanity of the mind because they put all their energy into perceiving what is amiss and no energy into perceiving their success as Christ. So in each 10-minute practice period, learn to develop the ability to observe what you are really doing. When you stop at your coffee shop on your way to your job, and you go in and you give some money to a person who gives you a cup of coffee, and you look them in the eye, smile, and say thank you, you have just succeeded. You have communicated truth. And you have remembered that the one in front of you is worthy of your respect and love, and that is a success. Each time you can interpret the momentum of the mind for perceiving nothing but problems, you will begin to discover that the underground river of the mind of Christ is yet within you still. As you feel your success more and more deeply, that in turn builds your desire to live in that stream. And moment by moment, day by day, you will cultivate the power necessary to be identified with only that mind. For a while it will seem that there are two thought systems, the old one that you used to be identified with, and the one that seems to be birthed within you. You are really just remembering it, but you are choosing to bring the discipline necessary, the vigilance necessary, to retrain the mind to be identified, not with the realm of illusion, but with the stream of reality that is flowing through you, unimpeded, unobstructed, throughout all eternity without end. That is the one gift time promises you. That is all there is. You cannot use time to store up wealth in some bank account for the future, since the future does not exist, and you have no control over what will happen to your golden coins in your world. Time has only one purpose, the purpose the Comforter has given unto you, and that purpose is the atonement of the Son of God. Now, if all that sounds very lofty, and the mind says, well, yes, of course, I understand that perfectly well, thank you, good day, and then that very mind goes right back to its same old pattern. Having heard, it is not heard. Having tasted, it is not swallowed. Seize the opportunity to discipline the mind. The mind is still identified with the realm of illusion until you decide to seize time, recognizing its great gift to you, not as a punishment, not as a duty, but as an opportunity to become wholly free, and to smile within your heart because you know that you are one with God. Decide to seize the opportunity to discipline the mind so that it comes to be identified with the stream of Christ's mind, whispering like a quiet voice underneath the roar and din of the ego's conflicted world. For the world of the ego is filled with fear, doubt, judgment, the need to be right, the need to make others wrong, and the need to believe that there is some power outside of itself. When you awaken and realize that the truth is true always, and you will not ever complain about a moment of experience in which you have the power to desire differently. For as you desire, you will perceive, and as you perceive, you will experience. The whole game is simply thus. You are totally free, right here and right now. You cannot do anything to become free. You can only remember your freedom by how you choose to use the mind in any moment. Time is an illusion. The things that pass by, the phenomena of space and time, are just shadows that you have interpreted in a certain way. There is no gain, there is no loss. There is nothing to fear. The world can add nothing to you nor take anything away. You are merely here in this temporary classroom with an opportunity to do what any master in any dimension can do, for you hold the same power as I do. You hold the power to teach only love, and what you teach you must necessarily and immediately learn. Therefore, learn well to observe the mind. What am I really desiring? Not, what do I wish I were desiring, but what am I really desiring? Remembering that everything is a neutral event. It is just a learning experience. Separation does not exist. The truth is true always. Death is unreal. You are pure spirit. Time is just a context. The world is harmless. You cannot be a victim. You are free. The atonement is over. The ascension is completed. Once you get the message, get on with it by choosing to bring that reality into the dance of shadow called this world. For what good does it do to pray for freedom in the future? It is everything to abide in freedom now. One last thing about desire. The egoic mind is made up of attraction, aversion, judgment, either acceptance or aversion, or hatred even. For example, this is right, that is wrong, this is good, that is bad. Be willing to embrace and accept the results of what you have desired. When you dip your spoon into your ice cream, enjoy it. Embrace it as the effects of your desire. And when you buy an automobile that breaks down, train yourself to embrace it and enjoy it just like the ice cream. Why? For a very simple reason. If the egoic mind judges things as right or wrong, if you judge the ice cream as good, but the breaking down of the car is bad, what mind holds power over you? Are you free in that moment? Instead, embrace and enjoy it. My car just broke down. Oh, but there's such a beautiful sunset. I think I might as well sit here and let the stars come out. After all, I really wasn't going anywhere anyway. Mind is everything. If you truly desire more than believing in Christ, you must assume responsibility for transforming the mind by using your very ordinary moments in which you see differently. And as you reshape how you use the mind in every moment, you will come to taste profound freedom, a freedom that will carry you instantly far beyond the things of space and time. They will seem to be arising within you and passing away within you, universe rising and passing away within the holy mind of Christ. That is the great gift given unto you. What are you worthy of desiring the most? You will indeed discover and create your pathway to your own consummate awakening. There can be no end to the mind of God. You will abide forever within it, like one who abides in an infinite forest. Why not be at play in the kingdom? Enjoy your exercise, and as you do them, you will taste a deepening remembrance of truth that is true always. And so be you therefore at peace. And again we extend our thankfulness to you for having set aside the roar and din of the world to abide with us in this way. For you see, communication is the great joy of the aspect of the sonship who chose to come together to delight in remembering the truth. Therefore, it is our delight to create communication devices to join with you. You have a saying in your world, it takes two to tango. Thank you for joining with us in this celebratory dance that remembers the truth. Go then in peace. Amen. Lesson 21. Allowance is the doorway to the kingdom. It is not possible for you to be without love. It is not possible for you to be alone. It is not possible for you to taste death. It is not possible for you to taste genuine loss. It is not possible for you to suffer the dream of separation. It is not possible for you to be apart from your Creator. It is not possible for you to fail. It is not possible for you to harm anyone or anything. It is not possible for you to be guilty of sin. Enter into a deliberate purification. Beloved friends, please consider each of the statements that has just been made to you. We suggest that you write down each statement at the top of a separate piece of paper. Then begin a process in which for 1 week you abide with each of these statements. What do we mean by that? We mean that as often as you choose, through desire, set aside time to merely abide with that statement. Then watch what comes up in the mind and write it down. What will you discover are many pictures, many ideas, and even certain feelings that seem to indicate to you that the statement must not entirely be true. This is a way for you to deepen your ability to observe what is actually occurring within the field of your own mind. It is a way to enter into a deliberate purification. Denial can never purify the mind, for you cannot transcend what you refuse to embrace. For in embracing, does love return to the place where shadow once dwelt. Love alone heals all things. The innocent need not fear. Therefore, because you are innocent, you are completely free to be thoroughly honest about what comes up in your mind as you sit with each statement. Just jot it down. After a 2 or 3 minute period, pause, look at what you have come up with, or what has come up within you, and then juxtapose those two views. Take the statement that you are working with and simply repeat it in mind. Then look at the statement, the picture, the description or the memory that seems to indicate that your experience is other than that statement. As you juxtapose it in this way, look at what has come up within your mind. Be honest about it. It is an event that occurred last week, last year, or 10 years ago, or 500 years ago. It does not really matter. As you look at it, simply ask, has this belief or this perception of myself that seems to be in opposition to the statement at the top of the page, has it really changed anything about me? Has it taken my existence from me? Simply see what the answer is. Then lift your eyes from the page and look around. Say within the mind, I am free in this moment to choose to see things differently. Then take just a moment or two and abide, simply looking around you. Then go back to the statement at the top of the page and say it again out loud, at least 3 times. Then merely say within the mind quietly, this is the truth about me. I want only the truth. Then put it away and be about your business. The next day, bring it out and do the exercise again. Do that kind of process for 1 week for each of the statements given you. Rest assured, purification will be occurring in the depth of your mind. Each of you will experience it in your own way, but you will experience it. Remember always that the only thing that can be transformed is the mind. It is by the power of the mind itself that purification occurs. Just as desire is essential to realization, so too is willingness or allowance. You have heard us say unto you many times that you are required only to offer a little willingness, just what you call a smidgen. Measure out a smidgen of willingness, which is the same as allowance, and sprinkle it upon your experience. Sprinkle it across the world. Sprinkle it upon your own being. Allow all things. Become willing to be one who cultivates the ability to allow all things. The mind that is free can do this. The mind that is imprisoned cannot. For the mind that is imprisoned is so, because it insists that what it perceives should become different in itself, but that the perceiver need not change. And that is the very essence of imprisonment. One who cultivates that ability to allow is cultivating, in truth, the very act of forgiveness. It is releasing the world from its insistence that its perceptions be held as right. It is releasing from itself the need to hold on to its perception. Therefore, allow all things, trust all things, and thereby embrace and transcend all things. Allowance follows on the heels of desire. For when you desire the kingdom above all things, you have no choice but to discover that you must allow the world to be as the world is. For you have not known how the world is. You have only known your perception of it. But the Comforter will heal those perceptions, and that requires your little willingness to let your perception be changed. As they are changed, the world magically becomes a different place. It does become transparent and harmless. It becomes virtually valueless, except for the value the Comforter would give it while it lasts. Allowance, beloved friends, is a process of letting go and trusting. It is a process of saying, I wonder what it would be like to just let things be as they are, to notice them and let them pass away. Allowance, then, is the doorway through which Christ passes in the complete remembrance of Christ. Allowance brings a deeper sense of freedom, freedom from all circumstance. For it is your circumstance that you have believed have the power to imprison you. But as you choose to relinquish your perception of the world or any circumstance, you discover that you are already abiding in freedom. The power, and that is what freedom is a power to create differently. And to create is the effect of what you will choose to see. Allowance can be thought of as a resistance being melted from the nervous system, which is just an aspect of the mind anyway. Allowance is like the opening of the palm of the hand. Instead of holding on so tightly, you simply let go. What did you let go of? The habit of the need to be right? The habit of the need to perceive that the world is a fearful place? The habit of perceiving that you are in lack? The habit of perceiving that Christ must be far from you? Anything that is unlike the kingdom of heaven is a habit well worth releasing by allowing it to be dissolved from the mind. The essence of this lesson is the cultivation of allowance. It begins with a willingness to relinquish the lid you have placed upon your own mind so that you become able, in innocence, to simply observe how it really is, what is really going on down in the basement without judgment, without fear, without justification, without explanation. It is simply there. The cultivation of allowance will deepen a great deal if you will merely put the exercise that we begin with into practice. In allowance you cultivate the very quality of forgiveness. Without forgiveness it is impossible to awaken into the realization of the truth that is true always. Why? Because judgment is the opposite of the kingdom. Where forgiveness is withheld, you are literally making a choice to be outside the kingdom. You have used the power of the mind to make a decision, out of a desire to hold on to a perception, and thereby you have generated direct experience. You are the one who has kicked yourself out of the garden. Remember, then, that always forgiveness is essential. It is necessary for the atonement. Forgiveness is another word for allowance. We speak here not of blind passivity, but of a relinquishment within one's own mind, and that is all. It is a willingness to see the complete neutrality of all events. It is a willingness to let the Comforter remind you that separation does not exist, that you cannot possibly make yourself guilty of sin and all the rest. Forgiveness is a relinquishment of what you have decided is true about the world. It is, then, very much a self-centered practice. Of yourself you cannot forgive your brother or sister for anything because in reality they have done nothing. Forgiveness is forgiveness of oneself for insisting on replacing reality with your own version of it. Allowance is like the petals of a flower opening to embrace the new dawn of a spring day. Allowance is like the melting of the ice that allows the river to flow. Allowance is like the removing of a cap from the bottle of a sweet fragrance and enjoying it as deeply as you can. Allowance is the dissolution of fear. Allowance is transformation. When you have come to allow all things, to trust all things, you will have embraced all things. Only that one who is larger than that thing that is embraced can do embracing. Therefore, whenever you feel imprisoned, it is because you have made yourself smaller than the world you perceive. And when you feel free, it is because you have remembered that you are the one from which all things have arisen. You are the Son of God. You are the vast sky in which all clouds and storms arise and pass away, while the sky remains unscathed, eternally changeless. That is freedom. And the cultivation of freedom is a free will choice. It is the result of the desire for the kingdom. As you come to truly forgive yourself for every perception you have ever held about anyone or anything, you will come to discover that it means relinquishing perception of yourself as well. For you cannot awaken fully unless you include yourself in the circle of your forgiveness. Ultimately, of course, you come to see that the very practice of allowance is really the act of allowing yourself to be truly the self that you are. You will no longer resist the process of purification by whatever means the Comforter uses for you. It simply does not matter anymore. Why resist it? All I want is God. If it is dissolved in the mind in a split second, and you do not even notice it, fine. If it requires great tears and great experience in the world, fine. What is the difference? They are really the same. It is because you have relinquished, through allowing ownership of your own pathway home. You have decided to let the Comforter take you home. Because you desire the kingdom above all else, it no longer matters how that process is experienced. You no longer complain that it seems to be taking too long. You simply enjoin yourself in the process itself. You let the Comforter take you by the hand and retrace the steps you once made in error. Each step requires allowance, which is forgiveness born of desire that has been purified of desire for that which imprisons. And it is replaced with the desire for that which sets all things free. Once your desire begins and becomes the kingdom, the end of the journey is perfectly certain. School is out. That which the ego is cannot last. For the very universe, creation, the world around you will conspire, which simply means to breathe together. All things will conspire together under the hand of the Holy Spirit to create precisely what you require to be set completely free of all illusion. And secretly, you'll have already agreed with the Comforter that it will be this way. Allowance then is equally as important as desire, and is an aspect of that pathway, that foundation, whereby Christ remembers Christ, and arises from the ego's ash to walk upon this plane, and any plane, as the truth that is true always. Remember that it is only the ego that will compare and contrast. It is only the egoic mind that thinks about another's path and wonders if perhaps their path is better than your own path. There is only the life that you are directly experiencing, and through desire and allowance, that very life comes to be embraced as the very means by which the Comforter is dissolving illusion from your mind. Of course, it is all based on the humility of realizing that the ego cannot awaken itself, that the Comforter is that agency given by grace that knows how to bring you home. Establish a relationship with the Comforter. I highly recommend that you establish a relationship with the Comforter as though it were a relationship with a good friend, indeed, the best of friends, until you reach a point in which virtually every decision is given to that mind. Well, old buddy, should I turn left or right? You relinquish ownership of your life. It is only the ego that thinks it can possess life. Spirit knows that life possesses it. That is, life has birthed you. The mind of God has given rise to you. You are God's. You are not the owner of life. You are the recipient of it. Would you, then, be willing to make the decision to become a grand master of allowance? You can begin with the simplest of things, such as, I allow this toothpaste to taste exactly the way it tastes with no complaint. It just is as it is. If it is the changing of your season, would you be willing not to lament the end of summer and the coming of fall, but would you be willing to experience that change? For rest assured, please listen well, in the realm of the world, which is the realm of perception, the only thing that exists is constant change. Underneath it, there is a changeless reality, that which pervades the changeable. But where there is resistance to change, rest assured, there is a mind living in delusion. Remember that we have said unto you before that the awakened mind no longer feels any resistance to the things of time. It no longer tries to get rid of time. It no longer tries to make things stay the same. The awakened mind can embrace all things, trust all things, and thereby transcends all things instantly, even in the midst of change. In your realm, be perfectly honest with yourself. Is there ever a moment in which change is not occurring? Can the body be the field of perfect silence? Hardly. Even if you make your heartbeat stop for 3 seconds, there is still blood gently flowing through the veins. There are still thoughts arising, sounds coming in through the ears. The body is not that which can be changeless. The awareness of the body, the field in which the body arises, is changeless already. Can you come, then, to be the field of awareness that can embrace all things which arise, change, and pass away, yet not feel any obstruction in embracing and dancing with those things? For the mind that is free from the illusion of death is that very mind that learns to dance with death. To enter into any moment or relationship, knowing it because the body is engaged, it must come to an end. In fact, it is already on its way to death. The mind, then, that becomes the one who is no longer in fear, no longer in resistance, is that mind that has forgiven all things, including itself. The mind that can embrace all phenomena that arise and pass away with passion, with joy, with aliveness, with innocence, with simplicity. That mind cannot taste death. It literally transmutes death, even as death seems to be passing by. The highest state of being, then, is always a paradox when you try to think about it. Through your desire, you have come ever closer and ever deeper into the kingdom. and through your cultivation of allowance, the grace-filled willingness to know that which it arises is already passing away, is like water flowing through a fork, and you might well not lament it. The mind that laments it is the mind imprisoned in delusion. The mind that allows all things is the mind that is already freely beyond all things. Imagine that there has been given unto you a window, as though your Creator had plucked you out of himself and said, I am going to drop you into the field of time, because there is something I want you to learn. You now have 30 days in which to learn it. Imagine that if you did not learn it, your existence would be snuffed out, erasing your name from the book of life. Now, of course, that will never happen. This is just a way of getting leverage on yourself. Cultivating the grace of allowing. Imagine that for the next 30 days, all that mattered was the cultivation of the grace of allowing. How do you do that? By coming down once again to the most concrete, most mundane, most ordinary experience of any given day. When you turn on your water in your shower in the morning, actually take the time to be present and to feel its coolness change to heat, and to recognize that you have just observed the constant dance of change in your world, and simply say, I allow this change to occur. Now yes, it makes you sound like you are some great being, when in fact it is going to happen anyway, but have some fun with it. If you burn your toast, take a deep breath, and before the egoic mind begins to complain and whine that its toast is not the way it wants it, stop and look at it. Actually experience the burnt toast and say, I allow this toast to be burnt, and now I'm free to choose to eat it or as it is, or begin anew. If you get into your automobile and you pull out of your garage and the raindrops are hitting the windshield, simply give yourself permission to bring your mind back from the future into the present and say, I allow the falling of the rain. It is that simple. So you see, the power of transformation is the transformation of consciousness, which is the only thing that can be transformed. Learning is a consciousness thing. It is the only thing that can be changed. It is the only place learning can occur. And all learning is designed to translate perception so that it becomes more and more and more and more like reality itself. Fear dissolves from the mind, and then the Father can take the final step for you. Learning is necessary in the field of perception. You have placed yourself within that field. So why not get on with it and let perception be healed? It is healed by bringing the power of observation to what is right in front of you. Not in front of the body, but right in the field of awareness itself. That is why you should be dancing in your shoes at all the times. My goodness, I don't have to go anywhere. It's right here in front of me. This ordinary moment provides a doorway to the transformation of conscience itself. All I have to do is to bring a little willingness to it, and guess what? I have all power under heaven and earth to do just that. Nobody can take it from me. Nobody can change the freedom in which I live. I am the one who can bring that little willingness to the moment and let the raindrops hit the window. If you will look around yourself, you will discover in any given day plenty of things to keep you occupied, plenty of reasons why boredom is nothing more than a decision. For right in front of you is the richness of a pathway, translated by the Comforter, from a dream of separation to the royal highway to the kingdom. And all power under heaven and earth lies within you in this moment, and this moment, and this moment, to choose again. But it is time to take such statements out of the realm of abstract intellect into very concrete lived moments. Where can I choose again? Right now. I can accept and allow these raindrops to hit the window. I can be present with them. I can hear them. I can watch them as they trickle down, instead of being annoyed, instead of letting the mind go off into future adventures. I can cultivate the art of being present now as the very presence of a mind that is free. Therefore, consider in each of your next 30 days, what could I utilize in this day to practice this exercise? Of course, you cannot be without things to practice with. It is impossible. Those that say that are bored are really saying, I am resisting the kingdom, pure and simple. Well do we perceive once again that so many in your world seek to find a spirituality that will free them of the world of their experience, never even realizing that very attitude is a thing that chains them, imprisons them in their hell. Spirituality is merely a process of seeing things differently, and that is an active decision, born of desire, coupled with the little willingness called allowance, to recognize that each moment is like a jewel presented on a golden plate to you, God's child. You are the one who has the freedom always, and literally creates or makes your experience. The final lesson that I had in time concerning allowance was the crucifixion. Now I know that there are many of you that do not want to follow in my footsteps, but rest assured, beloved friends, that if you would look well upon your experience, you have already tasted much more profound crucifixion many, many times. In fact, for some of you, my crucifixion was a cakewalk by comparison. You are free to crucify yourself no longer by choosing to transform your very experience, by bringing the power of your mind to bear upon it. Desire, allowance. So what stands between you and the goal that you seek? The decision to try to be insane. The decision to try to resist God. You know that you can resist another body, since another body occupies another piece of space. In other words, it is not where you are, so you can resist it. But I say unto you, God is already wholly present right where you are. How on earth can you resist what is already occupying the space in which you find yourself? You might as well try and shake off your own hand or shake and jiggle the skin off your body. Good luck. All suffering is the resistance of reality. All awakening and healing is the letting go of resistance. Forgiveness, allowance. God is already here. I am forever God's. I surrender. Surrender is the fruit of allowance. Surrender is the fruit of forgiveness. Surrender is the same as the atonement. For now, simply focus on allowance to make sure that you have not left some dark corner in the mind filled with your need to perceive things in a certain way. You need to believe that the world should be other than the way it is, or your forgetfulness that each event that transpires in your experience can be seen as heaven or hell. As you choose to see only heaven, you will discover the power that has already set you free. The message of this lesson is quite valuable if you will put it into practice. After all, what else could you possibly want to use time for? You have tried everything else and found it lacking. You have not been able to fill up with enough lovers, enough money, enough cars, enough restaurants, so you might as well fill up with the transformation of consciousness, so that perception begins to be more and more aligned with the real world. Why not? And if somebody asks you what you do with your time, say, I grow Christ. What do you do? So practice well. Begin with the statements given to you at the beginning of this lesson. They are very important for you as a way of triggering the opportunity to observe what might be unlike the truth still lingering in the mind and in the emotional field, which is really just the space of glue in which you attach perceptions. It is like pinning the tail of the donkey. Stick that one on the wall and keep it forever. Let those things bubble up that they might be purified from your holy mind. Above all, beloved friends, remember, there are no mistakes. You are free to trust the momentum that seems to be shaping your life. For you are the one who has complied with it by inviting the Holy Spirit to take you home. You are the one that has prayed for acceleration. Therefore, also be the one who accepts the grace being offered unto you. Remember, resistance is the ego. Embracing is of Christ. The one that allows all things has already transcended all things. Let this lesson become a month-long journey of exploration. Be, therefore, at peace this day. Amen. Lesson 22. Self-honesty, the greatest act of love. Beloved and holy friends, we come forth but with one purpose, to join with the mind of the Holy Son of God, for surely this is what you are. We come forth to join with the mind that was there in the beginning, before the mountains and seas arose, before the universe arose, before even the thought of space and time arose. We come forth then to join with that mind of the Holy Son of God that has remained in perfect union as the sonship, in perfect union with its Creator, in perfect union with reality and with love. Though we have said it unto you many times, we ask you to truly take pause and to consider this one statement. We come forth to join with you, not from a place above you or beyond you, but a place in which you already dwell eternally. No perception, no appearance can change the truth that is true always. Even in this moment as you read these words, can you feel and accept the truth of them? The only reason you can understand them, the only reason you can sense the truth that comes through them, is because you are that truth, and you know that truth. There is a place within you that is unbounded, eternal, invisible, incomprehensible to the world mind, incomprehensible to the sense of the body, but perfectly and even simply comprehensible to the silence in which the soul dwells, comprehensible in a state of perfect knowledge, all teaching regardless of the form, and there are many forms of the universal curriculum, has but one specific goal, to nudge the mind of the dreamer beyond his or her dream, to return that mind to a state of perfect knowledge. Some would call it enlightenment, that which suddenly is flooded with light. Light is truth, and truth is knowledge, and knowledge is love. Therefore, when we come forth to join with you, the only purpose that we have is to enlighten you, to turn your awareness, your attention to that you already know. The only difference between knowledge and belief, which is the same as the difference between love and fear, is that in the state of knowledge or enlightenment, the resistance to the truth vanishes. Initially, perhaps for just a moment, but eventually there is no longer any resistance to the simplicity of the truth. This transformation from a state of fear to love, or from ignorance, the ignoring of truth, to enlightenment, the embracing and acknowledging of truth, occurs for each mind within the dream in a very specific way. That is, it must occur according to what is required to release the patterns that have settled into that particular mind. In a general way, those patterns are the same for everyone, but in their expression they take on a perfect uniqueness. Therefore, the timing of your enlightenment, the timing of your healing, the way in which it occurs, and the contexts that are necessary for you to be challenged by your own self will be uniquely your own. Why? So that the belief you have been holding, born out of fear, can be brought to the attention and then released. This is the way in the way of transformation. It is absolutely essential that you never compare your journey to another's. By all means, pay attention to the journeys of your brothers and sisters. Be open at all times to learn, to grow, to assimilate, to apply, to integrate, to consider, and to ponder without comparing. The ego always compares and contrasts. It looks upon itself. It takes its self-picture and compares it to a picture of another mind, without even noticing that the picture is something it has created. It believes that it has seen what is outside of itself, that the picture or the analysis of another actually exists in that other, and it may. The point here is that the ego compares and contrasts, and then draws a conclusion about its own worthiness, its own progress, its own state of illumination. All of this must be ego function, because in reality, you are as you are created to be. And wherever you are in any given moment, enlightenment is but a decision away. That decision entails but one thing: to release the insane valuation that you have placed upon everything and everyone, most especially yourself. That decision rests on the willingness to take God at God's word. That decision rests on your willingness to cultivate silence. Inner silence, the threshold to wisdom divine. The theme, then, of this lesson is the cultivation of the inner silence, which is the threshold to wisdom divine. How, then, does a mind come to true silence? It is not merely a matter of closing a mouth. It is not simply a matter of shutting out the noise of the world. It is certainly not a matter of ceasing to listen to others, whether they speak the word of praise or words of criticism. Quite to the contrary. Silence can be cultivated in a number of ways. Initially, it will look like something you do through the body, to breathe deeply and rhythmically, to sit next to an ocean, to sit beneath a tree and become absorbed in the wind, or to merely practice the ancient art of remaining silent without speaking as you go through your daily events. All of these begin to cultivate a relaxation within the brain, the nervous system, and the body. Yet these things are merely projections of mind anyway. So to still the body, to calm the body, to allow the activity in the brain hemispheres to relax and become more harmonious is in fact an initial step in bringing the mind to silence. But far deeper than these things is this: that genuine silence which is, indeed, the threshold of wisdom, and wisdom is nothing more than enlightenment, requires the cultivation of deep self-honesty. Honesty is that act in which the mind is no longer committed to hiding from its own darkness. I have said many times and in many ways that it is necessary to enter into the blackness of the ego in order to discover what you want no longer. In truth, for anyone who makes such a journey, that which the ego is becomes repulsive, repugnant, and hurtful to oneself, and that is the only thing that matters. Therefore, understand that in the way of transformation, although we have covered such territory in these lessons so far, a cornerstone of the universal curriculum must always be the cultivation of a deep self-honesty. In self-honesty, one decides to simply observe the mind itself, to simply observe the behavior that flows from the mind through the body, as it gestures itself out into the world. True self-honesty requires time. Why? Because the ego is the attempt to replace honesty and truth with dishonesty and falsity. Imagine for a moment that you are fully enlightened in this moment. You are abiding in a state of perfect freedom and peace. You are at one with God. Would there be anything that you would need to be dishonest with in your own mind? What corner of the mind would you have failed to embrace in light? Therefore, in truth, beloved friends, understand well that the ego is the attempt to replace honesty with dishonesty. It is dishonesty itself. In fact, one could go so far to say that those that would seek for the devil need look only at the ego, in which case the ego becomes egocentric. Your sense of identity is all wrapped up in defending and protecting a false image of yourself. Much resistance is pervading your human domain, which is only this: no, I will not look honestly. I must uphold the image I need to believe is true about myself. This is not love, and this is not truth. An exercise in self-honesty. Beloved friends, take a moment and simply cultivate deep self-honesty by merely answering these questions. Have I ever had a murderous thought? Have I ever manipulated another mind in order to try to gain what I believed I needed? Have I ever withdrawn love for the subtle reason of causing hurt or trying to cause hurt to another? Have I ever had disrespectful sexual fantasies? Have I ever hated the world? Have I ever despised myself? And last, but surely not last, for in truth, if you would consider it, all of these questions emanate out of this one. Have I ever hated God? In perfect self-honesty, the answer to each of these questions can only be yes. The honest mind looks upon all that has arisen with it without judgment, for there can be no honesty while there is judgment. Think well upon the questions that we have asked you, then simply take it a step further and ask yourself, has any of that type of thing occurred within my mind recently? Notice what happens now. Pay attention to your mind and even to your body and breath. What occurs as you begin to get closer to the truth? Do you notice a little bit of restlessness, the mind becoming more active with chatter? Decide for silence. Decide for peace. For healing occurs to the depth and degree that the mind is willing to embrace what occurs within it. Denial causes separation, self from others, and self from God. Therefore, the very peace that the mind seeks through religious belief is impossible, as long as the mind is in denial about itself. Rest assured, when I walked upon your planet as a man, I too often became quite frustrated at the Pharisees who would stand in the corner in their long, beautiful robes, professing religious belief. They had their just reward. This is why I often said, beware of those who come in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. For the dishonest mind is in conflict constantly. It splits itself off from its sexuality as a human being. It splits itself off from its anger, its sadness, its hurt, and its murderous thought. But the mind that is healed has learned to turn and embrace every subtle shadow within the mind, for love alone embraces all things, trusts all things, allows all things, and thereby transcends all things, and needs no longer live in fear that those things can run it. Enlightenment is a state in which the world, and the world is not outside of you, the world in this context, the thoughts, images, and perceptions that you have attracted to yourself, can no longer hold power over you. It does not mean that it ceases to exist. This has been the great error of religion as opposed to spirituality. Religion will give you a set of beliefs, ideas about yourself, standards that you must achieve. Thereby the mind concludes, if I am to be a spiritual person, I cannot be angry. If I am a spiritual person, I don't have sexual fantasies about my neighbor. All of that is absolutely false. For in reality, the experience in your domain is one in which the mind is created and is aware of all things, unlike love. It then splits itself off and projects an image called the ego, to itself first and obviously to others, that it most wants to believe is true. But remember, belief is not knowledge. Knowledge alone allows the mind to observe what arises within it without judgment, without fear, without identifying with it. It looks upon the world in perfect forgiveness and says, I just had a murderous thought. I had a picture of hitting my employer over the head with a sledgehammer and watching the blood spurt through the broken skull. Ah, yes, well, just another thought arising and passing away in this domain. It does not change the truth of who I am, and I am free to extend love or to hit him with a hammer. The mind that is free and at peace is no longer conflicted within itself. The mind that is unconflicted abides in perfect vulnerability. It has learned to embrace and accept the truth about the phenomena of the mind itself in this dream world. It is willing to begin to be honest and to cultivate deeper honesty with everyone around him. No longer is there pretense. No longer is there manipulation or control. There is no unconscious, split-off energy actually running the show, even though the mind seems to be oblivious to it. The mind in conflict with itself is dangerous to itself, and of course, by extension, to everyone else in all dimensions. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, beware of those that come in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. Beware of the viciousness of the ego within your own mind. How does it come to you in sheep's clothing? Does it minimize hurtful behavior? Does it minimize what is truly merely a lack of self-responsibility? Does it always make excuses why your life is not progressing in a way of becoming more and more empowered to bring forth Christ? Learn to cultivate self-honesty. Though it sounds like a simple thing, this does take time, simply because the mind has used its own power to be in denial about its own miscreation. It does not want to own them, It does not want to embrace them. It wants very much for you in itself to believe that it is really a very high spiritual being. It will wear the sheep's clothing of the ego, of the persona, the mask, the self-image, the projected image into the social world, and it will cling to that like a robe around the body, held against the cold winter wind, and it will cling to it no matter what. Such a mind is an insane mind, and an insane mind is hurtful. An insane mind limits the flow of love through that it could heal this world. Therefore, beloved friends, as we move toward the close of the way of transformation, we again bring the arrow back to a point of ourselves, to point at the depth of the mind and learn to observe it. Take the list of questions that we have offered unto you and simply repeat that process on a daily basis. So you see, we first begin in the safety of allowing you to look way, way into the past to see if any of those has ever been going on in your mind. Now we come closer and closer to the self-honesty of what is occurring in the mind right here and right now, so that each day you ask the same questions and see what the answer is. In this way, the mind will become more and more transparent. You will learn to look upon your murderous thoughts and all of those hideous, unspiritual things that you have tried to shove down into the basement. More and more as you tell yourself the truth about them, and more as you find a friend or two willing to tell the truth about their own minds with you, the more the mind becomes transparent, the less and less you have any need to hide. A mind no longer committed to hiding becomes transparent to itself, and through it the power of Christ can begin to move with certainty, with knowledge, with grace, and with compassion. The mind has always been the problem, but not the entirety of the mind, just a small corner that has been fenced off called the ego. When you become identified with only that part of the mind, you become egocentric. The center of your identity became the ego, and that is the source of your problem. Quite frankly, it is like identifying with a pimple on the skin and then defending the pus within at all cost. Silence is the doorway that will dissolve that pimple and that pus forever. Silence is arrived at in many ways, but the principal cornerstone is deep self-honesty. The act of transformation, then, the way of transformation, is a process whereby you put the squeeze on the pimple of the ego, and you no longer care what pus comes out because you can just be done with it. Self-honesty is the greatest act of love that you will ever experience within yourself, greater than any sexual union, greater than any adulation of the world, and greater than any mystical experience. The embracing of deep self-honesty, the mastery of it, is the greatest act of love that the mind can experience. For in perfect self-honesty the world is transcended, fear is dissolved, and enlightenment is present. And enlightenment, there is remembrance of perfect innocence in union with God. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, you who want in truth to come to know Christ, look not outside yourself, for the kingdom is within. The mind is your domain, and the mind is yourself. It has certain components, such as an emotional component or expression, an egoic component or expression. The ego in itself is not right, wrong, bad, or good. It simply is. The mistake, the knot in the rope, the blip on the screen is merely the mistaken identification of yourself with the ego. That is what creates a tension, a twisting of the rope that ends up distorting everything. You end up being in judgment of yourself because you had a sexual thought yesterday. Heaven forbid. You judge yourself because you feel a little angry. You judge yourself because a thought goes through the mind. What's the point in being on this planet? As long as you are identifying with those thoughts, you are in trouble. But when you see them as just an innocent flow, a temporary movement of energy through a vast domain called the mind, then you know that you are free. You begin to taste the spaciousness of the silence that always is around the edges of everything that arises in the mind. You begin to become identified with that spaciousness, with that peace, and there wisdom returns gently. You begin again to remember that you were created to create, and creation is extension, not projection. Extension is that which floods or extends outward the good, the holy, and the beautiful. You no longer make justifications for not taking action to extend compassion to other minds in the world, but rather you begin to wrap yourself around this world, around this planet, even around the universe, and you proclaim and know in the depth of your being that you are the Holy Son of God, and you will not settle for less than heaven on earth. No longer do the problems seem as large or complex because you abide in a state of truth and knowledge that is bigger than the world. For you know that through you, God can do anything, if only you will direct your attention, open up the floodgates, and allow it to happen. You begin to step into the greatest place of power that there is. This is truly what was meant in even your Christian religion, that Christ returned to heaven and sat at the right hand of the Father. The one who sits at the right hand is the chief of staff, the one who makes it all happen. To sit at the right hand of God is to allow your mind to abide in right-mindedness. And in right-mindedness you see no separation between yourself, your brothers, and your sisters, which means you see no separation between yourself and the world. Getting to heaven is no longer an attraction. Bringing heaven to this world is. Bringing light to darkness is all that matters. Constantly desiring to bring greater light to your own darkness is the way in which you live, moment to moment, desiring greater light, and greater light. What do I need to let go of? How deep can my self-honesty go? How wide can my compassion for life spread? What actions am I actually taking in this world? What am I defending? What am I afraid of? Am I willing to become so powerful a conduit for Christ that I take on a responsibility for the atonement and tell Jeshua to move aside? For the mind in right-mindedness serves only the voice for God. It no longer has any interest in defending the voice of egocentricity. Therefore, beloved friends, for the next 30 days, practice self-honesty. Utilize the questions we have given you each day. Also merely sit down with a pad of paper and a pen and ask, what thoughts have gone through my mind this day? If you want, you can draw a line through the paper down the center, and on one side put loving thoughts, and on the other side unloving thoughts. Remember, those are just your own judgments, and see what comes up. In truth and reality, in the physical domain and dimension, no one is without unloving thoughts. Why? Because the mind is a vast space through which thoughts like radio waves are passing constantly. Quite frankly, and we have spoken to you on this before, in the end, you do not really know who is doing the thinking. You are only aware of a thought arising in the mind. The ego says, I am this, I am that. This thought must be mine. That thought must be yours. In truth, you are all swimming in the same sea, and there is merely thoughts arising and passing away. You do have the power to discern and select which thoughts will hold value for you, but it is impossible to push away what you have decided to judge as unspiritual thoughts. Can you imagine becoming so free that when a murderous thought arises, it makes you laugh and you tell the truth? When you reached across the table and you ate the potato chip off my plate, I saw an image of taking a huge axe and cutting off your hand and making you eat your own fingers. What a thought! For it is the embrace with perfect self-honesty that returns the mind to sanity. It is a refusal to be honest that creates the conflict and tension in the mind that is called insanity. And insanity is a state in which the mind is not at peace, and Christ cannot enter therein. Many of you have come from a tradition that you call Catholicism. Within it there is a practice called confession. This is really the idea of that practice, although of course it has been used to place guilt. That is not the point. Confession means to be willing to be honest. The priest was meant to be a representation, a symbol of God or Christ's mind, so that you could sit in your little box, which is really a symbol of going into your own internal privacy and telling the truth to your higher self, to the self that loves you anyway, to the mind of God that embraces all things and transcends all things. Now in truth, the mind will not tell you that you must say 947,000 Hail Marys and sweep the streets of the city. It will merely say, Beloved child, you are forgiven already. For you have returned to sanity by merely confessing to the deepest part of yourself what has arisen and passed away within the lower mind, the mind associated with the body in the field of temporality. It is just like going to the depth of the ocean, into the silence thereof, and saying, Yes, I was just out there on the tip of the foam of the wave, and was part of the lot of chaos out there. How about that? And the ocean remains as it has always been. Lack of honesty in self leads to lack of honesty in relationship. And lack of honesty in relationship creates the tension and appearance of separation and guilt, which is the very nemesis that the soul is seeking to overcome. Self-honesty, then, the return to perfect peace, requires in the end the cultivation of vulnerability. For in my perfect vulnerability I find my perfect safety. The vulnerable are the meek, those who have returned to their own innocence and know that the opinions and judgments of others cannot harm them. They live merely honest with themselves, without pretense, without image, no longer concerned with that world, the insane world. They become more and more a conduit through which the power and love of God begins to work, and through them other minds are reached. Unbeknownst to them, they become a living, walking, as long as the body lasts, conduit through which grace is transformed to other minds. And in the presence of such a one, other minds heal spontaneously. Other minds are attached to such a being, not because they are doing anything, not because they perceive themselves as great, but because they know that only God is great. There is no longer a self that they are trying to defend. Everything becomes merely a context in which it can be used by the Holy Spirit to bring about the atonement. They walk in the world, unknown by the world, unseen by the world. They seem very ordinary. They merely do as love asks them to do. You are birthing Christ. Nothing can prevent it from occurring now. Merely trust each moment. Surrender into each moment. Embrace your commitment to reality. Teach only love to yourself by loving that which you have hated and judged, by allowing yourself to feel and to know that which is passing through the mind and body anyway. Embrace it. See your ordinary humanness, not as an obstruction to peace, but as that through which peace can be extended. Beloved friend, there is a great depth and treasure awaiting you if you will put the message of this lesson into practice with passion, even zealousness, and with full commitment to your own Christedness, to see that you are worthy of the deepest honesty that you can reach, that you can confess, that you can live. For ultimately the deepest honest truth is, I and my Father are one. I am Christ eternal. Beloved friends, be you therefore at peace this day. Have fun with the exercise we have given you, and know how much you are loved. Amen. Lesson 23. The Voice for Love. Beloved and holy friends, we come forth to abide with you in this lesson, not from a place apart from where you are, but from the place in which the sonship is joined as one. Where can that be but in the mind of God? Who is God but love? Therefore, in each moment when any mind surrenders its identification with its illusions, when it surrenders its identification with its own thought, with its own needs, with its own perceived desires, and rests into perfect silence, it rests into the voice for love. It learns to ask only of that voice. What would you have me do in this moment? More and more the voice of love begins to inform the decision, the thought process, the vision, the revelation, and in your world the action or behavior that is expressed through the temporary coalescing of energy into the illusion of the body. Beloved friends, we come forth from that place which is the voice for love. And if any mind can indeed rest in that place, it can only be because the place is necessarily within it. It is the depth of the soul. That depth is not an individual. It is universal, it is eternal, and it is forever present. It knows no boundaries, it knows no time. It simply is love. So we abide in that place, and we speak forth from that place. And you would well receive it if at any time when you and your mind are struck by the truth of what is being shared. It is only because you have chosen in that moment to open your own internal access to the voice for love. What is triggered, what is activated or remembered is that part of you that is love itself. That part of the self, the depth of the soul, that is forever one with God. The great trick of evolution, if you would permit me to use such a term, is to grow the soul's awareness so that it rests in that depth of silence, and yet does not need to withdraw or turn away from the expression of creation to do so. That is, it need no longer judge the body. It need no longer judge the world that you see around the body. It need no longer strive to ascend to some spiritual height in which all things disappear. But rather to the contrary, the soul, in its maturity, has ascended into union with the voice for God. That is, it has ascended into the depth of its soul. It has learned to stabilize itself in that internal silence. It has, through time, experienced that process of transformation in which even the conscious mind is no longer thinking for itself, but is informed from the depth of the true self, the depth of the soul, the voice for love, God herself, Christ itself. The decision to become one with the mind of God. Beloved friends, the way of transformation, then, involves a deliberate decision to allow the translation of perception so that it becomes of one mind, of one accord with the mind of God. It is informed from the depth of the silence and love that sees the body, that sees the world, and sees each moment only as that which holds the value which the Holy Spirit has placed upon it. What is the Holy Spirit but that part of your own right-mindedness that knows that only love is real? When any mind truly rests in that silence, it knows that it can no longer draw a conclusion about what love would do, what love would express through it, or how love would use that particular tools or gifts of any seemingly individual self in order to trigger, to nudge, to uplift, to shock any other aspect of the sonship into desiring its own awakening. Now, if you pay close attention to what was just said, the implication is perfectly clear. Reality is one and unshakable, and only love is real. Yet the dream should never be denied, for denial creates separation. Only embracing can allow healing, the healing that love brings. As you well know, there are indeed many minds that are still afflicted, still harboring a decision to believe that the dream of separation is real. When any mind within the sonship chooses to awaken and heal its own illusion, love begins to inform that mind more and more and more, so that its expressions serve the voice for love. The voice for love has only one purpose, to be extended into the dream, into the illusion, to nudge the aspects of the sonship yet sleeping, so that the entirety of the sonship can be returned or reawakened to the reality of itself as the creative conduit through which God extends herself. When any mind truly awakens, it no longer sees specialness in the world at all. Each moment is merely surrendered into what I once called the will of my Father. What is that will? The impetus of love. How can love operate so that it brings awakening to the minds involved? That is indeed a purely creative process, and is the only true value time can have. The awakened mind has no idea one day to the next what love will ask it to do, and how love is to be expressed through it. The awakened mind knows that it is not the maker or the doer, and merely asks in every moment, "What would you have me do?" The more that practice is developed, the more that the mind is refined and purified. It becomes almost a spontaneous or second nature kind of thing, in which the mind is so closely aligned with the will of God that the subtle nudges, flowing forth from the depth of the soul, from the depth of love itself, stirs through the conscious mind and meets no obstruction born of fear. For where fear has been devalued, love springs forth. Each and every one of you that has chosen to read these lessons has already made the decision to become that one, ever more deeply and ever more deeply. Make no mistake about it, the decision has already been made, and therefore the end is perfectly certain. When that mind that has made the decision to allow its transformation embraces the simplicity of its lived experience, it looks as though it is very ordinary. While the body lasts, you do the things that all bodies and minds do in your dimension and world. You perhaps find the body shivering against the winter cold or sweating in the summer sun. Yet in the midst of the context of the experience of your life, what is informing the mind is not the egoic desire of, how can I get more? How can I avoid a certain experience or feeling? How can I make myself comfortable? How can I get others' approval? How can I be acknowledged as a great master? None of that runs the awakened mind. Each context is surrendered within the mind itself over into the will of love, and that mind, through the personality, through the body's structures while the body lasts, becomes a conduit that serves the voice for love. That one may not be understood, that one may not be approved of, and that one may not be acknowledged by the world. Yet rest assured, those who seek to be approved and of knowledge of the world have their reward, and what reward is that to be acknowledged by the insane, dwelling in illusion? Can an illusion truly acknowledge the worthiness of the Son of God? Once again, each and every one of you is an inevitable journey now. You too shall have your reward. For there are those of us who know you and love you, and your acknowledgement comes not even from us, though perhaps through us, but it comes from the one that has birthed you to extend the good, the holy, and the beautiful. The release of all illusion. The way of transformation, then, is not the gaining of power. It is the release of all illusion. It is the willingness to release the grip that you have had upon the shadows that your mind has made up as a substitute for the truth of your only reality. The process of the way of transformation is that process in which you begin to use the mind quite deliberately in a different way. To some of you who have studied my Course in Miracles, that too is an expression or a form of the way of transformation, since all transformation inevitably requires correction of how the mind is used, so that what the mind sees is different than the ego's world. When the mind is corrected, the use of the body that most serves love also naturally follows. The use of what you have created in error, which is the body, the personality structures, the emotional matrix, and the belief, all of that makes up what you call yourself. All of these things are given over to be used differently. Therefore, the deeper you come to understand, to know, and to feel the depth of the self that you have constructed in your attempt to conform to an insane world, the greater the space there is for you to be informed by love. Not that the body disappears, not that the personality structure disappear, but rather they become transparent. The value you have given them has been withdrawn, and they are given over to be used in a different way. To use a simple example, a painter begins to paint devotional paintings out of her love and acceptance of grace, or a speaker is brought into alignment with love, and that love creates a context in which what is spoken differently, with a different purpose and a different intent, and therefore to a much different audience. Or one who works with the hands in the field begins to work for a different purpose, begins to be informed in ways to use a skill and gifts that one has developed, perhaps to feed the hungry, the needy. The forms of expression change to be more conformed, with which voice is running the show. When the ego was running the show, or thought that it was, the personality, the emotions in the body, were used to serve the very survival of the ego. When the ego has been displaced and the voice of love has been returned to the place of authority, careers can change, for the very meaning and purpose of existence has changed. In the initial stages, as this process is occurring, this can elicit fear, a sense of disorientation, or a sense of self-doubt. All of these things must be embraced with faith, which is indeed the substance of things unseen. Love is not quite settled and perfect yet, and the mind is still gripping somewhat the things and the ways of the world. And yet, a deeper voice is compelling the self to release old values, to release old careers, old relationships, old clothing, and old furniture. Everything begins to change, and it feels as though loss is being experienced. Yet what is loss in a world is gain in the kingdom. For what can be gained but the reawakening to the simplicity of the truth? I am God's. I belong not to the world. I and my Father are one. Since I still find myself in this world, how can I dedicate this body and its attendant personality and emotion to the voice for God? And that becomes the sole purpose, both the soul as only, and the soul as the essence of your being. The soul, S-O-L-E, soul, S-O-U-L, purpose, becomes the willingness to allow love to inform each moment. It is quite true that such a one born of love can be very misunderstood by the world. Such a one, I once said, is one born like the wind. You do not know where they have been. You do not know where they are going, and neither do they. But they are present where they are, constantly dedicated to being merely a servant of, or a conduit of, the voice of love, recognizing that time and the world no longer hold any function, value, or purpose, save that which the Holy Spirit would give it. And the only value the Holy Spirit gives the world is to see it as a context through which the sonship can be healed and awakened. The way of transformation does indeed require commitment, a deliberate choice. This can be the value by way of initiatory experience. And not too far in a distant future, we will be helping to inform Shanti Christo so that initiatory experiences are offered and provided. The value of this is it makes conscious and public what the soul is desiring, and calls the conscious mind to step into a deeper self-discipline, a deeper self-commitment, a deeper self-maturity. Beloved friends, this is not something ever to enter into a lazy way. We would highly suggest then, as you go through the mind, ask yourself, are there any of these lessons that I read with only half my focus, with part of my attention on trying to get dinner ready, or getting my taxes paid, or getting to the office? If there is any such lesson that you have not brought the wholeness of your being to, in a state of openness and surrender, go back and read it again. You will discover that there is much that has been missed. Each exercise has been carefully chosen. Each exercise offers you an immediate way to begin to transform certain aspects of your own mind. Therefore, each moment should be treasured. Please hear this. As the mind, the conscious mind, begins to become more informed by the voice for love, vigilance, and discipline, become even more necessary, simply because you are dealing with more power, more true power. The purpose of your very being takes on a far different flavor. You begin to realize that wherever you are, there is a precious moment that offers an opportunity for healing, for love, for awakening. And it is not to be missed. Each moment of your existence in this plane of density is not to be missed. Once when I was reaching out to this beloved brother at 3 o'clock in the morning, he proclaimed to me, "Could you please come a little later in the morning? I would like to get some sleep." My answer to him is what I will give you now. Have you not been sleeping long enough? Will you use time constructively to realize that where you are is not in the world at all, but in a context made new by your desire to awaken, which invited the Holy Spirit to take over the show, so to speak? Wherever you find yourself is not an ordinary moment any longer, though you seem to walk in the world, though you seem to deal with the things of the world, which you must do as long as the body lasts. You no longer belong to the world. Another voice has touched you, though your neighbors and friends, perhaps even your children, your spouse, or your parents cannot possibly yet see who walks among them. You are a disciple of Christ, and Christ is the Father's only creation, created in love, as love to extend love. You are in the most important journey anyone can ever take. You are in the most important journey that anyone can ever take, a journey without distance to a goal that has never changed, even into a place that is unchangeable forever. You have undertaken the journey from illusion to reality, from fear to love, from false power through manipulation, through image, through conforming to the world, to true power, resting in the mind of Christ, being a conduit for that which awakens the sonship. Every function is equal to those that have chosen such discipleship. Understand, then, that wherever you are right now, as you read these words, wherever you are right now, you are in perfect place at a perfect moment. Therefore, indeed, bless the moment as you find it, for it serves two purposes. One, it is that perfect context for your awakening from illusion, and at the very same moment, it is offering you the opportunity to cultivate your skill at being a conduit for the voice of love. These two sides of one coin exist fully in the presence of each of your ordinary moments. Rest assured, as you come to trust the voice of love as one born of the Spirit, as one who lives as the wind, if it is time for you to release certain forms, career, relationship, clothing, furniture, what have you, you will know it in an instant. You simply know. For revelation is knowledge. Knowledge is immediate. It is not translated through a whole lot of thinking in the mind. That is why we choose to say that it is through the heart that one knows the immediate will of love. As you practice letting go of that which you once valued, you will discover that it gets easier and easier. With each experience of letting go, you find yourself carried in ways that you could never comprehend, or create yourself into new formats, new contexts, in which your own wisdom awakens even deeper. The opportunity to be one of service expands and grows, as though you stepped from a small room in a house into a large ballroom and realized, this is much better than where I was before. It is not that you have failed when something ends, for in truth you cannot fail. In truth, there are no endings, except an illusion. In the lessons that follow, we will speak much about the importance and distinction of content and form. We will look at these two sides of the coin and help you illuminate your mind and understanding that it is content that always matters, and the form is secondary. Form is what is birthed in time, and what is birthed in time ends in time. Even the body had a beginning and will therefore have an end. Yet when it is given over to the voice for love, its purpose becomes timeless, endless, for it begins to express only content. Make a decision to view time differently. In this lesson, the theme that we wish to bring unto you is this: make a decision right now to view time differently. Put on the eyes of the Holy Spirit right where you are, right now. Do not just read what is said, but actually decide to do it. Look around the place you find yourself in. Look at the body. If you are with others at this time, notice them. Notice all things. You are not in the world at all. You are a disciple of Christ. You have chosen by grace to awaken from illusion and to cultivate yourself with support and help into being ever more a mature soul that radiates the light and love of Christ even while in time. Time, then, must be seized and seen to be of a great value, and that each and every moment is not a mistake. There is nothing idle about it, for you are the one who is free to use that moment to be informed by the voice for love, to learn ever more deeply to surrender the value of fear, safety, personal survival, and all the rest, and to dissolve, through faith, into the voice for love. From this moment, decide to see time differently, to seize the opportunity to train the mind to be vigilant and aware. There is much occurring that may yet seem unseen to you, too subtle to grasp. You call it being unaware. The journey from unawareness to awareness begins with a decision to walk through each moment of the day knowing the truth of who you are, and to embrace the purpose and reason for your being, and then to ask the Holy Spirit to make all things known and clear in alignment with the voice for love. The body becomes something that you no longer possess. The thoughts that you hold become meaningless. The context of every moment is given over to something new. The decision to see time differently leads you into the cultivation of a way of being that is different and new. Eventually, it will move from a mere intellectual idea into something known in the depth of the soul and expressed through every pore of the skin, while the body lasts. I am the Christ. There is only that one, and I am dissolved in and as that one. Call me not great, for only God is worthy of awe. That which I do not of myself, but the Father does these things through me. I am one who merely loves so deeply that I am willing to surrender all things that I once knew to be myself. That my true self, who is Christ, informs my every decision, my every gesture, my every extension of the good, the holy, and the beautiful. There is a certain phraseology in your world that says, this is some heavy stuff. It is very heavy to the ego, since it squashes it like a gnat under a weight. If the light of the sun and the sun itself were to come and rest upon your planet, what would happen to your planet? It is much like that when the light of Christ comes to descend again, to touch the mind and the emotions in the body, where once the ego held sway. The ego dissolves into light itself. It becomes remade. While the body, mind last, it becomes a mere servant. The mind itself laughs at itself a great deal, for it sees the great joke that it has played on itself. It attempted to be other than what God created it to be. It experienced a multitude of dramas and illusions and storylines, careers, relationship, disease, and all the rest in the grand attempt to be other than what reality is. So the mind that is awakening laughs at itself a lot. It laughs as the echo of the old patterns show up. It tells the truth about them. It need no longer deny them, for they hold no value, and the old patterns are not seen as a cave in which to hide. The personality becomes transparent. In its innocence, it becomes perfectly vulnerable, and in its perfect vulnerability, it finds its transcendent safety. Beloved friends, many of you began this journey out of curiosity. Yet I say unto you that it was only the conscious mind's attempt to maintain control of the journey itself. No one comes to this pathway who has not made the decision from the depth of the soul. I am tired of suffering. I am tired of aloneness. I desire to dissolve into Christ's mind and to discover the truth of who I am. Everyone reading these words has made that decision. You are already well on your way if you think you can turn around and go back to the platform and cash in your ticket. Forget it. The train has already left the station. The conductor is God himself, and those that enter herein cannot leave. The ego will try to convince you that you should because it is fighting for its life. But there is another who fights for your true life, the Comforter given unto everyone in the moment the dream began. Well do I know what must emerge once the decision has been made. Each and every one of you will then perceive that your journey is unique and wholly yours. But this is only because you still perceive yourself as a separate being. Why? Because the eyes of the body show you that you are. Because you have lived with a certain husband or wife and you know that everyone else on the planet did not, you will believe that the portion of your journey was uniquely yours, with unique energies that probably no one else could understand. Yet that was only the matrix, or the form which was expressing a content of energy. That content of energy, whether it be fear, jealousy, anger, whatever it is known by everyone. This is what we mean when we say that there are no private thoughts, no private experiences. The body, of course, has its unique experience. Only one body can be in a point of space at any given time. If you are making love in the middle of the night and you look around, you would swear nobody else is present. Rest assured, you live in a glass house. All things are perfectly visible to the entirety of creation. It is the energies that you are experiencing that everyone knows. The trick of healing and awakening is to come to see the neutrality of all energy, so that you can choose to inform it with the value that the Holy Spirit would give it. Then time becomes sacred. It becomes eternal. It becomes a tool for love. Even the body becomes a tool that love uses to bring about healing. What other purpose could a body hope to have? So indeed, please do the exercise on making sure that there has not been a lesson that you have read with half a mind. Go back, if you wish, practice your 5 minutes as Christ, and then begin the review of the lessons that your soul might absorb it. And when there are exercises to do, please do them, even if it just takes a minute. You cannot begin to see how the pebble dropped into the pond can have such a vast and deep effect. If you would still choose to look upon me as one who did great things, rest assured. The effects that you came to know about because certain stories were told about me and then finally written down, and some of those have been outlandish. Those things came about because I too had teachers that showed me how to drop new pebbles into the pond of my mind. Their commitment and intent was the same as yours, which is to guide you into the fullness of your discipleship, until the transformation has been thoroughly completed on earth, that is, in the body-mind, as it already is in heaven. For the correction has already occurred. It happened the moment you had the thought of separation, long before space and time were birthed. But you discover that the correction has indeed been fulfilled as you allow your creation and time, the body-mind, to be transformed, so that the conscious mind becomes perfectly aligned with what the depth of the self already knows. And then and only then can the mind truly release the illusion of the third-dimensional plane, the physical dimension, for it is simply seen as a useless limitation. So then, do this one thing, in each of your next 7 days, as often as you remember to do so, and you will only remember what you choose to value. Decide to see time differently, and to acknowledge that you are a disciple of the mind of Christ. Decide that nothing matters to you other than the simplicity of allowing the disillusion of illusion, so that Christ can come and live where once the ego dwelt in authority. A simple exercise, and if a day goes by in which you forget it, it can only be because in that day you have valued something else. Lesson 24. It is now up to you. Beloved and holy friends, I come forth to join with you, not from a place that is apart from where you are, but from that place in which we are eternally joined as one mind, one heart, one truth, one creation, one love. I come forth then to abide with you from the place in which you dwell eternally. I come forth to abide with you because I love you. I come forth to abide with you because you are as I am, the thought of love and form. We come now to the conclusion of the way of transformation, the way which allows the perception of the mind to be transformed from illusion to reality, from fear to love. That way is the way in which you come to the brink, or to the edge of the kingdom of heaven, in which you finally ready to use the power of the mind to declare only what is true, and what is true is unshakable forever. At no time has a single illusion that has stolen across the vast expanse of your being ever changed the truth that is true always. The declaration of that truth is the essence of the words that I too once had need of speaking. I and my Father are one. I, as a ray of light, am one with the source of light, from which all things spring forth. I, as a drop of water, am one with the ocean from which all moisture arises. I am that one sent forth from divine mystery to bring forth the good, the holy, and the beautiful, to reflect in time and form that which is timeless and formless, that which I have referred to as Abba, or Father, that creative source that brings all things and has an immediate and direct relationship with all of creation. That truth is true about you. It has been, in fact, the only thing that has ever been true. And in each moment, the power of the mind allows it to remember the truth, if it will choose the truth. Choosing to be the truth. The way of transformation has been designed to guide you with specific exercises with many fundamental questions, to the brink of that decision in which the mind declares for itself, from within itself, and then extends outward. I and my Father, I and my creative source, I and love are one. From this moment forward, I walk and live as one who chooses to use the power of mind, the power of awareness, the power of intention, the power of clarity, the power of being itself, to know the truth that sets all things free. I choose to be the truth that allows freedom to be extended to all others. I choose to walk upon this plane while yet the body lasts for a little while, as that one who has been sent forth as a ray of light to shine light into the world that has feared it. I invite you then, as we come to the close of the way of transformation, to truly set aside time to withdraw yourself from the roar and din of the world, to withdraw yourself from all the belief you have held about yourself or about anyone, and there in the silence of your own heart simply acknowledge that the truth must be true always, and that the time is at hand for you to use the power of the mind given unto you of your Creator in the only way that it can be used sanely. I and my Father, I and my creative source are one. Why is this important? In the end, all technique, all methodologies and strategies are really magical means for taking away the egoic part of the mind's insistence upon the authority of its illusion to seduce, to trick the mind, to bring it to a place where it must come in order to truly step forward, in and as life itself. All strategies and all methodologies, even those that we have given unto you in these lessons, are given unto you because the mind has been held sway by illusion. The art of lessening the value that the mind places upon illusion is all that can be taught. All teaching is designed to return the mind to the brink of the kingdom of heaven. There and there alone, the mind itself, that which you essentially are, must from the depth of its beingness, unattached to anyone or anything, declare its decision to be awake, and assume the mantle of responsibility for bringing forth into this world only the light of truth in each moment. With each breath, with each gesture, with each intention, with every vision, with every thought, and with every choice. Indeed, beloved friends, the way of transformation brings you to the brink of the way of certain knowledge. This is a journey without distance to that goal that is never changed. It is merely a change of mind, the decision to value the truth and the truth alone. When a decision has been fully embraced, you might think of it as a full embrace that embodies every cell of your being and the totality of all that you are. It becomes perfectly devoted to your union with God, perfectly devoted to the recognition that as the created, it is time to surrender resistance to truth, and to accept that the love of God has been given to you fully, without measure, without condition, and that you have been created to live from that love, that that love might inform every thought and every deed, that that love might pour forth through you as the very source of your own identity. No longer I, but thine, would be one way of saying it. When the mind has fully come to the recognition that no other decision holds value or purpose, that no other decision can bring the soul the peace and fulfillment that it has sought in so many ways in the field of illusion, then the Father takes the final step for you. That is, by the act of grace, that teeny drop of water that seemed to be so separate from the ocean dissolves and melts into the ocean itself. There is no longer a separate self to be found. The body-mind arises and continues for yet a little while until its purpose is fulfilled. Then it is put aside as a toy that has been outgrown. The mind, the power of consciousness, slips into the perfect and eternal truth that has been true always. There is only the love of God. I am only in existence to express that truth. In the way of perfect knowledge, all efforting is suspended, and the mind flows, borne by love. It flows like the wind, knowing where it comes from or where it is going, for its cares are not in the world. Its certainty is in love. Peace pervades the entirety of the mind, whatever it happens to find its attention placed. And all things of the world have been translated into merely devices whereby the truth might be communicated to the whole of creation, to a brother, to a sister. For in truth, all of you are exactly that, perfectly equal, perfectly innocent, perfectly radiant and shining forever. You become the anointed. You become the Messiah, that which brings forth the Word of God. You become the Christ. Yet this is not an accomplishment. It is merely the return to an ancient remembrance of what has always been. The mind, having surrendered all resistance to love, merely abides in the certainty of a perfect knowledge. This awaits you now, on just the other side of a final decision. Look well, then, at all that has transpired for you in these past 12 lessons. Have your chance encounters, the insights, the visions of all this been chance? Has it been by accident? Hardly. For in the depth of your being, you choose to enter into the way of transformation. You chose to open the depth of your being to a reflection of the truth you already know, given to you by an ancient brother who has loved you since before time, one who has merely chosen to enact the extension of love in whatever way is available. As I have said unto you many times, I am not limited in how I communicate with any mind that would open a place for me. This pathway is but one way of many. Yet it is the way in which you have made the decision to allow that communication to be known to your conscious mind. It is the context you have chosen to allow your release from fear and your embrace of love. I once said unto you that all things that begin in time end in time, for their purpose is not to become a substitute for what is eternal, but to be devices whereby the remembrance of the eternal is returned to every mind that is a part of the sonship, the one mind, the mind of Christ, in which you dwell and have your true being. The way of transformation, then, had a beginning, and it has an end. The way of certain knowledge, which will comprise the next part of these lessons, will have a beginning and an end. Rest assured, I say unto you, that when the way of knowledge has been imparted to you, and we have come into the perfect blending in which you know that you walk the plane as awake as I ever did, then the purpose of the way of mastery in our teaching learning period will have come to a conclusion. This does not mean that I will depart from where you are, but it does mean that you will have stepped into the certainty that you are that one, and what you would seek to gain from me you will find in the temple of your own heart. There I will join with you, not as a teacher or savior, but as your friend and equal, as a co-creator. You will be free then, because you will no longer be seeking knowledge from me. You will be extending love from the soul of your own beingness, and you will be free to invite me as a friend to join with you in your creations. That is an invitation that I will gladly accept, for the only purpose of creation is to extend love. Fulfilling your purpose. Relationship is eternal. Friendship is eternal. Co-creativity is the essence of knowing God. Co-creativity has the sole purpose of birthing its light, the good, the holy, and the beautiful. That which brings the vibration of truth and reflects it in the world of time, touches fear and dissolves it, touches guilt and replaces it with forgiveness, touches resistance and tension and replaces it with willingness and peace. Can there be any purpose in existence but this? For this were you birthed in the holy mind of your Creator. For this have you journeyed through the labyrinth of everything unlike love, that you might truly choose to return with perfect freedom into the marriage of Creator and created, divine child, divine spark. For the union of Father and Son or Creator and created is so intimate and so perfect and so filled with the perfection of love that in truth you will look and see no longer where you end and the Creator begins. You will be like the perfect lover of God, given over to that love, pervaded by that love, melting with that love. Yet you will know always that you are the created. You are like the wave to the ocean and the sunbeam to the sun. You will marvel with every breath. Spaciousness will come to the mind, and even into the cells of the body, in which you abide in the knowingness. Beyond all conceptualization, beyond the reach of all belief, beyond the hope of every religion, the reality of the living Spirit of the living God. The way of transformation then comes to a conclusion as you sit quietly with yourself and look upon the past 12 lessons, the insights, the changes, the chance encounters, and you accept and know that the being, the mind, the perception that began 12 lessons ago no longer exists, except as an echo of an ancient memory, and you no longer need to invest the power of your identity with what has passed away. The way of certain knowledge begins with this. Rest assured that the time you spend in contemplation before you begin the next part of this course, which will be known as the way of knowing, is your final transition if you will but accept it. This is the time in which you can turn away from the past and look back upon it no longer. This is the time in which you can step into the light of the future of your own personal destiny, held in the hands of a perfectly loving Creator that already has a plan for you, or you would not have been birthed. For you are certainly not an accident. This time before you begin the way of knowing is the most critical for you, for it is now up to you alone to decide to acknowledge the truth, to decide what you are committed unto, the voice of the Holy Spirit or the voice of fear. Are you committed to using the things of space and time to reaffirm the old beliefs that you are separate from God? Or will you use the things of time, allow the Holy Spirit to use them for you, to demonstrate for you that you are in the world, but no longer of the world? You are no longer possessed and owned by the world, but you are owned by that voice for love that has birthed you and sent you forth to bring forth the Word. The Word is just the vibration with peace, forgiveness, and knowing abide. The Word is like a vibration, a wave that emanates from the depth of the ocean that speaks of the good, the holy, and the beautiful. It looks upon the things of space and time, even upon the body, and sees nothing to be feared, but sees all things in their perfect, harmless innocence that owns and embraces the totality of your perfect freedom. You are pure spirit. You are as the wind. You can neither possess nor be possessed, for you are owned of the Creator. Love embraces you, love pervades you, and you hear no other voice but the voice of love. Through your eyes will shine a light so clear, for indeed the eyes are the window of the soul, that through you can begin to emanate the truth that is true always. And you will not fear looking into the eyes of a brother or a sister and saying unto them, I am that one sent forth of the Father, and if I am with you in this moment, my only purpose is to be present as love, with you, for us, and for all of the sonship. This is the choice I make. This is the beingness I bring. This is the truth that I am devoted to. I bring you only love. Indeed, beloved friends, the way of the heart was designed to open you to the reality that within you lies a center of peace, a center of forgiveness, a center that can begin to take you toward certain knowing. The way of transformation was designed quite specifically for those of you that truly enjoyed it, to dissolve certain patterns in the mind, to reactivate your power to deliberately decide what you will think, what you will feel, what you will create, what you will believe, and what frequencies of thought will be acceptable unto you. Now you come to the brink of a decision that closes the door on the past once made an error that has been corrected through the grace, through the gift of the Holy Spirit and placed within your mind and heart, and the opening of the door of a life lived, not seeking the kingdom, but a life lived in the kingdom, in the light of the kingdom of perfect truth. I and my Father are one. Nothing can arise by accident. My only purpose is to embrace creation that the good, the holy, and the beautiful might be extended through even this body-mind, wherever it happens to be. For my delight is the love of my Creator, my devotion to the extension of love, my peace from the embrace of my brothers and sisters in the simplicity of a celebration that shall know no end. I am perfectly aware that there are many of you as you read these words who will feel yet a subtle contraction as fear attempts one final time to claim ownership of your being. You are free to choose otherwise. You are free to say, no, it is truth I accept. It is truth I will know. It is truth I will live, not for another, but for myself. For my only responsibility from the moment of my creation was to accept the atonement for myself, to allow the transformation to occur in the depth of my own mind, so that ancient words become in truth mine. I and my Father are one, and I know it. Henceforth I am free to walk this earth in gentleness, not to strive to move into the future, but to be borne by the wings of love that will carry me into the fulfillment of my destiny. And my destiny can only be that which reflects God in this world. Let not fear claim authority over the mind any longer. This does not mean that you will not occasionally feel like a wave through you. The difference is that you need not value it. The final stage, the way of certain knowing, is to claim your right to be perfectly happy. And perfect happiness can come only from the soul's decision to acknowledge a decision, to value the truth and to live it. Nothing else can bring the soul to the completion of its peace. No other decision, no other thinking process brings the Son to the Father, brings the daughter to the mother, brings the created to the Creator, brings the sunbeam to the sun, brings the wave to the ocean in perfect remembrance that only love is real, and what is real cannot be threatened. The world no longer holds the illusory power that you once gave it. It becomes no longer something you must conform yourself to in order to survive. For you are life eternal, and your life is held in the abundance of God's love. You stand, then, on the brink of the complete transformation of the perception of the world. It will be radically changed instantly in the twinkling of an eye as you look out upon it and say, "There is nothing here that has a greater power than the love of God. Because I abide in that love, I am freed from needing anything of the world. I am free only to give to the world, and what I give is added unto me. For by teaching I learn, and by giving I receive. My love of God is matched only by my love of myself as that which God has created, perfect and whole and innocent. My love for myself is so deep and so purified of the falseness of guilt and smallness and egoism that I want all of God. And I will bring forth only that which allows me to feel and to know my oneness with that frequency and that light. I once said that if you are not wholly joyous, it could only be because you have elected to use the power of your mind to think differently than your Creator. The way of knowing will bring you into the certainty of a perfect joy that is unshakable. Imagine then no more swings of depression, no more swings of self-doubt, just pure beingness of love, right where the ego used to claim property rights. The life that you were created to live is in the palm of your hand. The decision to end the way of transformation by simply acknowledging that only the truth can be true, and I am fully committed to being only that, brings you into the kingdom. No longer a journey to it, but now the eternal journey within it. Mystery upon mystery, miracle upon miracle, sublime beauty upon sublime beauty. Peace growing into peace as you surrender and sink into the reality of God's presence forevermore, forevermore and forevermore. For God is without end and knows neither height nor depth. There is no limit to the reality of the Creator. There can be no greater joy than to allow your consciousness, which is the gift of your awareness, to be ever permeated deeper and deeper and deeper by the certainty of a perfect knowing. I am that one. I abide in that love prior to every breath, every thought, and every gesture. This body is not what I am, but I will use it as a communication device. I will not use it to separate myself from my brother or sister. I will use it to gesture in the ways of love, the ways of respect, the ways of gentleness, the ways of embrace, the ways of appreciation, the ways of thankfulness. I will see my Father in my brother and my sister, and I will love that and honor them as the vehicle, the conduit that brings the light of my Father to even my physical eyes. I will revel in the delight of how the sunlight sparkles on the dew upon the petal and the flower. I will listen to the barking of a dog and know that mystery has been made manifest. I will walk this earth as one who is free, and one who is the spaciousness through which only love abides and is offered. And many will be sent unto you who will awaken in your presence in even ordinary moments. You stand at the brink of all that the soul has desired. Is it not time to wrap the finger of the hand around what has been placed in the palm? I am that one. Time to live in the kingdom, guided only by the voice for love, by the voice for truth, by the purity of spirit. Spend time alone to reclaim and value only the truth. So I would ask you now to set aside yet a little time in which you abide wholly with yourself. Acknowledge the truth that is true always. I invite you to use the power of the clarity of your mind to decide against valuing illusion, and use that power to value only the truth, that you might offer yourself into a life through which the truth that is true always becomes concretely embedded in the totality of your being. For you indeed will know the truth, and you will know that it has set you free. Spend some time by yourself, quietly alone. A long time ago I said once unto you that the decision was made alone, in the depth of your being, to see if you could create unlike God, if you could transform yourself into something which is other than what God has created. That has been the whole drama and dream of the realm of separation. You must come back to claiming ownership alone, in which you decide to use the power of the mind to make a different decision in the depth of your being. For you stand alone before your God, who waits patiently for his child to awaken and to receive the gifts that the Father would bestow upon the Son, that the sun would shine forth upon the sunbeam, that the ocean would give unto the wave. The gift that awaits your awakening are all power under heaven and earth to bring forth the good, the holy, and the beautiful, to walk in time as one who is timeless, to abide as a body-mind, yet one who knows they are pure spirit, shining forth temporarily through the body. It is given unto you now, in the depth of your internal silence, to reclaim ownership of your mind, to let parents, to let society, to let everyone off the hook. No one has caused you to feel what you feel, to think what you think, and to act as you have acted. You have used the power of the mind to attempt the great impossibility of making yourself into something that is other than what God has created. Now it is time to deliberately use that power of the mind to decide with your Creator. It is the end of all seeking. It is the end of all striving. It far transcends the purest and greatest of strategies and methodologies. It is beyond prayer. It is beyond meditation. It is the simplicity of the truth. Therefore, abide quietly, those of you that will indeed make the decision and will step across the edge, across the veil into the kingdom. We will abide together for the next 11 lessons in the way of knowing, the way of perfect knowing. And you will see the totality of your life radically transformed. For that must be the case when the seeker is no more, and it has been replaced by one who is found and acknowledges it. Miracles will lead the way, for the mind that is given to true devotion to the Holy Spirit is unlimited forever in all ways, and the whole of creation shapes itself to be of service to the one that is anointed and claims it, and lives only to give God to the world. Not one concern will arise before you will not be taken care of and met before you run into it. The walls will dissolve. You will be the miracle-minded. You will be the one who shines forth in perfect effortlessness, in perfect peace and perfect joy. You will be Christ incarnate, and that is the purpose for which you were birthed in the mind of God. It is in that mind that you are held now and forevermore. Be you therefore at peace this day and always. Be you therefore in the perfect knowledge that I am your brother and friend, and nothing but this. I am that one who loves you and sees only the light of truth in you, and looks forward to the day in which we create together as equals, in honor and devotion to the great mystery that the love of the Creator is. Peace, then, be unto you always. Amen. End of Book 2, The Way of Transformation.